Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's Wednesday, February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day to you all that are tuning in. I'll be here for the next few hours giving you all of those live events, top stories, and headlines to get you throughout your day. Let's go ahead and get started as we continue to follow top stories and headlines right here on Live Now from Fox. According to our content partners over at Reuters, Israeli survivors of the October 7th attacks and relatives of victims are stepping up efforts to get the International Criminal Court prosecutor to scrutinize Hamas's crimes as part of his investigation into the attack, as well as Israel's response in Gaza. They're hoping the court will target Hamas leaders with arrest warrants. Now, Israel is not a member of the ICC and does not recognize its jurisdiction. But prosecutor Karim Khan reaffirming to Reuters this week that the court has jurisdiction over the events of October 7th, and they form part of the court's investigation. He declined to comment further on the ongoing investigation. The Israeli hostages' families who carry pictures of missing loved ones as they prepare to head to The Hague will file the latest in several so-called Article 15 communications on behalf of Israeli victims. We're told these legal filings are meant to provide information to the prosecution and are part of a wider push to get the ICC to act against Hamas leaders. And on your screen, you can actually see them as they are about to board that plane, standing outside with pictures and signs of those victims that were taken on October 7th by Hamas. The time now, 5:59 on the East Coast. We're going to transition to another top story we're following this morning here on Live Now from Fox, and it is weather related. You're taking a live look at our XRAD system this morning. We know a powerful nor'easter that blasted parts of the Northeast and New England with more than a foot of snow on Tuesday has exited the region, but its impacts on travel along major highways such as Interstate 95 and at some of the nation's busiest airports will linger as cleanup efforts continue this morning. Meanwhile, several still without power this morning. We're going to check in now with our content partners over at Fox 29 Philadelphia as they work to keep you weather ready. They also have a special Valentine's Day intro going on right now, so going to check in now.
And who you're going to be spending it with. Don't get in trouble now. Make sure it's the...
Yeah, it's your real Valentine.
Right, and you're okay with it being on TV, that's who you're going to be with today or tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know Sue's Valentine is Billy.
Yes, we're going to have a Valentine's lunch today.
Now,
because,
what will happen exactly?
Oh, gosh.
We're going to eat lunch.
Okay.
At a restaurant.
At a restaurant, okay.
It's Wednesday, so that's going to be it. Yeah.
Hump day.
Or not. 7 out of 10 is our number of this Valentine's Day, and we have Bus Stop Buddy. He's got a Valentine card as well. Wind chills are in the 20s, and you could see a flurry this morning. We'll show you in a second on radar. Right now in the city, it's 36 degrees with 13-mile-an-hour wind, so it's still kind of windy. It got blustery during the storm yesterday, and it's staying windy today. Sunrise is at 6:55, getting earlier and earlier. Look at these wind gusts out there right now. 28 miles an hour in Wilmington, 18 miles an hour in Trenton, 23 miles an hour Atlantic City. It's really windy up in the mountains, so that's why it feels like single digits up there today. And all of our wind chills, most of them, let's say, are in the teens and 20s to get started this morning. So make sure you have enough layers on. This is what I'm talking about. Lake effect snow flurries, all that cold air moving across the Great Lakes, some of that moisture making it our way. The Valentine forecast is for, well, cold temperatures. It's going to be about 38, 39 degrees, a blustery day, so it's not going to feel like 38 or 39. It's going to feel like if it's in the 20s or around 30 degrees for most of the afternoon, but at least you'll love the sunshine. So, Bob Kelly, I guess we all got the idea to be cliche and wear red today. Why not?
Yep, we got the red memo, exactly. Tick-tock, 6 o'clock. Good morning, Subi. Morning, everybody, and happy Valentine's Day. Come on, you mentioned it. Yeah, it's middle of the week, halfway to the weekend. Otherwise, around here, we like to call it Hump Day. Let's go outside, take a live look. What a difference a day makes. You can barely realize that some areas got 6 to 10 inches of snow yesterday. Here's a live look at 95 at Academy Road. We got an accident off to the side on the southbound side. Just a little fender bender, not really bothering anybody. Burlington Bristol Bridge in the middle of an opening right now. All traffic stopped and heading both directions. Accident on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. This one is eastbound at Valley Forge, right there as you come out of the construction zone between Downingtown and Valley Forge. Hello, Allentown. Looking good. The crews did a great job of getting all the snow off of the road, so make sure you use your scraper here to get all the snow. If you didn't do it yesterday, get it all off your car, the hood, the trunk, get all that junk off of the back of the trunk there so you're ready to go, because right now we're hovering right around 36 degrees. Once we get a little lower out to the suburbs, it's a little colder. There's that high potential for black ice, especially on some of the on and the off ramps. Mike and Alex, good morning.
Good morning to you. Happy VD, as they say. 6:03. Well, heavy snow coated the region yesterday, and nearly, as Bob and Sue said, 10 inches in some area, knocked out power in Allentown. A lot of people still without that power. Marcus, what are you hearing? What are you seeing, etc.?
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, I'm seeing some power outages out in this area. We're in Bethlehem specifically, and this particular road here, this entire road looks like it's out. So I'm going to have my photographer, Greg, go ahead and shut that light off, and you can take a look, especially when he pans to his left here, how dark it is on this particular street. So in the county, there's about 1,500 people here or so, I'd say, that are affected. I have not seen a huge amount of utility trucks out. Maybe they will get out there once 7 o'clock comes around, but it's not a massive power outage. It seems like it can even be affected home to home. We started this morning 4 in the morning at a house that had a generator on, and but right across from their house, their neighbor across the street had full power. So it is an issue that a lot of folks are dealing with, hit and miss. We even caught up with somebody yesterday who was dealing with that power outage issue.
Our power went off at 10:30, and when I called PP&L, they said it would not be restored until tomorrow night at 11 p.m. But they do hope to get it earlier than that, and I sure hope so too. But we just snuggled down and got extra blankets. We have flashlights and candles. Our daughter was kind enough to bring us supper, so we're not hurting that bad.
It's a great daughter right there. Now, he said 11 o'clock. That's what most estimates are in this area here in Bethlehem and Allentown here. About 11 o'clock tonight that PPL expects most people to get their power back on. So that is good news for folks. Not a huge issue, but it is affecting a lot of people, and some folks had to turn on that generator. Like Bob, he got his generator a couple weeks ago, so they are putting those to good use on this Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you two beautiful folks as well.
Yes. Right back at you, Marcus. Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, he's in the spirit.
He really is.
He's not wearing red or pink,
not
but you know.
one thing. He's in zero spirit for him.
My cheeks are red.
Oh, he's blushing.
His eyes, too.
No, he's cold.
Bloodshot.
He's cold. Okay.
All right. 6:06 now.
In Burlington County, 14 vocational high school students are recovering after their school bus collided with a truck.
All right, and we appreciate Fox 29 Philadelphia for their detailed coverage covering those remnants of that nor'easter. And you can see the remnants there on your screen with our XRAD system. That's the part that is in white across the screen. And just to provide some perspective, if you're just now tuning in, this powerful nor'easter blasted parts of the Northeast and New England with more than a foot of snow yesterday, but it has since exited the region. We saw several areas impacted. We spoke with our content partners yesterday at Fox 29 Philadelphia, as well as Fox 5 DC and Fox 5 New York. And we even saw some conditions like a dusting, if you'll call it, out in the DC area. So we'll continue to follow these weather-related events as they happen. And you know, you'll get it live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 6:07 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. It is Wednesday, February 14th, also known as Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you. We appreciate you waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we're going to transition to a top story of the day on your screen right now. The NATO Secretary General, he spoke to the media ahead of the one-day meeting of the NATO defense ministers that's happening in Brussels this morning. Let's listen in.
As we prepare for the NATO summit in Washington in July. At last year's summit in Vilnius, we took major decisions to further strengthen our deterrence and defense. Now we are putting these plans into action. This requires investing more, and we are making real progress. Today, I can announce our latest figures. Since the investment pledge was made in 2014, European allies and Canada have added more than $600 billion for defense. Last year, we saw an unprecedented rise of 11% across European allies and Canada. This year, I expect 18 allies to spend 2% of their GDP on defense. That is another record number, and a six-fold increase from 2014, when only 3 allies met the target. In 2024, NATO allies in Europe will invest a combined total of $380 billion in defense. For the first time, this amounts to 2% of their combined GDP. So we are making real progress. European allies are spending more. However, some allies still have a way to go, because we agreed at the Vilnius summit that all allies should invest 2%, and that 2% is a minimum. At the ministerial, we will also discuss further ramping up production of ammunition. In the past few months, NATO has agreed contracts worth $10 billion. And just this week, Germany launched the construction of a new ammunition factory in Lower Saxony. At full capacity, it will produce around 200,000 artillery shells per year. And we will also review progress in full resourcing our new defense plans. Right now, we are testing these plans to exercise Steadfast Defender, the largest NATO exercise in decades, with approximately 91,000 forces from all 31 allies and Sweden. This is a clear demonstration of our capabilities. We can never take peace for granted, but there is no imminent military threat against any NATO ally. NATO will continue to ensure that there is no room for miscalculation in Moscow about our readiness and resolve to protect all allies. This week, we will also hold a meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council and a virtual meeting of the US-led Ukraine Defense Contact Group. Both of these meetings will focus on our support. We continue to help Ukraine move closer to NATO standards on everything from procurement to logistics. And allies continue to make major deliveries of weapons, equipment and ammunition. This support makes a real difference. With our help, the brave Ukrainians have retaken half of the territory that Russia seized, opened the corridor in the Black Sea, and are inflicting heavy losses on Russian forces. NATO's support is an example of true transatlantic burden sharing. I welcome the recent decision by the European Union on a major new package of aid, and I count on the US Congress to follow soon. This is not charity, this is an investment in our own security. With that, I'm ready to take your questions.
We'll start with the BBC in the second row here, please.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Jonathan Beale from BBC. I just want to take you back to Donald Trump's comments at the weekend. You've already issued a statement saying that they undermined all NATO security and put soldiers at risk. Can you just explain what you meant by that? And would you go as far as President Biden, who said Donald Trump's remarks were dumb and dangerous? And separately on the spending, you've highlighted increases in NATO spending today, with an expectation that 18 countries will meet the 2% target. What would you say has been the main motivator of that? Is it threats from Donald Trump, or is it threats from Vladimir Putin? Thank you.
NATO has been able to prevent a military attack against any NATO ally for 75 years. And we have done that because it has been absolutely clearly communicated from all NATO allies at any time that we are there to protect all allies. The whole idea of NATO is that an attack on one ally will trigger the response from the whole alliance. And as long as we stand behind that message together, we prevent any military attack on any ally. So the purpose of NATO is to prevent war, is to preserve peace, is to prevent an attack on NATO allies. And we have done so successfully for decades because our deterrence is credible. So any suggestion that we are not standing up for each other, that we are not going to protect each other, that does undermine the security of all of us, increasing the risks. And therefore it is so important that we, both in actions but also in words, communicate clearly that we stand by NATO's commitment to protect and defend all allies. The good news is that that's exactly what NATO allies are doing. NATO has the capabilities, we have the resolve to protect and defend all allies. And that's also the reason why we don't see any imminent threat against any NATO ally, because we have since 2014 significantly enforced our collective defense. We have the strongest reinforcement of our collective defense in decades, and that was of course triggered by President Putin's illegal annexation of Crimea. But it was a decision by NATO allies back in 2014 that since the world has changed, since the world became more dangerous, it was necessary for NATO to respond, and that's exactly what we have done. With more defense spending, record high defense investments across the alliance, with more forces deployed in the eastern part of the alliance, with higher readiness of our forces, with heavy investments in new modern capabilities, all of that together has strengthened NATO. And as long as we continue to invest, as long as we continue to adapt NATO, we will continue to ensure that no NATO ally is attacked.
Sorry, you didn't mention Donald Trump. So what is your message to Donald Trump specifically?
So my message is exactly what I said, that we should not undermine the credibility of NATO's deterrence. And that's both about the capabilities we are investing in, but also how we communicate. Because the deterrence is in the mind of our adversaries, and we should leave no room for miscalculation or misunderstanding in Moscow about our readiness and our commitment, our resolve to protect all allies. And the reason to do so is not to provoke a conflict, but is to prevent the conflict, as NATO has done successfully for 75 years.
We'll go to ZDF up here on my right, please.
Thank you. Florian Neuhan, ZDF German TV. Again, one follow-up question on the Trump statements, Mr. Stoltenberg. There is now a discussion going on in Europe whether it needs an own nuclear deterrence. What is your position on that? Does European Union as a whole, or maybe some European member states, should think and develop an own nuclear deterrence in order to be better prepared for a future with maybe Donald Trump in the White House? And the second question, you mentioned the ammunition factory, which was inaugurated by Chancellor Scholz. It's going to take a month until there's really a production starting, but there's a lack imminently now in Ukraine. What can and what should NATO countries do in order to help Ukraine now with ammunition? Thank you.
We have a NATO nuclear deterrent, and that has provided the ultimate security guarantees for NATO allies for decades. And this is the arrangements we have together in NATO, with agreed procedures for command and control, doctrines. We're exercising together. And of course, this is the combination of US nuclear weapons in Europe, but also all the NATO allies providing the planes, the infrastructure, the support to be able to ensure that this nuclear deterrent is functional, operational, safe and secure and reliable. This is a nuclear deterrent that works, and we should continue to ensure that it remains safe and reliable. Part of this is also, of course, that we have two other allies with nuclear weapons, the United Kingdom and France, and I think the issue is that this is the way we organize our nuclear deterrent in NATO, and we should do nothing to undermine the credibility of that either. Then on ammunitions, we need, of course, to do both, to do two things at the same time. We need to be able to deliver ammunition in the short term, meaning that we need to continue to dig into our own stocks. We need to see if there is possible to buy ammunition from outside NATO countries, and allies have done that. And we need to also be able to ramp up production from existing factories. More shifts has been a way to actually increase production from existing production capacity, but in the longer term we need to increase also the production capacity. And therefore I welcome decisions not only by Germany but also from other allies to invest more to ramp up production. And that's the way we will ensure that we're able to both continue to support Ukraine with a steady flow of ammunition, but also to replenish our own stocks, which have now been depleted, to enable us to support Ukraine.
Go to Radio Free Europe on the fourth row over here, please.
Denis Dermenji, Radio Free Europe, Moldovan Bureau. In previous years at the Madrid and Vilnius summit, the allies pledged to support Moldova, and lately we've been hearing more and more claims that Moldova is Putin's as next target. And this week Shahed drone was found shot down on its territory. Could you please explain what kind of assistance from allies the so-called next Putin's target can receive, and what NATO can offer to Moldova through the new ITPP, which will be launched next year? Thank you.
Well, as the discovery of drone fragments in Moldova just demonstrates that the war in Ukraine is dangerous, and this is a direct result of the war aggression that President Putin launched against a neighbor of Moldova, against Ukraine, and demonstrates the reckless behavior of Russia attacking another country, also with consequences for neighbors like Moldova. We are working closely with Moldova. We are closely monitoring the situation. Moldova is a partner. We are working with them on reforms, on capacity building. But of course, we also respect the neutrality of Moldova. Moldova is not seeking NATO membership, but we welcome very much to further strengthen the partnership with Moldova.
We'll go to Interfax here, please. Third row.
Yeah. Thank you, Dylan. News agency Interfax Ukraine, Irina Sumer. Coming back to defense industry, recently President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, said that Ukrainian defense industry will be integrated with the EU. Is it such a possibility in the frame of NATO to do so? Thank you.
So we are working closely with the Ukrainian defense industry, and we welcome efforts by all NATO, all allies, but also by the European Union to see how we can further strengthen the Ukrainian defense industry. I think the Ukrainians have demonstrated ingenuity and skills when it comes to producing more weapons, developing new weapons, and not least combining different types of technologies when it comes to unmanned vehicles, drones, but also maritime drones, to enable them to actually inflict heavy losses on Russian forces, also far behind the lines, including ships in the Black Sea. So both when it comes to ramping up production of 155 ammunition, but also more advanced weapons, we are working with Ukrainians. I welcome the efforts by NATO allies, defense industry working with Ukrainians, and we are, as part of the NATO comprehensive package, also working on interoperability and standardization, which is part of integrating Ukraine more and more into NATO, or moving Ukraine closer to NATO.
Go to Deutsche Welle, please, in the third row.
Thank you so much, Alexandra von Namm, Deutsche Welle, DW. The Ukrainian armed forces said today that they destroyed a large Russian ship. I guess you cannot comment on that, but could you tell us how significant the Black Sea campaign of the Ukrainians is, especially when we consider that there are intelligence services, for instance, the Norwegian one, saying that the Russians now have the upper hand on the battlefield? Thank you.
The Ukrainians have been able to inflict heavy losses on the Russian Black Sea fleet. They have actually been able to push the Black Sea fleet away from the western part of the Black Sea. And this is a great achievement, a great victory for the Ukrainians. The fact that they've been able to push away the Russian Black Sea fleet and open a corridor, so they now are able to export grain and other commodities to the world market. Few believed this was possible just a few months ago, but now actually the export of grain from Ukraine takes place even without an agreement with Russia. So this shows the skills and the competence of the Ukrainian armed forces. This is first and foremost a result of what they do, their ingenuity, their skills, their bravery of the Ukrainian armed forces. But of course, help and support from NATO allies is also important. I think it also demonstrates that, of course, what goes on along the front line is important. And we are all disappointed that the offensive that was launched by the Ukrainian forces last year didn't achieve more progress, advances. At the same time, we should not forget that even though the front line has not changed, the Ukrainians have been able to actually attack behind the Russian lines, both on land, destroying command and control, arms depots, and important also Russian capabilities, including aircraft, but also continue to destroy parts of the Russian Black Sea fleet, and this just shows the skills of the Ukrainian armed forces.
We have Kyiv Independent in the second row, please. Just 1 second with the microphone. Thanks.
So we hear that there may be changes to the format of Rammstein, with NATO taking over military aid coordination for Ukraine. Can you tell us why and what this will look like?
So first of all, I think that the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, or the Rammstein format, has been a great success. And it has mobilized support from NATO allies and partners. When it comes to military support, we have to remember that 99% of the military support to Ukraine comes from NATO allies, including Sweden, who will soon become a full member. We are constantly discussing how we can ensure that our support is sustained, how we can organize the support in the best possible way. We will have a meeting in the NATO-Ukraine contact group today, a virtual meeting. Defense ministers will meet tomorrow, NATO defense ministers. It's not possible for me to go into more details about those discussions. These are ongoing deliberations, but the aim is, of course, to ensure that we continue to provide support to Ukraine in the best possible way and in the most robust way as possible.
We'll go to the gentleman in the black blazer here in the second row, please.
Thank you. Barzan Sarakoto from Kursan 24. On the Middle East, Iranian regime behind most of the conflict because they have so many militia in Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Lebanon. Just a few weeks ago, has been attacked U.S. bases in Jordanian and also in Erbil city, the capital of the Iraqi Kurdistan region. And this kind of attack has been again and again. And also you have so many soldiers right now in Iraq. They are training the Iraqi forces. Don't you think this is the time to building the air defense system in Iraq or in North Iraq? Thank you.
Well, what we see is that Iran continues its destabilizing policies across the Middle East, including support to different militia groups and terrorist groups. We have made it clear that Iran should rein in its proxies. Of course, we condemn the attacks we have seen on US forces across different countries in the Middle East, in Jordan, in Iraq and Syria. And you're right that NATO has a presence in Iraq with our mission there. We help the Iraqis to build capacity to ensure that ISIS does not return. And we work with Iraq on many different in many different areas. And of course, anything that can help them also to defend against air strikes is important for Iraq and important for forces deployed in Iraq.
We'll go to Bloomberg, back here, lady in the pink scarf, please.
Natalia Drozdiak, thank you for the question. I just wanted to follow up on Ramstein and what NATO's role might be in Ramstein going forward. Are there any discussions within the alliance about what could be done to ensure that Ukraine, aid for Ukraine is insulated from allies' elections over the coming years? Thanks so much.
So we are constantly, since the start of this war, we have discussed how to best organize our support. But the most important thing is actually not the framework we have around the support, but the most important thing is that NATO allies make the decisions to provide support, regardless of what kind of framework that support is provided through. My main focus remains when I meet NATO allies to ensure that they continue to make the political decisions needed to provide weapons, ammunition, spare parts, maintenance, training, and also financial support. And through different frameworks, bilaterally, through the NATO Comprehensive Assistance Package, through the European Union, and through joint efforts, different allies together, they have provided unprecedented military, economic, and humanitarian support. And I count on and expect that NATO allies will continue to do so. This is a truly example of transatlantic burden sharing, because if you put together economic support and the military support, actually European allies and Canada are providing more support than the United States. The United States is, of course, vital when it comes to military support, and I count on the United States to continue its military support. But it is important to realize that this is actually European allies and Canada and the United States together. Canada provides training, provides also equipment and ammunition, and then European allies and the United States is doing the same in different formats.
Time for just one or two more. We'll go to Face TV in row 4, please.
Just
next.
Yeah, thank you. Do you still see a threat of a spillover of instability into the Western Balkans as a result of the ongoing war in Ukraine? And what do you see as a concrete chances for a negotiated solution to that conflict? Thank you.
So we have seen increased tensions in Kosovo and in other parts of the Western Balkans over the last months. I visited the region just before Christmas. My main message is that all sides should refrain from inflammatory rhetoric and any actions that can further escalate the tensions in the region. And when it comes to Kosovo, the way forward is the EU-facilitated dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina, and I encourage both Pristina and Belgrade to engage in good faith in that dialogue. As a result of the attacks and the violence we have seen in Kosovo last year, or we saw last year in Kosovo, NATO allies have increased their presence. The KFOR mission is there. It's there to ensure a safe and secure environment for all communities, and we have added roughly 1,000 extra troops to ensure that we can continue to live up to and deliver on our UN mandate.
And final question, Dmitry Shurko, Ukrainian News Agency, in the third row, please, here.
Thank you for the floor, Dmitry Shurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. In the public domain, Russia is openly threatening to the West and to the NATO allies with a hybrid threats and warfare. Will the minister consider such kind of non-military threats, like we see now, for instance, in a Russian-Finnish border with a refugee flow, or maybe some tensions and violent protests on the border between Poland and Ukraine, from the point of view of internal security and stability, and in particular of the military mobility. And if I may, short follow-up, we are approaching the second anniversary of the beginning of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. What main lessons were drawn by the allies from that events? And you sometimes saying that the failure of Ukraine could be the great threat to European stability and Euro-Atlantic security. Do you really consider such kind of option of failure? Thank you.
So first, on the potential for different hybrid threats, well, of course, that's something we take very seriously. We don't see any imminent threat for any military attack against any NATO ally, but of course it's a constant risk for different hybrid attacks, cyber and other types of hybrid actions against NATO allies. And this is about improving our intelligence, it's about sharing intelligence, it's about working also with the civilian society, that the armed forces working with the rest of the society to address these threats, and that's something we are constantly doing. We are also exercising, and of course we are monitoring the situation along our border, the NATO border, the borders with Russia, to ensure that we don't that we react in an appropriate way to any challenges we see along the border with Russia. Then on the lessons learned, I think there are many lessons to be learned, but of course for NATO the most important lesson learned is that we need to stand together, because it's really the fact that European allies and Canada and United States together did two things when we faced the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. The first thing we did was to agree to step up our support for Ukraine, and that support has made a significant difference on the ground. We have to remember that when the full-fledged invasion happened, most experts, or many experts, feared that Ukraine would collapse within days or weeks. The opposite happened. The Ukrainians have been able to retake 50% of their territory and inflict heavy losses on the Russian forces. The other thing that NATO did when the full-fledged invasion took place was to increase our military presence in the eastern part of the lines and further increase the readiness of forces and activate our defense plans. And we did so to communicate very clearly to Moscow that President Putin should not consider at all to escalate this conflict beyond Ukraine. And we did that, and we continue to do that by sending a clear message that we are there, NATO is there, with more troops in Romania, in the Baltic countries, in Poland, and higher readiness and bigger exercises, and also the increased defense spending. All of this is sending a message that we support Ukraine, but we also ensure that the conflict doesn't escalate beyond Ukraine into NATO territory and to a full-fledged war between Ukraine and Russia.
We have time for just one final one. Vege, over here on my right, please, behind the cameras.
Thank you. Alf Jonsson from VG. During your visit to Washington in January, you said you had the chance to talk to Republican leaders in both chambers of the Congress and also Republican-leaned think tanks. And in light to your talks there, was Trump's statement last week a surprise for you, or was it in line with what you heard during your stay in Washington?
So what I heard in Washington when I visited Washington, and rightly, as you said, I met many Republicans or representatives both in the House and in the Senate from both parties. The message and the broad agreement from all of them was strong support to NATO and strong support to Ukraine. And therefore I welcome the decision by the US Senate on an aid package to Ukraine, and I count on the House to agree or to find a way forward to ensure that Ukraine can continue to receive substantial military support for Ukraine, or from the United States to Ukraine. I think that we need to realize that a strong NATO is important for Europe, because it's obvious that the troops, the US troops in Europe, the American commitment to European security is essential to prevent any attack on European allies. But a strong NATO is also good for the United States, because through NATO, the United States has something no other NATO ally has, and that is, no other major power has, and that is more than 30 friends and allies in NATO. And that makes the United States stronger and safer. So it is in the national security interest of the United States to keep NATO strong. It is strong bipartisan support in the US Congress for NATO. And we have to listen and take note of the following. The criticism that we hear is not primarily about NATO. It's about NATO allies not spending enough on NATO. And that's a valid point. And it's a point and a message that has been conveyed by successive US administrations, that European allies and Canada have to spend more because we haven't seen fair burden sharing in the alliance. The good news is that that's exactly what NATO allies are doing. With a record high increase in defense spending last year, with now 18 allies spending 2% or more, and more allies are coming close to 2%, and I promise to be there very soon. And the fact that we now see record high spending across Europe, European allies, just highlights that this message have had an impact. European allies and Canada have stepped up, and I count on them to continue to do so. A strong NATO is also important for the United States because it makes the United States stronger. The United States have never fought a war alone. They always fight with allies, and that makes the United States stronger. From the Korean War to Afghanistan, NATO allies have been fighting shoulder by shoulder with US soldiers. And we have to remember that the only time we invoked Article 5 was after an attack on the United States. And in Afghanistan, 9/11, and hundreds of thousands of Canadian and European troops served in Afghanistan to protect the United States. And many of them paid the ultimate price. So that's the reason why there is strong support for NATO in the United States, because they, of course, understand the same as the Europeans understand, that we are stronger together. And of course, the more concerned they are about China, the size of China, the more important it is to keep NATO strong, because the United States represents 25% of the world GDP. Together with NATO allies, we represent 50% of the world economy and 50% of the world's military might. So, as long as we stand together, protect each other, we are safe, we prevent an attack, and we ensure that we are standing up for our values through a strong transatlantic bond.
That's all we have time for today, but we'll see you tomorrow for the minister.
So a very compelling conversation there from the NATO Secretary General, speaking to the media and holding a briefing ahead of the defense ministers meeting. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Wednesday, February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day. The time now 6:43 on the East Coast. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Continuing now with top stories and headlines of the day. Democrat Tom Suozzi won a special election to replace ousted Congressman George Santos. His victory has national implications. Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses has reaction this morning from outside Santos's former office in Queens. Robert, good morning to you.
Jeanne, good morning to you. Yes, Tom Suozzi's win narrows an already narrow Republican House majority and, quite frankly, makes House Speaker Mike Johnson's job all that more difficult. And here in the 3rd District in New York, it has big ramifications as well, because Suozzi was able to overcome a vaunted Republican machine and win.
Three-term Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi looked to the heavens and breathed a sigh of relief after voters decided to send him back to Congress. Suozzi beat his Republican opponent, Nassau County legislator Mazi Pilip, more handily than many expected in the 3rd District, which covers parts of Queens and Nassau County.
This race was fought amidst a closely divided electorate, much like our whole country. You won this race. Because we addressed the issues and we found a way to bind our divisions.
Indeed, this was a divisive race fought over issues like abortion and immigration. Pilip accused Suozzi of helping to create the migrant crisis. He overcame those accusations and a snowstorm and still won.
Despite all the lies about Tom Suozzi and the squad, about Tom Suozzi being the godfather of the migrant crisis, about Sanctuary Suozzi.
Suozzi's decision to run for governor in 2022 set in motion a dizzying set of events that led to George Santos winning the seat that Suozzi vacated, followed by Santos's implosion and expulsion from the House, which necessitated yesterday's special election. In her brief concession speech last night, Pilip said she called to congratulate Suozzi, who will serve out the remainder of Santos's term. Pilip did not say whether she plans to challenge Suozzi in the fall.
Yes, we lost, but it doesn't mean we're going to end here. We're going to continue to fight.
Former President Donald Trump blamed Pilip's loss on her lack of loyalty to him. He said that though he boasts an almost 99% endorsement success rate in primaries and a very good number in the general elections, this very foolish woman didn't endorse me. He continued, she would have easily won if she understood anything about modern-day politics in America. MAGA, which is most of the Republican Party, stayed home.
It wasn't all that long ago that Tom Suozzi's name was on that green awning just behind me here at the district office. Well, by virtue of his win yesterday, his name will soon return to that awning. Jeanne, back to you.
Robert Moses with Fox 5 New York, always very detailed and stellar reporting. Thank you so much for joining us on this Valentine's Day morning, Robert. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you. The time now 6:49 on the East Coast. We have to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. It's Wednesday, February 14th, Valentine's Day. We appreciate you joining us to get all of those live events, top stories, and headlines of the day. Right now, we're going to switch gears here on Live Now to give you another top story we are following at this hour. On your screen, a live look at the Israel-Gaza border, and you can see the Israel-Hamas war rages on, plumes of smoke there in the sky. According to our content partners over at Reuters, Israeli survivors of the October 7th attacks and relatives of victims are stepping up efforts this morning to get the International Criminal Court prosecutor to scrutinize Hamas's crimes as part of his investigation into the attack and Israel's response in Gaza. They're hoping the court will target Hamas leaders with arrest warrants. Now, Israel is not a member of the ICC and does not recognize its jurisdiction. But prosecutor Karim Khan reaffirming to Reuters this week that the court does have jurisdiction over the events of October 7th, and they form part of the court's investigation. He did decline to comment further, though, on the ongoing investigation. The Israeli hostages' families who carry pictures of missing loved ones as they prepare to head to The Hague will file the latest in several so-called Article 15 communications on behalf of Israeli victims. Now, these legal filings are meant to provide information to the prosecution and are part of a wider push to get the ICC to act against Hamas leaders. And speaking of the people gathering in front of that plane in The Hague, I actually want to show you all a look of that right here. Here you go now on your screen. There they are, the families of the hostages on your screen. They're gathering before they depart, and you can see how they are holding the pictures of the hostages and demanding answers at this hour. The time now 6:54 on the East Coast. We have to go to our final 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Furthering the conversation of the Israel-Hamas war, I want to give you another live look out in Gaza. This is a closer look, and you can see the devastation since October 7th when Hamas did attack Israel. at that music festival. And at this hour, several hostages still in Hamas captivity. We know this morning in Geneva, the World Health Organization held a news conference on the health situation in Gaza. As we know, it is a humanitarian crisis. Things like water, food, basic essentials you and I use every morning, very scarce and limited in that area. I'm going to play that out for you now.
Welcoming you to this virtual press conference to update you on the health situation in Gaza. We have with us colleagues based in Gaza, starting with Dr. Rick Pieperkorn, WHO representative in the occupied Palestinian territory. We have also Dr. Athanasios Gargavanis Thanos, who is the WHO trauma surgeon and emergency officer, and also I can see in the background Chris Black, our communication officer colleague, who is also deployed in Gaza. With me also we have Dr. Teresa Zakaria. She is the incident manager, the HQ incident manager for the conflict escalation in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory. Now, without delay, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Pieperkorn to give us some opening remarks, and then we will ask Dr. Thanos to also say a few words, and then we will open the floor to your questions. Thank you. Dr. Pieperkorn, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. Greetings from Gaza, and also greetings from my team, and including Dr. Thanos, who is actually just behind me in the jog. So I think we are based in Rafah, and we made some missions, which we also discuss about a little later. But of course, all eyes are currently on Rafah. We all watch the news, and we all get the stories about this possible incursion and military activities getting closer. It gets closer, but actually a military incursion into Rafah. I know this place very well. I came here every month in Gaza for a week or two, and this is normally a very sleepy town of 120,000 people, and currently there's more than 1.5 million people cramped in an incredibly small place. Everywhere, makeshift shelters, UNRWA shelters, etc., all over the place. Incredibly small. We include, of course, most of our extremely concerns. So what's happening and what's going to happening, and you feel that, you see the fear in people's face. People constantly come with questions. What is the contingency plan? What can we do, etc. What I really, and I think it has been raised by many before me, and military activities in this area, this densely populated areas, would be, of course, an unfathomable catastrophe, and an enormous, would even further expand the humanitarian disaster beyond imaginations. A new wave of displacements and would also really give an increase in, of course, in additional injuries due to the military offensive and trauma. It will wreak havoc among the civilians who are already mentally scared and traumatized, but it will also increase the burden on a completely overburdened and undercapacitated health system on its knees, and increase the trauma burden, and it will push the health system closer to the brink of collapse. In this area in Rafah, there's only 3 hospitals partly functional, and I will get back to that. So there's actually a relatively small hospitals. They're supported by 3 small field hospitals. We're talking about 450 beds, and that's already now absolutely not sufficient for the needs. So hospitals completely overwhelmed and overflowing and undersupplied. The health workers needs actually They need a relief. Many are cut off from their families. I want to say something about that shrinking humanitarian space. That's been raised constantly. The repeated access restrictions and denials, they continue actually to obstruct delivery of humanitarian support. And as WHO and the UN, we are ready to be actually doing much more all over Gaza. So since November, only for WHO, 40% of our missions to the north, for example, have been facilitated. Only 40%. Since January, the figure is much lower. So all of these missions have been denied, impeded, or postponed. And approximately 45% of the mission requests for the south are facilitated. That's absurd. Even when there is no ceasefire, a humanitarian corridor should exist so that WHO, the UN, and parties can do their job. We need a complete, a pragmatic, and a different deconfliction system to be able to actually do our work. The UN, WHO is ready to carry out many more missions, both to the north, to the middle area, and to the south, which we cannot do now. When you look at the attacks on healthcare, we are, of course, gravely concerned, and you've seen this in the news, is about the situation around Nasser Medical Complex. Nasser Medical Complex is what we used to call the Shifa hospital from the south. It had all the specializations. And currently, civilians have been called to evacuate, which is extremely dangerous. The hospital has been reportedly under siege for more than a week now. 10 civilians reportedly killed. And there's also reports that the northern gate being demolished and 2 of its warehouses being almost destroyed due to hostilities. If that's true, because we don't know, we don't have access at the moment. If that's true. Also, when you look at the warehouses, that warehouse is important not only for Nasser Medical Complex, but for other hospitals in the middle and the southern areas as well. Not only WHO, other partners, etc. We've provided for hundreds of thousands, maybe together, maybe millions of medical supplies and goods in that warehouse. So access is obstructed, and we are unable to reach the hospital. And the last access was actually 29th of January. In the past 5 days, WHO and we put in 2 mission requests for assessments and to resupply with the required medical supply and trauma supplies. Both have been denied. So without this support and without actually being able to access, and this hospital might become non-functional too. And we have seen this actually too often. We've seen this, of course, in the north. This cannot happen in the middle area or in the south. And just coming back to that, yesterday we were in Al Najjar Hospital. That is the key hospital in Rafah itself. Al Najjar was not supposed to be a hospital. It was supposed to be a primary healthcare center. It became a hospital, small hospital, 65 beds. Currently, over 300 patients. And you see the same pattern in all the other hospitals. And 15 to 20% of the patients who can be discharged don't want to be discharged. They refuse to be discharged because they have no way to go. Overflowing trauma wards and people being treated and ECGs, etc., done on the floor. The trauma wards, every space is occupied to actually harbor patients and beds. So everywhere there's medical patients. That hospital has already shifted their pediatric ward to another hospital. And also Al Najjar Hospital, they are afraid that when a military incursion will come, it will come to their direction. And the same thing will happen. They're afraid that the same process will start as what's now currently happening in Nasser Medical Complex. Because I want to explain it again. It's not only about direct attacks on the hospitals. It's also about military activities close to the hospital. Patients, ambulances cannot access, patients cannot access, health workers cannot access, WHO and partners cannot bring supply, and very quickly the hospital, from being partially functional, it becomes non-functional, barely functional, and finally out of action. Now, without support, the hospital could become non-functional. And with regard to Nasser Medical Complex, we also want to call on all parties to make an effort to prevent this from happening. Hospital must not be militarized. My last point I want to make, I know I'm talking too much about health systems overall. So we constantly supplies, but the needs are enormous. Another example of that, yesterday we were also to one of the field hospitals, from the well-functional field hospital here in Rafah, 70 bed. They started the hospital and they expected that they would receive 200 patients a day. Very quickly it became 600 to 700 patients. And the last couple of days, they saw a decrease again to 400 and 500. That was because there were, as you know, bombardments in Rafah and a lot of 67 deaths, and a lot of people, again, scared, people on the move, moving away, etc. So they saw less patients. They are also, they raised their anxiety is enormous. But they got shrapnel very close to their field hospital, and the anxiety is very huge because that hospital is another lifeline, and just the same as Al-Najjar, can only refer patients to the European Gaza hospitals. More complex patients need a CT scan, etc. But also patients where you actually have the intensive care units. Intensive care units in Gaza, and there were intensive care units in the complex. If lines, patients cannot be referred to the most, the health systems is in tatters, and only 11 hospitals are north, 6 in the south, 3 Mitchell, Almo, CS Hospital, Shifa, and Nasser, who are not functional. Now,
Dr.
Pieperkorn,
there are some connectivity issues.
More than 20 IDPs everywhere.
Dr. Pieperkorn, we are having some connectivity issues. We can barely hear you. So let's maybe try again with you or Dr. Thanos, or we can go directly to question from journalists. Over to you, Dr. Thanos, if you want to add anything to what Dr. Pieperkorn said. And journalists, sorry for that. We have some technical issues and connectivity issues. Bear with us, please.
Thank you very much. I hope my sound is clearer. I want to stress that right now, what we the system is struggling to, and one of the difficulties that it has to deal with is treating catastrophic injuries that lead to amputations. We all have to understand that there are amputations that happen because of amputations that happen because there's a lacking of a system in place. And when I'm saying there's a lacking of a system in place, I mean that we have health workers that cannot bring themselves every day to the work because their competing priorities have to do with making sure that their family has shelter, food. We have so improper follow-up patients from day to day, And in parallel, to save them, you need to be able to operate and reoperate the patient, reoperate, follow up closely, and or that you follow.
We
Unfortunately, this
can't hear you.
is right now.
Yeah. The sound is very bad, Dr. Thanos. Maybe if you turn off your camera, it will improve a little bit. At least we can have the sound. Dr. Thanos? Okay, I think we lost Dr. Thanos. As I said, our colleagues in Gaza are having some connectivity issues, and we may want to try again, Dr. Thanos. If not, we will go directly to questions from journalists, hoping they can be able to hear us and respond to your question.
Yeah, I think we can hear you now. We can
okay.
hear you now again.
Okay, thanks so much. Dr. Thanos, do you want to continue what you were saying? You can keep going.
I think Dr. Thanos was for the moment finished. Maybe he will take questions. He will take questions.
Okay. So let's then Dr. Pieper.
Apologies, our connectivity is poor.
Yes, yes. We understand, and thank you for making the time to brief journalists. I would like now to start giving the floor to journalists. We have several. Let's start with Nina Larsen from AFP. Nina.
Yeah, thank you very much for taking my question. If you have notes, that would be very helpful, because it was very difficult to understand much of anything that was said. But I was hoping that you could maybe say a bit more about the situation at Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. We have received testimony indicating that Israeli snipers have killed several civilians in the hospital courtyard. And I think you mentioned that there has been an order for people to evacuate. Could you clarify if that is from the Israeli forces and how that evacuation is proceeding? And we've also heard that the hospital is running out of food and drinking water. So if you have more details about the situation there, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Dr. Pieper-Kohn. Yeah, we keep losing you. Maybe Dr. Zakaria can answer the question while we are trying to get back to Dr. Pieper-Kohn and Dr. Thanos. Dr. Zakaria?
Thank you, Fadela, and thank you for the question that was asked. I think we're all following what is happening in Al-Nasser Hospital, but also what is evolving in Rafah overall. For Khan Yunis, I will be able to provide you with partial information as I'm here in Geneva, and I'm sure my colleagues on the ground, WR and Dr. Thanos, would be able to complement as well. I just wanted to make a very important message that protection of civilians, and in this case, patients and also displaced populations inside the hospital, remains the most important thing to happen. We have heard of these evacuation orders. We have heard and seen footages of people leaving the hospitals. We have heard of attacks happening to people, impacting directly people inside the hospitals. I don't think we're in a position to conduct investigations. It's also outside of our mandate. But regardless of whether hospitals, there are allegations of hospitals being used for other purposes than treating patients, I think it is extremely important here to again emphasize that the protection of civilians remains the most important thing to do. And for as long as we cannot ensure that protection, then that the sanctity of the hospital remains. Even if there are evacuation orders, if there are indeed other activities that are being carried out of a hospital that is not directly health related, that protection until people, patients, healthcare workers, and in this case, so many displaced populations can actually evacuate safely to another area, to another place, where they can continue accessing the treatment that they require, then the sanctity of that facility remains. And I think that's really important to highlight here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zakaria. I'm trying to see if Dr. Pieperkorn was able to join us once again. Dr. Pieperkorn, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got a question. So I think what we know about us.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
So what we know about it's very. I'm really apologies, but this is live in Gaza at the moment. So. We know that civilians have been called to evacuate. The hospital has been reportedly on the siege now for more than a week. We all know that 10, probably more, civilians have been killed. Yeah, outside and even inside compounds. The reports of the northern gate have been demolished. And 2 warehouses. 2 warehouses have been destroyed. That would be really bad because they actually have a lot of the supplies and equipment. Access is obstructed. Both were denied to resupply and actually to make an assessment. Now again, we put in a request. To as quickly as possible to make sure that we can do a quick assessment and see how we can best help. So we call, of course, on all parties to make an effort to prevent this from happening, and hospitals call in for south of Wadi Gaza. It's together with EG, the European Gaza Hospital, and Al-Aqsa, they're the 3 referral hospitals. So it's actually potentially the most important. Just some other information, but based on the latest information, there's still 402 patients in Nasser Medical Complex, 35 on the dialysis, 18 on the ICU and ventilators, 3 neonates in the ICU, and 100 to 200 of what we call stretcher patients. So there are still 402 patients and staff in Nasser Medical Complex. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Pieperkorn. Let's go straight away to another journalist, Yuri Aprilev from RIA Novosti. Yuri?
Yes, thank you, Fadela. And we totally understand that there are problems in Gaza with connectivity, so no problem. Israel has accused the WHO of collaborating with Hamas and assures that the hospitals in Gaza have been used for military purposes for years, with the complicit silence of international organizations. Have you noticed that hospitals are used for something other than treating patients? Because when we are listening to WHO or, for example, ICRC, they are never speaking about that. We only know that there is patients and refugees. And what can WHO do in the face of repeated attacks and siege against hospitals, like this is the case in Khan Yunis? Because this is not something new. It was the same. It started at Al-Shifa Hospital, and it just gaining more and more and more hospitals. What can WHO do in this case? Thank you.
Thank you, Yuri. Dr. Pieperkorn?
Yeah, I think maybe also Teresa want to say something about that. Well, first of all, of course, hospitals should never be militarized and used for purposes as others are caring for people. Yeah, that would be wrong and need a violation of international humanitarian humanitarian law or the laws of war. So workers to deliver supplies and support, do training, etc. for patients. Yeah, like here, have received no evidence of issues of hospitals. And again, I want to say, so we are not a crime-engaging organization. We are the World Health Organization.
I think this is a very, very pertinent question and linked to the first one. As Dr. Rick has mentioned, I mean, hospitals must be safeguarded and they should never be militarized. It constitutes by itself an attack on health facilities. So that is what we believe in and what we also advocate for. The same way that we advocate for hospitals to not be bombarded, ambulances not to be shot at. The same message we're also conveying that hospitals should never be used for other purposes than treating people, providing health services to people who need it. I think I can definitely not be louder in saying that no, there is no collusion between WHO and any other entities and the health sector, than the health partners, Ministry of Health that we are collaborating with. We are not in a position, however, to investigate any other activities taking place in hospitals or what is happening underneath hospitals. I'm sure you can also appreciate that in hospitals where there are lots of patients, lots of displaced populations, when we focus on delivering services, that's really what we're doing. We're not in a capacity to look beyond that service provision that we need to fulfill. And I think that's really important to mention, that these hospitals are providing health services, and that remains the most important part. They're also used.
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, we're in Geneva as the World Health Organization discussed this morning the Gaza health concerns. And speaking of Gaza, that top right box, a live look out there as the missile strikes continue at this hour amid the Israel-Hamas war. We're also looking ahead as we know that Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security, could face a Senate trial. A live look this morning in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Capitol. The time now 7:24 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, Fox News Channel's Doug Luzader joining us to further get into the Alejandro Mayorkas debacle. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time now 7:26 on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Continuing now with top stories and headlines of the day, giving you a live look this morning out at the U.S. Capitol there in Washington, D.C. For the first time in U.S. history, a sitting cabinet secretary has been impeached by Congress. Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security, now faces the prospect of a trial in the Senate. But as Doug Luzader reports from Washington, the chances of him being removed from office are slim. Doug, good morning.
Good morning. After failing just last week to impeach Mayorkas, House Republicans had this very narrow window yesterday to try again, and they succeeded by just one vote.
The resolution is adopted.
To scattered applause, Republicans succeeded in a long-held goal, turning their frustrations with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas into an actual impeachment.
Mayorkas testified under oath that the border was secure, and everyone in America knows that it wasn't. And I think this is a good first step towards accountability.
The two articles of impeachment accuse Mayorkas of refusing to enforce immigration laws and lying to Congress.
No, I would not.
Mayorkas said last week that he would not resign, and President Biden quickly issued a statement last night calling the impeachment a blatant act of unconstitutional partisanship. The three Republicans voted against impeachment, but because Louisiana Congressman Steve Scalise returned from cancer treatment just in time for the vote, they finally had the numbers they needed. And it came just before the GOP margin in the House got even smaller yesterday after Democrats won back a House seat in New York.
Let's see what the House first does.
It's now up to the democratically controlled Senate to carry out a trial, but it's very unlikely they would vote to remove Mayorkas. Still, the last time we saw anything like this was back in 1876 when Secretary of War William Belknap was impeached, but he resigned just before the vote. Now, the Senate is required to act now, but we don't expect that to happen until the end of the month at the earliest. Back to you guys.
Doug Luzader there with Fox News Channel. As always, Doug, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you for informing the viewers. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. The time now 7:28 on the East Coast. We have to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we're going to head back out to Geneva. As we know this morning, the World Health Organization discussed the concerns of health out in the Gaza region. And you can see there those missile strikes continuing at this hour amid the Israel-Hamas war. And then, of course, we are following the very latest. As for the first time in U.S. history, a sitting cabinet secretary has been impeached by Congress, referring to Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security. As of now, he could face the prospect of a Senate trial, and of course, we'll continue to follow that right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's continue to listen in to the World Health Organization, giving us the very latest of this humanitarian concern in Gaza.
To mention that these hospitals are providing health services, and that remains the most important part. They're also used as safe havens for people who have been forcibly displaced, seeking refuge and security. And again, so back to my first point, that the protection of patients, medical workers, and also the civilian population remains the most important thing, and that needs to be more the headlines than anything else. I think that it is the message I would really want to point at. What can WHO do? Well, this is what we're doing as well. We're trying to raise awareness on the importance of safeguarding hospitals. We do have the mandate from our member states, but also from even the Security Council of the United Nations. So we are obliged to monitor and to report on attacks on healthcare, be to the facilities, the militarization of facilities, the active attack on facilities, as well as patients and transport. And we do need your help to continue amplifying what we are reporting on. And again, that the protection of patients, because these hospitals, regardless, are still providing health services. They're used as safe havens for those who have been displaced. That remains the most important thing. And their protection is the most critical thing that we need to ensure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zakaria. As you can see, the connectivity issue is still not fixed. So we will take one more question. And if the sound is very poor, I think we will have to stop this press conference. We will make sure to send you the notes. And sorry for that. And thank you for your patience. Now I would like to give the floor to John Zarakostas. John, you have the floor.
Yes, good morning. My question is to Mr. Gargavanis, Dr. Gargavanis. You mentioned due to lack of staff, you're forced to do amputations that otherwise you would do double operations to save people from losing their limbs. What is the ratio of unnecessary amputations that you're forced to do at the moment because of the lack of resources and staff? And do you have an update? In early December, we were told by UNICEF there were over 1,000 amputations of children alone. What is your update on the number of amputations and the percentage that are unnecessary amputations? Thank you.
Dr. Thanos?
Yeah, here's Rick again. Thanos had to leave because the connectivity is, well, unfortunately, really poor, and especially from his side. So he had to go. John, this is a difficult question. We don't, unfortunately, have that specific data, but I can mention it. So, Thanos, I was in Al-Aqsa Hospital. It's in the middle zone. It's in in the middle area. Just Sunday, we brought in supplies, and very important hospital, and doing everything. Then when military activities surrounded that hospital, they went down to 5 staff, and they were almost non-functional. And now, again, it's a relatively quiet area, the Darabella area, and health workers came back, volunteers came back, etc., and they started up again and expanded their hospital activities. They simply said that with their medical specializations, they had a couple of general surgeons, etc., but they, for example, lacked a vascular surgeon. And that, yes, that's occasionally they will have to do an amputation because they couldn't refer. They could not. The medical evacuation is too poor. They couldn't refer a patient for them to get actually to a place with a proper specialist care. This is a problem. I want to stress that for all of Gaza. That was also when I was in the European Gaza Hospital. Actually, that was with the humanitarian coordinator, James McCovery. We also had a quick discussion with the family and a young patient and a young girl with multiple burns, and she was typical a patient would need to be referred outside Gaza to get the right treatment. There's not a proper medical evacuation in place. It's all ad hoc and completely insufficient. And we've been pushing for this for a long time. We've made proposals for that, shared it with all the partners, etc. And it is simply not working. So that's another key request for anyone who can push that we get a proper medical evacuation. WHO, we estimate that at least 8,000 patients need medical evacuation outside Gaza. 6,000 plus, it's an underestimation, 6,000 plus related to this conflict, all the multiple trauma, the excessive burns, reconstructive surgery, etc. And 2,000 medical cases, because before this conflict, between 50 and 100 patients were referred to East Jerusalem and the West Bank, and almost 50% was oncology cancer related. They have nowhere to go. So we talk about 20 to 30 patients sometimes a day, etc. It's way too little. We know that Egypt, they have offered support with the evacuation, and many other countries in the region and outside the region have offered support as well to take patients and the companions. This needs to happen, and that would also be relieving a little bit of this stress currently happening at all the hospitals, the partly functional hospitals still in Gaza. So coming back, some of the operations, some of the treatments, which maybe in the past could be provided in Gaza, at the moment cannot be provided in Gaza or not in the place. There's no space for internal evacuation, and the external evacuation towards Egypt is, I would say, is not organized, is insufficient, and needs to be stepped up. Over to you.
Thank you. The sound was much better, so maybe we keep going. I would like to invite Christiane Ulrich from the DPI to ask the next question. Christiane?
There we go. Thank you, Fadela. My question to the team in Gaza is, can you tell us what concretely your contingency plans are for this offensive that we all expect and that has been announced to happen, we don't know when, but what exactly is WH doing at this point to make sure that in the case this happens, patients and casualties will be dealt with in the best possible manner? Thank you.
Dr. Pieperkorn?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's incredibly complex. And first of all, we still, and I think all of us still believe, it should not happen. It absolutely should not happen. There's 1.6, 1.7 million people in a way too small place. There's no place to go. There's no place to go, and there is no place also safe in Gaza. Now, of course, hospitals, and we are trying to assist with that. They're making plans, like what, for example, I made the point on Al-Najjar Hospital in Rafah. Their most complex cases, they need to refer to the European Gaza Hospital. The same, the IMC field hospital does the same thing. So what to do if they cannot refer those patients anymore? I mean, that's we discussed where if their hospitals will be besieged, and again, I want to stress, even if the hospital is not directly attacked, but if there are besieged and there's military activities around that hospital quickly becomes partly functional and dysfunctional. So where to go? Plans are made, but they are all ad hoc plans, and the plans are also, I just wanted that this is a desperate plea, because plans are, there are no plans. The plans are plans, but they are absolutely insufficient. They're absolutely insufficient to stem that stream of patients when this would happen. So yeah, contingency plans are being made, but these contingency plans will be completely insufficient when this would happen at in that scale what is announced. Absolutely insufficient. So again, the plea that this should not happen. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pieperkorn. Now that the connectivity is better, maybe, Nina, if you want to ask again your question, because we were not able to hear the answer. Nina, are you still online?
Yes, yeah, thank you. Yes, I was asking about the Al Nasser Hospital, and I was hoping you could provide a little bit more detail on the situation there, if you have insights from people on the ground, in terms of whether Israeli snipers have killed civilians in the courtyard itself, and also that about the evacuation orders, how that's proceeding, how concerned you are about the evacuation, if it's possible to evacuate safely there too, and also the lack of food and drinking water in the hospital.
Thank you, Nina. I think you have also some
I'm not sure if you got the details I provided initially, and I don't have them with me because Thanos had them with me on the current situation. So we also have a lot of difficulties getting the right connections and the right information for Nasser Medical Complex, although it is literally very close by. That's the situation now. What we know that indeed that civilians have been called to evacuate, which is already extremely dangerous, but also the hospital has been under siege or military activities around that for more than a week. We know that at least 10 civilians have been killed around the hospital compound, and some reportedly within the hospital compound. We cannot confirm that as WHO. We also never confirm like who. I mean, that's what we see. I think Teresa said it as well. We have a mandate to report on attacks on health. We are not a crime investigation organization. We don't attribute that. We report as good as possible the facts. We know that the northern gate has been demolished, and we also have been reported that two warehouses have been almost destroyed completely and put on fire due to the hostilities. And that would be also an enormous blow, by the way, to the health service. The access is obstructed. We wanted, as though we wanted to get the hospital already last 5 to get in, and both were denied. Today there's another mission request, and also it's nothing happened with it. We will continue to do it. And at the moment, the last week from the was that there's 4 new patients. That's the latest we get. We want to do a quick assessment, and then we will be able to review better. It's not only this hospital. You also heard about hospital PRCS over the last couple of days, etc. And that Nasser Medical Complex is a key hospital for the whole of Gaza, and specifically for the south. So we
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, we're in Geneva as the World Health Organization came together this morning to discuss health concerns in Gaza. And you can see how the Israel-Hamas war rages on at this hour. Missile strikes now at 7:46 on the East Coast. You're getting a live look there in the Gaza region. And then we're also following the latest of Alejandro Mayorkas. We know that he's now facing the prospect of a trial in the Senate. He was the Secretary of Homeland Security, but for the first time in U.S. history, a sitting cabinet secretary has been impeached by Congress. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Now to a tragic and timely story we want to bring to you. On February 14th of 2018, an expelled student entered Parkland, Florida's Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School and opened fire, killing 17 people and wounding 17 others. It became, at the time, the deadliest shooting at a high school in U.S. history. Joining us live to further break this down is Associate Professor of Criminal Justice at the University of New Haven, Michael Lawler. Michael, good morning to you. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Happy to be here.
Well, a tragic day in U.S. history and happening on Valentine's Day. Can you take us back in time and recount what happened on this day?
Well, it was 6 years ago today, and a student who had been known to authorities and to some of his friends and family members as very disturbed, obsessed with guns, etc., had written on social media how he was a future school shooter multiple times, and many people were aware of this, came into the school and just started shooting. And in a scene that we've seen repeated several times, in recent years, local law enforcement, including the uniformed, armed school resource officer who was on the campus there when this took place, stayed outside the building until after the shooting was over. So it's just another example of two things. Number one, the people's real obligation to say something when they see something. And on top of that, law enforcement's obligation to take the kinds of steps that are available to them to interrupt these tragedies before they happen, right? So, so many lessons were learned from this tragic incident, and fortunately, Florida took some remedial steps. They adopted a red flag law, among other things. But it's the kind of thing that we have to be focused on and worried about.
And you mentioned that learning aspect, Mr. Lawler. I'm so glad you mentioned that because unfortunately, since this tragic day in 2018, there have been several more school shootings. What more needs to be done so this doesn't continue to be a plague in society?
Well, pretty long list of things. It is worth noting that the United States is almost unique in the world with the reality that our nation is literally flooded with guns, including a lot of these assault-style weapons, these AR-15 platform rifles, which was exactly the weapon that was used in this shooting, which the shooter legally bought at age 18 in Florida in the months leading up to this shooting, together with a bunch of other weapons. So that's one very controversial discussion related to responsible gun laws. On top of that, the obligation that each of us has as family members, as friends, as coworkers, when we see these signs of someone who is extremely disturbed, has a long list of grievances, and seems to be talking about, perhaps obsessed with guns, that's an opportunity to reach out to law enforcement to report what you're seeing and allow them to take the appropriate steps to potentially separate this individual from their weapons and get them to some mental health evaluation. It seems like someone did reach out, in this case to the FBI, reporting concerns they had about the Parkland shooter. And then the FBI and other federal authorities dropped the ball on that one. And local law enforcement, the sheriff's office, same thing. People were expressing their concerns about this individual, and no steps were taken to separate him from his guns and have him evaluated. So these are missed opportunities. In some ways, these tragedies are a teachable moment. And I think everyone watching this program, like me, probably knows people that they have some concerns about, which you might jokingly refer to as a future, active shooter, school shooter kind of thing. Well, if that's true, why not reach out? It doesn't mean anything will necessarily happen to that individual. It just means that it would be important for law enforcement to be aware of this, to see if there's more to the story. And so, unfortunately, these tragedies will keep on happening as long as guns are easily accessible in many states, and as long as people are so focused on the Second Amendment, which is appropriate to honor the Second Amendment, but it doesn't mean that law enforcement is incapable of taking steps to prevent tragedies before they happen.
Great dialogue, Michael Lawler. We always appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I know this is a very sensitive topic, but very timely and needed to keep these type of tragic incidents from continuing in the future. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Well, one positive thing that came out of this particular tragedy was an extraordinary and unprecedented amount of activism among young people, high school age people, college students, to convince people, politicians in particular, of the importance of adopting reasonable rules. I mean, Florida actually did this. They adopted a red flag law. I mean, we had the first in the nation red flag law here in Connecticut. And since that time, 19 states have adopted it. And there's no question that this mechanism available to police has prevented some tragedy, but it does rely on ordinary citizens to report to the police things that they're concerned about, and let the police and mental health professionals take the next step. And so, but the activism that came out of the Parkland shooting, you've seen it reflected in some recent election results. For the first time in decades, the United States Congress passed a comprehensive law, which, among other things, facilitated red flag law training and resources to states, led by our own senator here in Connecticut, Chris Murphy. So there are some positive signs that have come out of this, but we still have a long way to go to join the rest of the civilized world where the rules governing firearms are much more sensible than what we have here in the United States.
Michael Lawler, I always appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Your perspective and insight definitely not taken for granted. Thank you so much for joining us on this Valentine's Day, and you enjoy the rest of your day.
Happy Valentine's Day to you.
Thank you so much. Same to you and your family. As we continue top stories and headlines, we have to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time now 7:58 on the East Coast. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine, here to bring you all of your live events, top stories, and headlines from around the world. It is Wednesday morning, February 14th, meaning it is Valentine's Day. Love is in the air today, and we appreciate you sharing some of that love with us here on Live Now from Fox, getting all of your top stories and headlines to get you well throughout your day. Looking at the feeds right now, I do see a new one coming through, so I want to take you there now live. This one coming out of Abu Dhabi. The Indian Prime Minister attending the inauguration of a Hindu temple, which is said to be the first traditional Hindu stone temple in the Middle East. I'm going to pop up the audio to see if we can hear anything from this feed.
Yes, Sami, and I think the beauty of this wall goes beyond its physical features. This wall here has brought the entire world together. At this very moment, Prime Minister Modi is meeting the individuals from various faiths who have brought this message of harmony to life. And as you mentioned, normally walls divide, but here, this wall of harmony is bringing communities, cultures, and nations closer together.
So a pretty cool shot you're getting here on Live Now from Fox, coming out of Abu Dhabi. And again, this is the inauguration of a Hindu stone temple in the Middle East. It's set to be the first traditional Hindu stone temple in that region. So as we await more commentary, we're going to switch feeds now to another live shot we have coming here on Live Now from Fox. On your screen right now, we have the Canadian Defense Minister speaking about the Russia-Ukraine war. Let's listen in.
We continue to provide airlifts of more than 15 million pounds of equipment bound for Ukraine through Prestwick in the United Kingdom. And I want to assure our allies and our friends in Ukraine that for the long term, Canada will stand with our Ukrainian friends as they bravely defend themselves from Putin's unprovoked war of aggression. We will continue to work with our international allies and partners to ensure that Ukraine has what they need to defend its sovereignty, its security, and their freedom. Thank you very much, and I'll happily take any questions you may have.
Minister, why do you believe that what the UDPT is delivering to Ukraine is actually enough for the country?
Well, we have the opportunity every 2 months to come together, but we are in regular contact and conversation with our friends in Ukraine and working with our allies to determine what they need to continue to defend themselves against the unprovoked aggression of Russia. We have continually made every effort to supply them with what they need. They have, I think, demonstrated remarkable courage and resilience with the tools that have been made available to them. But they also require our assurance that we'll continue to be there for them and to continue to support them. And that's one of the reasons that today's meeting is so important. So that we, first of all, we hear with what the situation in Ukraine from the Ukrainians. We hear very clearly what they need. And then all of the partners and allies have continually stepped up to provide them with what they require.
Minister, can you have your take on the current discussions among European allies that they might need a nuclear shield of their own if should the U.S. drop out?
There are very important discussions about it taking place among all allies on precisely what capabilities are required. I'm not going to discuss any particular aspect of that, but I think we are extremely well led and well supported by the leadership of NATO and the commitment of the NATO partners to be there for each other in the mutual defense of each member of NATO and particularly for Europe. And so those conversations are ongoing, and we'll be hearing, I think, tomorrow and more extensively in conversations with the Supreme Allied Command in Europe exactly what is required to enable and to secure that defense.
How are you handling former President Trump's threatening comments about the 2%?
Well, I lived next door to the United States for a long time. I tend to mostly ignore some of the political rhetoric that takes place during their elections. And I think we need to judge our allies, and particularly for Canada, the United States, on its long history and track record of being there for global peace. And they are always a reliable and resilient partner. We continue to work with them. I was in Colorado Springs last week talking about a different alliance, which is the NORAD alliance with the United States. And for the last nearly 70 years, that has kept our continent safe. And so, again, you know, I think we cannot be distracted from the importance of our collective responsibility to national security and national defense of our countries and of our alliances.
On Middle East, how concerned are you, especially Iran, behind months of the conflict in the Middle East, because they have so many militia?
Yeah, well, I think like all countries, we're watching with great concern about what is transpiring in the Middle East, particularly with the renewed hostilities in the Rafah area of Gaza. We are very concerned about the potential loss of innocent civilian life and ensuring that aid gets there. There have been, I think, inappropriate levels of provocation and interference by a number of nations, and I think the response from the United States and from our allies, and we are part of the group helping, part of the coalition that is responding to the attacks in the Gulf of Aden and in the Red Sea. I believe that response has been at all times carefully calibrated and proportional. Thank you all very much.
So comments there wrapping up from the Canadian Defense Minister. He gave brief comments about the Russia-Ukraine war. We see someone now walking up. Let's continue to listen in.
It is a very important day, and of course the main topic will be Ukraine. And as I see it, we are entering into the very critical phase, because the spring is coming and Ukraine needs a clear signal, not only from us, but from all the members of the Rammstein group. And of course, we've seen some positive news, but still there is a possibility for Ukraine to win the war or to lose the war. And this is why this meeting today, I hope, will bring some good news. But you know, these positive messages, let's say that 13 countries from Europe have committed for a long time support, including Estonia. And this support will be over 20 billion. Germany, we know, over 7 billion. And then we have committed 0.25% of our GDP for the next 4 years. And this is something we need. We all need to send a very clear message, because we see how difficult it is on the battlefield at the moment. We see that there is a real need for Ukrainian army to get this positive message from all the allies. Of course, we need also the US support. We don't know exactly how the Congress will act, but we do not have the luxury today in this moment to say to Ukraine that we have some doubts. No, we don't, and this is why I hope that all the allies will have the understanding and the signal is ready to be given to Ukraine, that we will help Ukraine and we will continue helping immediately. And also to sum up the 1 million rounds initiative, I'm very happy that during the last meeting in European Union, we found the consensus. Of course, we are not happy that it's not the speed we were waiting for, but at the end of the day, we will deliver to Ukraine more than 1 million rounds. We are ramping up the production in Europe. This is a good news, and we see also some new money coming into the defense industry. So these were the three goals we had from the very beginning when we started this 1 million initiative from Estonian side. Thank you.
Why are you so optimistic that what the UDCG is delivering to Ukraine is actually enough for the country?
Well, definitely it is not enough, and we need to do more. And the main message still has to be that we are with them. Of course, one is what European countries can do, but it is very important that the US will also send a very clear message that they are continuing the help to Ukraine, because, as I said, the phase is very, very critical. We see heavy battles on the battleground, and we see that when the Ukrainians will not get the help they are in a very big need, then they will see more difficulties on the battleground, and this is why it is important to keep helping Ukraine.
Is the pressure growing along your border with the recent Russian comments about the wanted list and these monuments that have been moved to Estonia? Can you describe the friction? Has it increased? Is it always the same in your opinion?
Well, we are keeping ourselves calm. We know that Russians are doing information operations all the time, and I'm taking this as an information operation. And obviously, we also might say that it's a compliment to us that we are doing right things. But on the other hand, the interview of Putin to Tucker Carlson, and also now the message that our Prime Minister and State Secretary has been put into the wanted list. So this is something what Russia is doing to tear away the focus from the Ukraine war, and that we are also discussing these type of absurd news.
Minister, can we have your position on the current discussion in Germany, but also in Europe, with some politicians saying that Europe should now be thinking about a nuclear umbrella of its own in case there could be another Donald Trump presidency, and that in case that the US won't be a reliable partner anymore?
Well, first, I believe there is no time yet to take out the crystal ball and start, speculating, because the American people, the U.S. citizens, are the ones who are making the choice who will be the president of the United States. Secondly, I truly believe that U.S. will not go out from NATO because as European allies are important to the United States, the same way United States is important to European allies, and stronger we are together. And I do not see any reason why we should, take away this solidarity, this unity what we have inside of NATO, and we have been able to keep the peace in transatlantic zone for 75 years. So there is no point for that. But nevertheless, the message is very clear. We all need to do more also here in Europe. We still have only 11 countries in NATO who are doing 2% of our GDP. I hope that by the end of the year we see maybe 19, 80%, 20 countries who are doing 2%. But as we stated also in Vilnius, 2% is an absolute minimum to guarantee these commitments we have taken for the regional plans, for the reinforcement, and for the development of the NATO's forces. Any more? No? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you're just now tuning in, we are live in Brussels, Belgium. Different defense ministers walking up, speaking to the media ahead of that NATO meeting, and hearing from the defense ministers. They're all in agreement that the Ukraine war will be top of mind. They continue to pan and show as the defense ministers are walking in, hoping to get comments for them. Let's continue to listen in to see if they get another interview. All right, another defense minister walking up. Let's continue to listen in.
Ich komme gerne etwas näher. Ich habe keine Berührungsängste. Ja, wir stehen jetzt gleich vor dem Beginn des 19. Treffens im Rammstein-Format. Es geht um die Koordinierung der militärischen Unterstützung der Ukraine nicht nur jetzt, sondern eben auch als Langzeitaufgabe. Darum geht es jetzt in den kommenden Tagen. Jetzt sich, und das müssen wir uns bewusst machen, zum einen die Vollinvasion in die Ukraine durch Russland zum zweiten Mal.
All right, so this defense minister not speaking in English, but from what I could catch from what he was saying, he did mention Russia and Ukraine. So again, in agreement with the other defense ministers that this will be a topic of this upcoming NATO meeting. Right now, we're going to switch gears, though, to another live event coming through our studio. This one coming out of Abu Dhabi. The Indian Prime Minister is set to attend the inauguration of the Baps Hindu Temple, which is set to be the first traditional Hindu stone temple in the Middle East. You can see the construction and everything that took place to make this a reality. Let's watch and listen in.
Stone structure with the modern day functionality. Every steps from advanced material to overcoming timeline exemplifies.
The Prime Minister is now looking at the sub-fossil oaks. This mandir is not just a place of worship, but it is a living testament to national harmony. Here, an individual from the Czech Republic has donated 6 7,000-year-old sub-fossil oaks to share the message of unity across communities, across cultures and countries.
अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी मंदिर की एक विशिष्ट जगह की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जहां विद्यमान है आई ऑफ डिविनिटी, अर्थात दिव्यता के नयन। हम सब शांति चाहते हैं, पर वह तब मिलेगी जब हमारे अभिगम बदलेंगे। सभी में शुभ देखने से हम संवादिता रख पाएंगे। वही संवादिता विश्व में शांति लाएगी। सभी में शुभ देखने की दृष्टि देने वाला यह मंदिर है, उसका निदर्शन करते हुए यहाँ आई ऑफ डिविनिटी, दिव्यता के नयन की स्थापना हुई है, जहां से श्रीमान मोदी जी ने मंदिर का दर्शन किया।
This model is a 3D printed model of the mandir and was the same model that was launched by the Prime Minister in the Dubai Opera in 2018. Today, we can see that that dream is now fulfilled in the mandir behind the model. Currently, children from around the world are welcoming the Prime Minister as he walks up to the mandir. The Prime Minister has honored the mandir as a tribute to his own commitment to love, to peace, and harmony.
आई ऑफ डिविनिटी से आगे अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मंदिर की ओर अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। हम सब जानते हैं कि बड़ी बड़ी संस्कृतियां नदी के किनारे पर पनपी है, उसका विकास नदी के किनारे के आसपास होता रहा है। तो यहाँ इस मंदिर की संरचना में भी गंगा, यमुना और सरस्वती की धाराएं बह रही है और उसके तट पर ये भव्य BAPS हिंदू मंदिर खड़ा हुआ है। सामान्य तौर पर पानी नीचे गिरता है, लेकिन यहाँ मंदिर के आगे जो वाटरफॉल है उसमें आप गौर से देखेंगे तो नजर में आएगा कि पानी की कुछ बूंदें ऊपर भी चढ़ रही है। मनुष्याणाम सहस्रेषु कश्चित् यतति सिद्धये का मर्म समझाती हुई यह रचना, उस पर दृष्टिपात करके अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी कलश पूरित जल को गंगा जी की धारा में बहाकर अपनी अंजलि दे रहे हैं।
संयुक्त अरब देशेत्र सनातन सुमंदिरे लोक पावनि हे गंगे जलेस्मिन् सन्निधिं कुरु। ओम श्री गंगायै नमः। श्री गंगाम आवाहयामि स्थापयामि नमस्करोमि।
गंगा जी की धारा में जल कलश का सिंचन करके अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी भारत की पवित्र नदी यमुना में अपनी जलधारा बहाने के लिए आ रहे हैं।
संयुक्त अरब देशेत्र सनातन सुमंदिरे पूते कालिंदी यमुने जलेस्मिन् सन्निधिं कुरु। ओम श्री यमुनायै नमः। श्री यमुनाम् आवाहयामि स्थापयामि नमस्करोमि।
गंगा जी और यमुना जी की धाराओं में जल कलश से जल का सिंचन करके अब प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी मंदिर की सोपान पंक्तियों को चढ़कर मंदिर में प्रवेश करेंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री का मंदिर में स्वागत करने के लिए इस मंदिर के विश्वकर्मा निर्माता परम पूज्य प्रकट ब्रह्म स्वरूप महंत स्वामी महाराज है। उनके चरणों में अभिवंदना माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री कर रहे हैं। शब्द सुमनों से स्वागत के बाद अब कलात्मक पुष्पहार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी परम पूज्य महंत स्वामी महाराज का अभिवादन कर रहे हैं। इस मंदिर की भेंट देने।
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, a pretty cool ceremony underway out there in Abu Dhabi. The Indian Prime Minister attending the inauguration of the Babs Hindu Mandir Temple, which is said to be the first traditional Hindu stone temple there in the Middle East. Let's continue to watch and listen in.
अब मंदिर का लोकार्पण महंत स्वामी महाराज के साथ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी कर रहे हैं।
अथ मंदिरोद्घाटन विधिः अद्यात्र संयुक्तारब राष्ट्रे अबुधाबी नगरे विश्वैकता संवादिता प्रेम शांति इत्यादि मूल्य प्रसारणार्थम समस्त लोक कल्याणाय BAPS हिन्दुमन्दिरस्य उद्घाटनम् अहं करोमि।
As visitors walk into the temple, the first dome that will greet them is the Dome of Harmony. It consists of 5 layers that represent the 5 elements. The first layer is earth, represented by carvings of the world. The second layer is water, represented by the conch shells. The third layer is light, represented by the carvings of the sun. The fourth layer is wind, represented by galloping deers. And finally, the last layer is Akash, or space, which is represented by the moons and the stars. The messaging is simple, that places change and people change. So if since the beginning of time, these 5 elements, which are so distinct in nature, can create a beautiful world, you and I, who are just a little bit different, can come together and create a more harmonious world.
मंदिर के कलात्मक गुंबज का दर्शन करके अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री अक्षर पुरुषोत्तम महाराज के समक्ष आ रहे हैं। इन मूर्तियों की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा आज सुबह में ही परम पूज्य महंत स्वामी महाराज के कर कमलों से संपन्न हुई है। वेद उपनिषद में वर्णित ब्रह्म और परब्रह्म के स्वरूप समान ही यह अक्षर पुरुषोत्तम महाराज के समक्ष विराजमान होकर अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी वेदोक्त विधि से इस मूर्तियों का पूजन करेंगे। BAPS संस्था के स्थापक ब्रह्म स्वरूप शास्त्री जी महाराज का आज जन्मदिन है। उन्होंने अक्षर पुरुषोत्तम उपासना के मंदिरों की रचना का प्रारंभ किया था। पूरे विश्व में ब्रह्म स्वरूप योगी जी महाराज और प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज ने ऐसी सनातन उपासना के मंदिरों का निर्माण किया और आज अबू धाबी में ये मंदिर का लोकार्पण हो रहा है।
हम दोनों हाथ जोड़कर मंगलाचरण करेंगे। स्वामी नारायणारंभाम यज्ञ पुरुष मध्यमाम महंत स्वामी पर्यंताम वंदे गुरु परंपराम। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुर् गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। स्वस्ति तिलकम। अब महंत स्वामी महाराज नरेंद्र मोदी साहब को चंदन और अक्षत से स्वस्ति तिलक करेंगे। हरि ओम। स्वस्ति न इंद्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तारक्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु। कंकणबन्धनम्। हरिः ओम। जदा बध्नन्दाक्षायणा हिरण्यगुंशतानीका यसुमनस्य मानाः तन्म आबध्नामि शतशारदाया युग्माञ्जरदष्टिर्यथा सम्मा। अथ संकल्पः। अब परम पूज्य महंत स्वामी महाराज और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री अपने दाएं हाथ में जल का चम्मच धारण करके इस मंदिर के लोकार्पण का संकल्प करेंगे। नमः परमात्मने श्री स्वामिनारायण परब्रह्म पुरुषोत्तमाय तत्सत्। अद्य ब्रह्मणो द्वितीये परार्धे श्री श्वेतवाराह कल्पे सप्तमे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे कलियुगे कलिप्रथमचरणे भूर्लोके संयुक्तारब अमीरात वर्षे पुण्यभूमौ अबुधाबी नगरे अस्मिन् श्री BAPS स्वामिनारायण हिंदू मंदिरे महाशुभस्थाने अशीत्यधिक-द्विसहस्रतमे विक्रमाब्दे मासोत्तमे मासे माघ मासे शुक्लपक्षे शुभपुण्यतिथौ पंचम्यां तिथौ बुधवासरे रेवती नक्षत्रे शुभयोगे कौलवकरणे सर्वेषु ग्रहेषु यथा यथं राशिस्थानस्थितेषु सत्सु प्रकटब्रह्मस्वरूपं महंत स्वामी महाराजानां भारतवर्षस्य मान्यवर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी महोदयानां च सन्निधौ मम तथा च आत्मनः एतन्मन्दिरद्वारा विश्वस्मिन् संवादिता शांति सौमनस्य सौहार्द संपादनार्थं भारतीय संस्कृति सुप्रतिष्ठा हेतवे सर्वेषाम् आयुः आरोग्य ऐश्वर्य अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष फल प्राप्त्यर्थं अक्षर पुरुषोत्तम महाराजः श्री राधा सहितः भगवान श्री कृष्णः पद्मा.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we're live in Abu Dhabi as the Indian Prime Minister is attending the inauguration of the Baps Hindu Mandir Temple, which is said to be the first traditional Hindu stone temple there in the Middle East. You can see a beautiful, beautiful building there and those officials there for the inauguration of this Hindu stone temple. The time now 8:29 on the East Coast. We're going to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Continuing now with top stories and headlines of the day. Nearly 4 years after Harvey Weinstein was convicted of rape and sent to prison, New York's highest court will hear arguments today in his quest to overturn the landmark Me Too era verdict. Weinstein's lawyers are asking the State Court of Appeals in Albany to dismiss the disgraced movie mogul's 2020 conviction, arguing the judge trampled his right to a fair trial by, quote, succumbing to the pressure, end quote. This of America's reckoning with sexual misconduct perpetrated by powerful figures. Joining us live to further break this down is criminal defense attorney and former sex crimes prosecutor Nicole DeBoer. Nicole, good morning, and thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
So could you provide some background of this case and what happened to lead us to today, please?
So if we go back in time, you'll remember that this case was tried at a time when really the Me Too movement was at a fervor. Anytime you have a criminal trial, which really is supposed to be focused on the rights of the individual who is being tried, and sometimes people don't like to hear that because they want to hear about, the victims, quote unquote, in a case. But trials are designed to make sure that the constitutional rights of the accused are always put first. And in this circumstance, the movement seems to have overridden what really should have been happening in terms of constitutional considerations. In other words, anytime you have a case that really turns into part of a movement, as opposed to about an individual and what he did or did not do, you have a big problem. And I think that they do have some appellate issues here to deal with.
And Nicole, so his attorneys are hoping for dismissal of his convictions, saying that he basically didn't get a fair trial. Can you break down the details of what happened during this that would lead them to even come forward to the State Court of Appeals?
So some of the things that they're arguing include that this judge, who, by the way, is no longer a judge, allowed into evidence testimony from other alleged complainants about things that happened to them over 30 years ago, or at least that they claimed happened to them over 30 years ago. There are real questions as to whether or not that kind of evidence should have ever gone before the jury. I mean, the reality is this: if the prosecution's case is strong enough, they don't need to bolster it with accusations completely unrelated to the one at hand. And instead, what happened here is, over the defense team's objection, the court allowed multiple women to testify about things they claim happened to them 30 years ago that had nothing to do with the incident that the jurors were really to decide.
So, Nicole, let's fast forward to today. What's the likelihood that this conviction will even be dismissed? Because he was used as an example during this Me Too movement, saying that allegations like these would not be tolerated.
Right. I mean, and while we may morally disagree, right, like we may agree that you should not have people out abusing women, right? I think all of us would absolutely agree with that. And we don't want people out sexually assaulting women or abusing women. The courtroom is a place where strict evidentiary rules are followed because the Constitution matters. And I think that there is a chance that this Court of Appeals will look at the evidence that came in and find, one, that it really should not have been considered by the jury that gave the convictions, and two, that it damaged their view of the defendant in this case in such a way that it was not something the defense team could overcome. In other words, the prosecution team, they're arguing, piled on with such really terrible allegations from a very long time ago, that jurors just looked at the whole group of testimony as opposed to the actual allegation at hand.
Nicole, this is nearly 4 years later. There have been headlines in the media. This man has been made of an example regarding this Me Too movement. Could you see a judge and even the State Court of Appeals actually following through with this, with all of the headlines and everything that have happened since then? Do you think it could sway them either way?
It's possible that there could be a reversal. I mean, a court of appeals is supposed to be a group of judges that look very carefully about how the rules have been applied in a case and whether or not evidence was constitutionally allowable in front of the jury or whether it was not. Judges really should not ever be getting to let their opinion factor in to how they make decisions in a case. They really need to look at case law. They need to look at the Constitution. They need to look at the statutes, and they need to look at precedent for how that information is applied in the case and how the evidence came in. So I think it's certainly possible. This was a very unusual prosecution.
Nicole, I definitely appreciate your expertise and insight as we look ahead to the State Court of Appeals later today. Is there anything else you'd like to add or anything the viewers need to be keeping a close eye on as all of this unfolds?
I think that the best thing that we can do is try to do what the judges have to do, separate ourselves from what we believe about an issue, right? And instead look to whether or not the rules were followed, because really our court system is one of the best in the world, and we want to make sure that it works for everyone, because you never know when you or someone you care about will need to set foot in a courtroom and hope the rules are applied to them properly.
Nicole, thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox on this Valentine's Day, breaking down this very important and relevant case, as this is still an issue in America today. And they have been using this case in several courtrooms as kind of an example of how these cases should play out. We appreciate your dialogue. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. The time now 8:38 on the East Coast, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing with our live events coming through our studio. Right now, we're going to head back out to Abu Dhabi, a live event underway. The Indian Prime Minister attending the inauguration of the Babs Hindu Mandir Temple is said to be the first traditional Hindu stone temple in the Middle East. Let's continue to listen in.
नवीन झीमूत समान वर्णम रत्नोल्लसत्कुण्डलशोभिकर्णं महाकिरीटाग्रमयूरपर्णं श्रीराधिका कृष्णमहं नमामि।
बीएपीएस संस्था के वरिष्ठ संत पूज्य स्वयं प्रकाश दास स्वामी जी, पूज्य डॉक्टर स्वामी से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मिल रहे हैं। मंदिर के कलात्मक स्तंभों का दर्शन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री कर रहे हैं। यहाँ खड़ा हुआ एक एक स्तंभ आकर्षक और अर्थपूर्ण है। कुल मिलाकर 402 स्तंभ यहाँ मंदिर में खड़े हुए हैं। उस एक एक स्तंभ पर कुछ न कुछ पौराणिक वैदिक कथाओं का शिल्पांकन हुआ है।
ओम श्री संकल्प सिद्धि स्वरूप गुरुवर्य शास्त्री महाराजाय नमः। पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि।
All right, so a very interesting and cool inauguration underway out there in Abu Dhabi for the celebration of this Hindu Mandir Stone Temple. The time now 8:43 on the East Coast. We have to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you are just now tuning in. If you didn't know, today is Wednesday, February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day to you. As we know, this is a day that many across America celebrate. Joining us live to further break down the history of this holiday is Professor of Marketing at the University of New Haven, Anjali Ganchandani. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day to you as well. So, Anjali, we know this day did not start today. It has a history that dates back. Take us back in time, please, and explain how this holiday even came about.
It goes back to the Romans, and they celebrated St. Valentine. He had died. He was in prison, and when he was in prison, he would help his fellow prisoners. It then evolved, and then it went to the British, where they also started writing letters. There was also another prisoner. It was Charles, Duke of Orleans. He was imprisoned in the Tower of London, where he started writing poetry and love letters to his wife while he was in prison. So it started out as a very dark day.
Anjali, I think from what you said, we can all relate to the love letters aspect of this. So they took something kind of dark and grim and turned it into a Hallmark holiday, if you will. Can you share how this holiday has transitioned to the chocolate, the flowers, still keeping the love letters?
It's gone way beyond that, because what's happened is those actual letters of showing your gratitude and love for someone, it really became commercialized. And now we see everyone, all the brands getting behind this holiday to create sales events and really generate traffic to buy their product. Everything from flowers, restaurants are booked, chocolates and gifts. All of these gift items and products, the National Retail Federation says this year for Valentine's Day, we'll spend over nearly $26 billion on product. So it is a commercial event. It's a sales event. It's a retail event.
I can believe it, not to mention the people that will buy the items marked half off tomorrow. So as you mentioned, I know you're a professor of marketing. You can give us that economic outlook of this holiday. Can you further break that down? I mean, it's not just a one and done anymore. Some people even celebrating the whole week. Some people celebrating well into the weekend.
Yes, it's a lead up. So it's 2 weeks prior to the holiday of the 14th. You'll see retailers with different websites where they turn their websites with Valentine's decorative images. You'll be getting emails. Storefronts will have everything from Valentine balloons and their windows decorated. So it's creating that excitement to draw customers in to make those purchases and really think about the ones they care about and they love. And it could be everyone from family members to friends.
And Anjali, the commercials and the sales pitches have gotten so much more clever to the point where you'll get someone a gift and you're like, you know what, I think they'll like this. And then you see a commercial or you get an email and you're like, well, goodness, now I feel like I got to get this as well. I mean, the hype and the amount of money spent around this holiday is unbelievable.
Yes, and it's also, don't forget, it's a very big day for proposals. So think about the jewelry. Think about couples that are really thinking about their future. This is one of the days where you'll see a lot of people popping the ring and asking to get married.
And then, Anjali, on the flip side, you have those couples and those people who refuse to participate. They're like, you know what? This is a man-made holiday. I will not allow it to be the reason I dictate my love to my significant other. Have you heard about those stories as well?
Well, then you have a whole set of galentimes where it's girlfriends getting together and celebrating together over dinners, drinks, and just celebrating their love for each other and friendship, which is also very, very, very nice. And it's become a big thing.
Anjali, I have thoroughly enjoyed this conversation with you this morning on this Valentine's Day and the historical aspect and marketing component. As many people, they just see the chocolate, they see the teddy bears, they even see that steak dinner on Valentine's Day night, but they don't really understand the history behind it. I appreciate you breaking it down for us. I want to ask you, as we look ahead before we conclude this interview, where are eyes set next? I know Mother's Day right around the corner. Is that pretty much the next big holiday people are focused on?
Yes, you'll see it. You'll go into Easter, you'll see that in the retailers, and then you'll go into Mother's Day and Father's Day. It'll dovetail.
Anjali, thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, wishing everyone a very happy Valentine's Day and to enjoy wherever they are and whoever they're with.
Thank you so much, and happy Valentine's Day to you and your loved ones as well, Anjali. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. The time now 8:51 on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. And again, it's Wednesday morning, February 14th. Valentine's Day is here. Love is in the air. And we appreciate you spending Valentine's Day with us right here on Live Now from Fox. We have to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, my colleague Mike Page will be taking over, giving you all of those live events, top stories, and headlines to get you well throughout your day. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Vox. This is a live look here at the White House as we continue to bring you the top stories, headlines, and, of course, when breaking news happens, we have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Bache here. Thanks so much again for joining us here, as always. I do want to let you know of some breaking news that we are following for you. There has been a shooting in D.C., and we are learning that 3 officers have been injured in that shooting with non-life-threatening injuries. They have been taken to an area hospital, and as soon as we have some shots available to us, we will bring it to you on Live Now from Fox. As we go into other news here, just moments ago, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, speaking for the first time since his second hospital visit, speaks about the war in Ukraine. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
The UDCG and are looking forward to hearing from you today. So with that, let me first introduce Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin to deliver his introductory remarks. Mr. Secretary, over to you.
Thanks, Celeste. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you all again. And I'm sorry that I wasn't able to travel to Brussels this week. I look forward to bringing this contact group together in person soon. I plan to be in person with you today in Brussels, but I had to return to the hospital for non-surgical procedures. I'm in good condition, and my cancer prognosis remains excellent. And I'm really grateful for all the well wishes. Thanks for working across time zones to join us for the 19th meeting of this contact group. As always, I'm glad that we're joined by a distinguished delegation from Ukraine led by Minister Umerov. Rustam, it's great to have you with us again. And I move that so many allies and partners from around the globe are with us today. That's a testament to this coalition's resolve and unity, and we won't back down. Ladies and gentlemen, later this month, we will mark 2 full years since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of its peaceful and democratic neighbor, Ukraine. When Putin launched his unjust and unprovoked war of choice, he was betting that Ukraine would fold. But he couldn't have been more wrong. Ukraine fought Putin's invasion with incredible courage and phenomenal skill. And nations of goodwill around the world rallied to Ukraine's cause. The countries of this contact group, almost 2 years later, are still united in common purpose. The Kremlin keeps on betting that we will all lose interest in Ukraine and that our support will flicker and fade. But I am more determined than ever, and I know that you are as well. This contact group remains resolute, undaunted, and firm. And make no mistake, the United States continues to stand foursquare with Ukraine. And America will continue to support Ukraine's principled fight against Putin's imperial aggression. The Kremlin is sinking deeper into its self-inflicted isolation. But this coalition of some 50 countries worldwide is here to roll up our sleeves and get to work. And our allies and partners continue to shoulder the burden of our shared security. Almost 2 years in, we continue to send security assistance to the battlefield, and we are now building coalitions for Ukraine's long-term security. And we remain focused on accountability for the assistance that we're providing to Ukraine. We'll work together today on Ukraine's near-term requirements, including its urgent need for more artillery, ammunition, and air defense missiles. And what we're calling the capability coalitions are standing up and moving out. They're helping to build the foundations for a Ukrainian future force that will deter and defend against continued Russian aggression. And we will continue to adapt our support to Ukraine's short-term and long-term security requirements. So let me thank everyone who is leading the capability coalitions. You are tackling truly crucial tasks. That means building up Ukraine's future artillery force and supplying it with enough ammunition. It means equipping Ukraine with F-16s and the infrastructure to keep them flying. And it means ensuring that Ukraine has an integrated and layered air defense network to protect its civilians, cities, and skies. We'll keep using the nimble framework of the capability coalitions to adapt to Ukraine's evolving security requirements. Each of these coalitions underscores our unity and resolve to help Ukraine and to confront Russian aggression. We'll continue.
All right, that was the remarks there from Defense Secretary Austin speaking about the war in Ukraine. We want to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go out to Fox 5 DC coverage right now as they are giving the latest updates of 3 officers injured right now in a shooting.
Obviously, you know that is a huge range of potential injuries there. The officers have all been taken to the hospital, and at this point, there is no further update from the police union. But again, Stephanie will get us all the details at the top of the hour. So with that said, we're going to turn things over to, well, we're going to get to Good Day DC as we take another look at the map, because we're going to get you more information and details at the top of the hour. So with that, we'll turn things over to Good Day DC.
All right, everyone, we will get back to their coverage in just moments on Live Now from Fox. We'll get you back out to the breaking news of 3 officers injured in a shooting in the D.C. area. Another live look at the White House, where we'll continue to always bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to watch with us. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll get the latest war in Israel update right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be bringing that to you as it happens. We'll be talking with Fox News' Trey Yingst. Looking forward to that conversation, as there every day there's just new movement in this war. It is very fluid, as you can imagine. So again, we will be bringing it to you nonstop coverage on Live Now from Fox coming up in the next 15 minutes or so. And we'll also be keeping an eye on the Dow today after a big sell-off yesterday. We'll see if it could rebound. The market is going to open in 30 minutes, so we'll, of course, be showcasing that to you all day. It was a rough start. 500 points in the red yesterday. Want to go back out now to D.C. It looks like we're getting more coverage of the shooting.
Barricades have already started here. We're at the 4500 block of Benning Road. I saw a cross street earlier, a central, looks like East Capitol here, but you can see police have the street blocked off. We've been seeing cruisers. You hear it now, still rushing. A number of cruisers down the line there as well. Steve, I know you've been on the air reporting some information. I'm just going to repeat if you've already said this before, but we do have confirmed 3 officers were shot. Injuries suffered here, but non-life-threatening injuries. We've been listening to the radio communication back and forth where it sounded like there's some kind of barricade situation. We're still trying to confirm that with officials, but we're told this is the 5300 block, I'm sorry, the 5000 block of Hanna Place Southeast where this situation unfolded. The D.C. Police Union has confirmed 3 of their members suffered non-life-threatening injuries. They were rushed to the hospital. In some of the radio calls we heard a tourniquet was applied. The mayor's office is telling us they are aware of what's going on here. The mayor talking to the police chief. We're trying to get closer for you, but you can still see here right in front of us a very active investigation going on still, with officers rushing to the scene still. The first calls, it sounds like they started coming around 8:20 this morning. So a little over half an hour, 40 minutes ago is what we're talking about here, time frame of when this happened. So we're going to continue to get closer for here for you guys. We are not the only crew on scene here, but we will continue to bring you updates. But again, 3 D.C. police officers shot this morning. We're told non-life-threatening injuries right now, and we'll continue to bring the very latest. Steve, I'm going to send it back to you.
So if we need to stay with you for a minute, Stephanie, because I want to get an idea what folks in the community are saying, and obviously it's got to be just like a huge impact for folks in the area, where police officers obviously are trying to keep everybody as safe as possible, but at the same time, now you have this situation where you have 3 of the officers themselves who were shot, and it's an area that unfortunately has it's seen some tough times over the years as well. So I'm curious if there's anybody there that you can maybe talk to and get an idea what they think as far as these latest developments this morning.
I'm here. I am, yes. Come back to me. I won't put your face on camera if you don't want to be on camera. Stephen, you can hear me. So I'm live now. Ma'am, just real quick, we don't have to put your face on camera if you don't want to be on camera. Just tell me about, how this is impacting your life right now. What's going on?
Like, look how the schools, where the buses at, with Metro.
You heard it there. A parent she's with a child there, a group gathered here, frustrated, upset, people not knowing what's going on, where the school buses are, what's going on with Metro. So as you said, Steve, a very big disruption to regular life here and people with things to do this morning. Again, though, very active investigation with police still rushing to the scene. The call is coming around 8:20 this morning. And just to give you another look at what everybody in the community is seeing right now, you can't get down from where we are, East Capitol Southeast, and Benning to the location, which is still several blocks away. This is how big this investigation is in the city this morning.
All right, we're keeping an eye kind of on what's happening behind you, Stephanie. I'm curious from your perspective, and I know that there were some calls. We see more of the police vehicles headed down that way. I know there was some early concern when this first happened that they did not want people near the scene, and I know that you're respectfully at a distance, but does that, parlay into any information onto whether or not the person who did the shooting is still out there?
We are still, Steve, working to confirm that. I don't have that information for you right now, unfortunately. As with any scene, they always say immediately, please stay away, part of the investigation to preserve evidence as well. We are still trying to get as close as we can to show our viewers what's going on and paint a clear picture of what happened here, as well as keep any families connected to this informed as well. But yeah, we don't have the information right now, and it's kind of hard to get officials on the phone because most of them are on scene responding to this as we speak. Steve?
All right, and the street directly behind you, is that Benning where the traffic is actually flowing?
So traffic is flowing on East Capitol Southeast. Benning, where am I? Benning Road Northeast is to my left. And yeah, it's definitely a couple blocks off here, and you can see the chaos. And you heard the frustration from that mother just now of folks still trying to navigate and figure out their way here, what they're going to do next. But definitely police not allowing any traffic up this way.
Sure.
It's still a further ways down here to go to even get to the scene.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see is where we were shut off on Benning there. So it looks like right at the 4500 block. All right, Stephanie, we'll give you a chance to try to catch somebody else in the community and see what they have to say about it. And while we do that, we're going to switch gears right now. And I was curious to bring Annie Mae into the mix right now as far as where traffic was flowing and where it wasn't. We saw Benning Road stop there at about 45th, but East Capitol at least still flowing. That's a good thing, but there are some disruptions out there.
Of course, Stephanie is on the scene giving you those live updates, but we will tell you what we know as of right now. Benning Road and Hanna Place right now over in Southeast, that is closed for police activity. So Benning Road, it looks like it is closed there between Southern Avenue and G Street, and then on Hanna Place.
All right, so they are going to other coverage right now, including traffic. I want to get back out there. It looks like the reporter has another interview from the scene. Let's go right here on Live Now from Fox.
12 officers were walking towards the apartment building where the guy is barricaded at, arms to the T. They got the command center.
Did anyone, you saw the command center. Did you see anyone, when you say arm to the T, who are you talking about
The police officers.
The police arm, okay.
They were heading up there towards the apartment complex.
So you're watching all this in person
while I'm walking.
While you're walking to take someone to school.
Yeah, to go to school.
What do you make of that?
It's scary. You got to understand what's going on. But I'm glad we have enough police officers to keep the area safe so that people can still go around. But other than that, I'm just glad it wasn't the school at all, because when I took the kids, and I was scared to take them at first, but they said that the school is open, you can still take the kids to school. They sent text messages out saying that there was going to be on lockdown, so that's how it went down.
What school is this, if you don't mind me asking? KIPP. Oh,
yeah,
KIPP is right there. Okay.
Right there.
And sir, did police say anything to you about what was going on?
They didn't say anything too much of information-wise, but they just said to stay away from the certain areas where they got it blocked off at.
Okay. And your loved one is okay? All right.
Yes,
Ryan, right?
Yeah, Ryan.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. We're going to keep updating folks here as we continue to move through the shows. But thank you so much, Ryan. We appreciate it. You stay safe. You be careful out here.
Have a good day.
Steve, you heard it there. The gentleman explaining that he did see the very serious situation right in front of him. KIPP DC, we're going to be reaching out. I'm sure our desk is already on it, but trying to figure out what's going on there as well. But still very active, fluid investigation. Even as Ryan was talking there, you heard more cruisers arriving to the scene here. A lot, very big here today.
He was talking about a suspect barricading the building and seeing police armed going to that apartment building as he was taking his loved one to KIPP. That's what he was explaining there, seeing the officers heavily armed. And he also, I don't know if you heard him there, he had made some comments saying that he is happy that there's enough police officers to respond here with what's going on here. But you heard it right there, just dramatic moments for people, especially kids, to experience in the morning, trying to drop off kids to school. He did not say any firing from the building. What he described was officers heavily armed responding to the barricade situation there, Steve.
All right, Fox 5 DC coverage continues. Want to give you another live look here at the scene that we are bringing it to you on Live Now from Fox. Again, when breaking news happens, we have you covered as always, breaking it down for you. So we'll keep an eye on this. We are going to take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's go back out to some more of the coverage from Fox DC as we are learning more information about 3 officers injured in a shooting.
But we were listening to the emergency radio calls and did hear them say that one officer had a tourniquet applied to them. I believe the officer was shot in the leg. But 3 non-life-threatening injuries here, 3 DC police officers shot. Very clearly heavy scene here with people trying to navigate what's going on around them. The one gentleman we spoke with saying that he was dropping off someone to KIPP, DC KIPP right next door, and so they had to adjust and may still very well likely be on lockdown right now as this all continues. Here you go, another vehicle involved here. We saw like more command-style vehicles going through here in addition to just cruiser after cruiser here in this area.
Yeah, certainly concerning. I mean, we saw the family you tried to speak with earlier, the woman trying to get her daughter to school there. There's another one further behind you, Stephanie, on the phone. I think more and more people in the community are realizing what has taken place. We have our desk here working to gather more details, and also how KIPP is even handling this situation with kids being in the building there. I know you've only been able to chat with just one man so far, at least from what I've seen in our coverage as you're working to gather details, Steph. Describe more of what you can see maybe behind the camera that we can't see at this very moment.
We have the lights, so we're gonna walk with you actually, but right now this area is just dealing with the closure for the investigation, but clearly it's just a wide swath here of street closures. When you look at least like 3 or 4 blocks down is where you start to see the concentration of police lights. And I'm sorry, it's shaky. It's going to be a little jarring, I guess, if we're walking too fast for you, but we're trying to get as close as we can as we move through the scene here. But earlier, we saw a lot of families going through, trying to navigate with Metro now, unable to get to their stops, and people still trying to make it to work. Kids trying to get to school this morning. So we're just going to keep walking and talking for you there. But you can see folks standing by, trying to figure out what's going on themselves. But, sorry, I'm trying to catch my breath while I'm still walking here. But we're moving closer to the scene here, and you're still hearing cruisers arrive to the scene. Marissa?
Well, it definitely stretches several blocks there from what I can see, Steve.
Yeah, Stephanie, I don't know how far you are from our colleague Dave Isaac's positioning, which is the other view that we're seeing in the upper left of the screen right now, a couple blocks away. So they had a police vehicle where it looked like they had some folks that looked like they, potentially could be gearing up for something. They have since moved their location slightly, but there's still a police presence there. I know it's a couple blocks. I think they're on H, so it might be just around the corner from where you are, Stephanie. But as you're walking, Stephanie, are you noticing like just any change?
All right, everyone, that is Fox 5 DC coverage. We are learning that 3 officers injured in the DC area of a shooting with non-life-threatening injuries. They've been taken to local hospitals, so we'll keep an eye on that. Go back to the coverage in just moments, but we do want to switch gears here on Live Now from Fox and bring you the latest of the war in Israel. It seems like every day, really every hour, there is just new nuggets with this story that continues to develop, of the war that continues to rage on. So we want to bring in from Israel right now, Fox News' Trey Yinks, always a wealth of information on the latest updates, and joins us live with the latest. Trey.
Absolutely, and today we have a lot of updates for you from both the northern and southern front as this war develops. The town of Sufad in northern Israel was targeted today with rockets fired from southern Lebanon. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah directly targeting Israel's northern command, killing at least 1 person and injuring several others. Now, the Israelis say they have already responded, striking the launching positions of these attacks. But according to Israel's defense minister Yoav Gallant, this is just the beginning. What we saw today was an escalation from what's taken place over the past 130 days since Hezbollah got involved in this conflict. And it's an indication that tonight Israel could ramp up its counterstrikes against positions not just in southern Lebanon, but across the country, as the Israelis want to make clear it's not just Hezbollah responsible for this fire into northern Israel, but also the Lebanese government that allows this organization to operate freely. I do want to give you some updates about the southern front, where Israeli forces continue to operate against Hamas inside the Gaza Strip. We do understand Gaza's second largest city of Khan Yunis remains the key battlefield right now for the Israelis. They are still going after Hamas leadership, trying to look for any of the hostages that they can find and put as much pressure on the militant groups inside Gaza, including Hamas and Islamic Jihad, as they try to go to the negotiating table this week in Cairo and figure out if there is a viable ceasefire option that could see a temporary pause in the fighting inside Gaza and allow some of those hostages to be released. Back to you.
And Trey, we've been learning a little bit more from the World Health Organization. They continue to give their assessment, and they've been pleading with Israel to not go into Rafah. What is the latest on that?
There is major concern in the international community, rightly so, about the possibility of an Israeli operation into Gaza's southernmost city of Rafah. Remember, since this conflict began, the Israelis have been telling Palestinian civilians to evacuate to the south, to go further south. And now, many of them, more than half of Gaza's population, around 1.2 million Palestinians, are sheltering in the city of Rafah. And they can't go anywhere else. They're right on the Egyptian border. And the Israelis operated earlier this week in Rafah to rescue these 2 hostages during the strikes that took place. In parallel to that operation, dozens of Palestinians were killed. And in this densely populated area, if the Israelis move forward, they will need a plan to get civilians out of the way. Palestinians are tired. They have been moving day after day trying to get to safer locations, but the reality is there is no safe place inside Gaza as the Israeli air and ground campaign continues. And so the Biden administration is urging the government of Benjamin Netanyahu to slow operations, try to come to the table and see if there is a viable diplomatic option on the table. And if there isn't, the Israelis are likely to go into Rafah, but they will try to get some civilians out of the way. It will be an incredibly dangerous event for those who are sheltering in Rafah if that does take place. And it's part of the reason you see so many international organizations like the World Health Organization, like the United Nations and others calling on the Israelis to use restraint in their operations in the southern part of Gaza.
All right, Trey Yingst with Fox News in Israel today, giving us the latest. Again, thank you again for joining us as always, and stay safe to you and your crew. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we will continue to bring you the latest from the war in Israel as more news comes. But we want to switch gears again and take you out to the breaking news in D.C. right now as 3 officers injured in a shooting. Let's go back out to the Fox 5 D.C. coverage
as well. So we're trying to get an idea there if it has anything to do with that particular building or another building up the street. Stephanie had talked to a gentleman earlier this morning that said that he believed that there had been or was some type of barricade situation. There's, you see another police vehicle that's heading up H Street southeast. As Stephanie continues her journey also in that area, she's actually getting a little bit closer to that scene. So again, we have numerous roads that are closed down. We still have an investigation that is underway. We're apparently still looking for a suspect in this case.
And just then, we've learned that Garfield and Plummer elementary schools are placed on lockdown while this is happening. We just got that notification. Still working on more information regarding KIPP.
All right, so those are schools where students apparently had already been, and they just decided at this point we're going to keep all the students in the school. Still trying to figure out with KIPP what's happening there, because we've had conflicting reports as to what's happening there. We're trying to get a hold of the school district so that they can let us know. If you're a parent, you're watching now, let us know if you heard anything, if your student does go to KIPP, as far as what direction was given there, because we did hear that there might have been some students that were just kind of hanging out in the area without a place to go. That's just what witnesses have told us. We don't have that confirmed. We have not heard yet back from the school, but we have tried to get that. All right, you're looking at live pictures now. We want to re-rack some of the video from earlier. Or we can take a look at some of the scene earlier this morning. If we have that, we'll go ahead and roll it. In the meantime, what you're looking at now is still live just off of H Street Southeast, just a couple of blocks off of Benning Road, kind of between Benning and Eastern. Okay, we'll keep looking at the live picture.
And there are several police cruisers. I believe I've lost count when you look at all of the streets involved, so it's certainly a massive scene. And that's fresh video we have now of the scene on your right-hand corner.
All right. Well, it's video from earlier, but it's just video that kind of shows the same thing that we're looking at now. And all that does is tell you that it's been an active scene for the last couple of, at least hour, in some cases maybe an hour and a half. 8:20 is about when a lot of the calls went out and a lot of the activity, but we did hear from a witness who was in the area who said that they heard things before 8 o'clock. So we don't have an exact time as to when the shooting occurred, but just to recap what we're talking about here, this was some type of incident. We don't know what the initial call was that got the police officers in that area, but 3 police officers were shot this morning. All 3 of them taken to the hospital. We hear all of the injuries are non-life threatening, so that's some good news at least. We don't know the extent of their injuries, but we're trying to find out as much information as we can from that area that is just off of Benning Road Southeast.
And also, if you're just joining us, we want to update you on 2 school lockdowns in that area. Garfield Elementary, located on H Street, as well as Plummer Elementary School on Texas Avenue. That's just in from the school system, so those schools are on lockdown.
All right, let's get back to Stephanie Ramirez. She's on the scene, and she's been doing a bit of a walkthrough, but I know she's been able to catch up with a couple of folks who are there. Did you learn anything else from the neighbors?
The neighbors are still, trying to figure out how to get around here. We told you a very large swath of southeast area here is closed for this investigation. We're walking, and I can tell you the GPS is showing me it's a 6-minute walk to the scene here, but we've been going for blocks now. You see vehicles clearly blocking off the intersection. Neighbors tell us they've been having a hard time with it. Sir, can we talk to you real quick? We're live right now with Fox 5. What's it look like up there?
It's giant crowd in the road there. That's it. That's all.
Have you heard anything about what's going on? No? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. And that's a lot of what we've been getting this morning as people are trying to get around, not knowing what's going on, but seeing heavy police activity in the area here. And also, Steve, I will tell you, now that the woman I talked with pointed this out, we are seeing a lot of kids walking around. And I don't know if this is that they're trying to figure out where to go or what, but just a lot of kids walking around.
And it may provide more credence to what the woman told us a few minutes ago about seeing kids standing around near the school system, and they're now walking back in this direction.
All right. Well, I mean, if any of the parents are willing to talk, if they're parents from KIPP and find out what kind of direction that they
didn't see any. I'll be honest with you. I didn't see any parents with that group that they look like parents. They all look pretty young. Just a couple gentlemen here. Hey, folks. Sorry, we're live right now with Fox 5. Do you have a minute, sir? No, doesn't have a minute. He's got to move. A lot of folks trying to still make their way out to work.
Well, I mean, listen, everybody's
trying to get to their destination with all these closures. Hey, folks, I'm sorry. We're live right now on Fox 5. Can you just tell me what you've seen up there, where you're coming from, what you know to be going on?
We was on the bus, and for like the next 4 or 5 blocks was just completely blocked off.
Which way were you coming from?
Southeast on the bus, on the W4 bus.
Okay, so you're coming on Benning, across Benning here, or?
Coming from Old Southern Avenue, turning on Benning Road, but from Southern Avenue up to here is blocked off.
You see any kind of activity or anything like that?
Nothing but the police cars driving past.
Do you know what's going on?
I don't.
We have right now 3 officers shot in the district, some kind of barricade situation. We're told non-life-threatening injuries, but they were rushed to the hospital in this.
Okay. Well, I gotta get my little man there.
Still trying to get in. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you for talking with us. So it's incredibly quiet right here, Steve and Marissa, as we still try to make our way to this scene. But as you've been seeing, we saw just a flood of cruisers rushing to the scene. It looks like things have calmed down. It looks like the command unit, the mobile command unit, is up further in front of us. So they have their mobile investigation team here and working, but still urging people to stay away from the scene, which is actually, I'm told, closer to 7th and Hanna than Benning here, but Benning is where they set up the command. So we are heading to that location now. I'm going to send it back into you guys as we make our way closer, and I'll check in when we do get down there.
All right, catch your breath, Stephanie. I know you got a couple more blocks to go to get to that area, but we'll check back in with you in just a minute. We're going to keep that live picture up from the area where Stephanie is headed in the upper left right there. But you can see on the bottom right, the D.C. Police putting out the road closures right now. Benning Road between G and Southern, that is where Stephanie's walking right now, and that's the area where, unfortunately, just about every person she's talked to in the neighborhood has said they had to get off the bus or they couldn't get through or whatever it was disruption. Has a lot of folks hoofing it this morning instead of being on public transportation. Also, G Street between Benning and 51st, and then 46th Street toward Benning Road Southeast.
Yeah, and because of those closures, the alternate routes will be Alabama Avenue and 46th Street. In the event you have to go in that area, that's where you're directed to go.
All right, we have, for those of you who have kids in school, you hopefully got notification from the school. We do have a couple of schools that are on lockdown right now where students already were there. We have at least one other school. We're still trying to get an idea what their plan is right now, because we did hear that there were some students that were just kind of in the area. So I don't know if they just were close to school and didn't go in, or were there and left. But we're trying to get confirmation on what happened there.
And the 2 schools that are on lockdown that you just referred to, Garfield Elementary and Plummer Elementary Schools.
All right, good. Well, elementary schools, so you want to make sure you keep the kids inside and safe as best as possible. The upper right, what you're keeping an eye on there, and this is just one of the areas that we've actually seen the activity continue. We had a lot of police activity earlier this morning, and we had a stretch that was probably about at least 6 blocks long that was shut off to traffic. Stephanie Ramirez has been kind of working her way closer to the command center. I want to check back in with her right now. She's been trying to catch up with some folks in the neighborhood. Steph?
Steve, and I have a neighbor here who asked we not show her fully on camera, but she is willing to give us her account, which we greatly appreciate. Her name is Linda. So you're going to look at me here, but we want to hear from Linda. Linda, you said you did hear some activity.
I heard the shots. I heard the shots ringing out. I was like, wow. So I got up, looked out my window. All I saw was police coming from everywhere. Everywhere. That's all I know. That's all I know. Police come from everywhere. I did hear the shots, but that was it after that. And then as soon as I turned on the news, it was on the news ASAP. Yeah. And that's all I know.
About how many shots would you say?
Man, oh my goodness, about there was a lot of them. I can't even count how many I heard. It was a lot. It was a lot of shots.
And do you know about what time this was?
I know it was before 8 o'clock. It was before 8. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's been like this ever since?
Ever since, yeah.
Have you heard any more about what's going on?
I haven't heard any more about what's going on. All I know is they said it was 3 officers got shot. 3 police officers got shot.
And I know you're kind of out here talking with people.
Different.
How are neighbors, feeling about this? How are you feeling about this today?
Me? I mean, it's like stuff always go on. It's always something. It never fails. There's always something going on right here. So I'm used to it because I always hear a bunch of. All you hear is police going up and down the street all day long. That's it. That's what you hear all
day. That's sad,
so
though. You're saying
it's sad. It really is sad. Yeah, because I'm used to it. I hear it all day, and so it's like. But this morning when I heard non-stop. I was like, hold up, somebody got shot. Something happened. I said, it's down there. When I realized that it was down there by the school, I was like, oh my God, no, something happened. Then they came on the news and said 3 police officers got shot. Yeah. But stuff like this always go on. It be shootings, car accidents, all type of stuff. Yeah.
Well, Miss Linda, thank you very much for talking with us. Sorry, this is Valentine's Day today, but we appreciate your time.
All day. She'll be out here showing love.
Yeah, Steve, I got you here.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, if you don't mind asking Linda, 2 questions. One, if she had any idea where those shots were in relation to her, and just kind of geographically. But then also, if she's in an area where, she knows that there has been crime in the past, does she feel like it's getting worse or getting better?
Sure. So I have my anchor, Steve, here. He's asking, if you don't mind, if I can ask you, if you had any idea of where the shots were coming from based on where you were.
I live right here. It's like I heard them like up over there on that side, up there.
Okay.
Up there. I don't know what area that is, but I don't know the name of these streets.
We're told by Hanna is where...
down that way. That's where I heard them.
Okay. So you heard them from further away.
Yeah.
It was loud enough that you could hear.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God. Yeah.
And my colleague is also asking, you said you're talking about how this happens a lot. Do you feel that things are getting worse? How long have you been in D.C. and do you feel things are getting worse?
I've been here 10 years now. Going on 10 years. And getting worse. Put it like that. Worse, yeah. 10 years.
What's the neighborhood been seeing? If you could just recap for me again.
What's the neighborhood
been seeing? You said it's worse. What have you been seeing that it's been getting worse for you?
Like 2 weeks ago, somebody got shot down there and they had to block. No, they blocked this off again. It's just happened like 2 weeks. Somebody got shot. We had, they blocked off the road and stuff. It's always something. Always. But that's why I just stay in my house. But I had to come out today to see what's going on.
Well, we appreciate you coming out and talking with us on Fox 5 here. Steve, you have your answers there. We're going to keep moving up here. We are being told that a spokesperson for the police department is en route. They do have a media staging area that we're going to start heading towards. But still trying to get closer to the scene here. Behind that bus is where the command center is posted up, and still this whole area blocked off. And the time frame we're looking at, it has to be sometime after 7:30 to 8 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
We certainly want her to continue the transit to get closer to the scene, and we do expect more information, official information on what occurred from the public information officer in a short bit.
All right, Stephanie, tell Linda we appreciate it. I am curious if you talk to her anymore or anybody else, in that area, if they have had several shootings recently. You hate to hear that somebody has to stay inside their house and can't enjoy the neighborhood because of crime. I'm curious from somebody that's lived there for 10 years, though, what the solution is and what they feel might make a difference. So if you get a chance to talk to her or anybody else, maybe we can get some
ideas from this situation that's playing out today.
And also what it means for them to realize that all of this is happening while kids are in school or headed to school. You have the youth component that's added to this as well.
Stephanie, we'll let you go for a few minutes if you can find somebody else or get a little bit closer, whatever you choose to do. In the meantime, we'll cut ties with Stephanie for just a minute and we'll kind of reiterate what we're dealing with. There's a live look right now. This is just off 8th Street, and there's a lot of police vehicles that are on the scene. Obviously, the mayor has let us know that she is aware and been in contact with the police chief. We've seen a lot of the higher-ups from the police department there on the scene already, and more to come. As we are told, it is still an active investigation into the shooting of 3 police officers, 3 D.C. police officers, at some point earlier this morning, we believe somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. A lot of the officers here, the focus in that view that you're seeing there, which is a live look, is kind of up to the right, as you look at the TV screen, a little bit up to the right of that street is where a lot of the focus seems to be right now.
And we are also learned, too, that a 4th police officer was injured as well in this incident, but not from the shooting, but injured throughout. So 4 officers injured, 3 shots.
So it sounds like, and again, we don't know specifically what all the officers were doing there, but there were a number of officers in the area, and the one witness who heard the shot said that she heard a lot of shots. She didn't put a number on it, but she said it was a lot of shots that were fired in a short amount of time.
And another gentleman earlier who said there was a barricade situation. We're working to get all of that confirmed.
All right, in the meantime, obviously, the one thing we've heard from neighbors in the area is that they can't get through. There's some problems when it comes to roads. There's some problems when it comes to public transportation. There are buses that are not running through that area. That's impacting schools. That is also impacting the morning commute for a lot of people. So got a lot of folks who are not so happy right now with the developments from that end. Let's get back to Annie Mae and just get you a rundown right now if you're still planning on going somewhere as to where you can go and where you can't go this hour.
Of course, Steve, time now 9:33, and we are taking a live look at what's going on all morning long, and you'll see it right there in the corner of your screen if you want to know what is going on over there. In terms of traffic and closures, right now we know that Benning Road and Hanna Place are the ones that are going to be affected this morning over in Southeast. So as of right now, we know both of those are closed for that police activity. Right now, Hanna Place there between Benning Road and 51st Street, that is what's closed over there. And in terms of Benning Road between G Street and Southern Avenue, that's what's closed in that area as well. So between G Street and Southern Avenue, G Street as well between Benning and 51st. So 46th as well, and at Benning Road is closed. So a lot of that is what you are going to be looking at if you're headed through that area. Certainly this is an active scene, as you guys can see in our live shot right there, that all of these road closures are going to change, and they will continue to change, and we will of course keep you updated as we know more of what's going on throughout the scene. So basically what Marissa was saying a little bit earlier as well was that there are a handful of police officers. We saw even upwards of 20 headed through the area. So if you are anywhere around that area, we as well as DC Police definitely encourage you to stay away from that active scene. Find alternates as well. We have a few alternates here for you. Right now you can use either Ridge Road or Central Avenue there as alternates. Like we said, if you guys are just tuning in right now, Benning Road and Hanna Place over in Southeast right now is closed for that police activity. We will keep you updated throughout the day. As of right now on Hanna Place between Benning Road and 51st Street, Benning Road as well between G Street and Southern Avenue, G Street between Benning and 51st, 46th Street at Benning Road as well. So of course, to give you more of updates as the 9 o'clock hour progresses, Stephanie is still there on the scene. Stephanie, have you learned anything else for us?
Hey guys, so we're actually here at 46th and Benning, which is the staging area. You've got to see to my right, and then further down and to the left is where the scene appears to be. Police are expected to give an update here, still trying to figure out what time, but this is the scene immediately to here, and just a few neighbors here around us not wanting to go on camera, saying they came afterward, and so this is the location, what it looks like from here. We are being told that from DC Public Schools Plumbing Palmer Elementary School and Garfield Elementary are on lockdown. If you haven't heard those updates at the moment, with folks still trying to figure out how to navigate around here, still a very large swath. We came over from East Capitol walking down Benning, so we can tell you it's big closures here to stay away from and try to avoid if you can, as we wait for an update now on what's been going on here, this scene here with 3 officers shot, non-life-threatening injuries. Still trying to piece together the timeline, guys. Our colleague Melanie Olmwick is also on it, looking through the different calls. It looks like around 8 o'clock this morning on the 5000 block of Hanna Place is when calls came through for shots fired inside a house, and the conversation going back and forth between first responders saying 3 officers were hit in the lower extremities. I told you earlier we did hear about 1 officer being shot in the leg, having a tourniquet applied. So it looks like life-saving measures applied by teammates on the field here, trying to get those officers to the hospitals so they can get help. But again, we're still waiting for that update to confirm what's going on here as we piece together the scene. Excuse me, just 1 second here. I'm so sorry. I'm with Fox 5. We're live right now. Would you mind, can you, thank you. Would you mind, please, very serious scene here. 3 officers shot, non-life-threatening injuries. When did you get here? Can you tell us what you heard? Do you mind sharing any of that?
Well, I don't live too far, so I heard a lot of the sirens. That was concerning me. So at a point that the sirens didn't stop, I came outside to understand what's going on. I still don't know exactly what's going on, but from my understanding, whoever the person is that's causing all this commotion has not been caught. So that's why I'm still out here.
What are you thinking about right now as you just uttered the words that you said? Person still not caught. We know 3 officers are shot in this.
Right. I mean, why? Why is this happening, period? Why did the individual feel the need to shot the police? Why were the police even around the individual? Just why? A lot of whys.
And we were talking to a neighbor, a couple, actually just a block down, who was saying, unfortunately, things like this happen in this area.
Oh, for sure. But I will tell you this. Things do happen like this, not necessarily the police getting shot, but people get shot. And when they do, we have never had the street shut down like this. We have never had 100 police officers, okay, telling us we cannot leave and everything like that. This all the kids at school in the morning walking past seeing all these cops. We ain't never had this for our citizens who have got shot. So, yes, this is a matter for the police. They handle in their own.
But this is frustration from you, clearly. Can I ask you, what do you think is the solution to what's been going on in the city?
I mean, I think that the police really need to have a better approach. I'm not saying that citizens is nothing wrong with them and they don't do no harm, because that is not true. But I do believe that the police need to have a better approach so that people understand when the police come, I'm not coming to lock you up. I'm not coming to harass you. I'm not coming to tell you how to live your life and where you can't go. I'm coming to help you. I'm coming to understand what is the problem and how I can really be a solution. You know, I think that the police need to have a better communication, better relationship with the citizens. Okay, it's too hostile. Okay.
What's your name, ma'am?
Asia.
Asia, thank you for your time. I also want to ask you, so you said they're telling you can't leave.
Yeah, so like I had to go to school this morning and I'm asking the officer, like, because I see that they're blocking off the street. And like I said, this happened before, so I know how it go. When somebody gets shot, everything's shut down. You cannot leave. There's been times I couldn't even leave out my own apartment because they're saying it's a scene. So I'm asking him, can I leave? And he's like, do you have, your ID? I guess it's saying that you live on the street. So I was just like, I'm just going to stay home because I don't want to hassle to get back in my own house. I don't want to have to leave my car down the street, have to walk, blah, blah, blah. So it's a hassle. It's a hassle for the kids. It's a hassle for the people who live here. You got to find a better way.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. We appreciate it. Steve, if you can hear me, Marissa, do you hear me in there? So this is what's going on here at the staging area by 46th and Benning in Southeast D.C. A lot of frustration with what's going on. Still waiting for that police update, but we're going to continue to get you more information. Obviously, clearly, as going on, very big scene continuing here, 940. in the morning.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And listen, I appreciate Asia joining us and you know, sharing her viewpoint on everything as someone who lives in the community and quite honestly sharing her frustration, which I'm sure she is not alone in feeling. I also know, Stephanie, I've been trying to keep an eye on you know, numerous viewpoints here. I was trying to see, I know KIPP is right near where the command center is, and I don't know if you can get any closer over to the school or not, because I was trying to see if it looked like there were some parents that were either going or coming from there, and we were still trying to get an idea, you know, with KIPP specifically, because they were not on the lockdown list that we had earlier as to what was the situation with the students there. Yeah, right there, there's the school.
Steve, I can tell you right now, I don't feel like I see any parents around here trying or able to get their kids. I don't know fully what the situation is, and we do have a good relationship with KIPP, so if someone at the desk hasn't been able to get in contact, I can tell you once we get off air here, I'll make a call, but you can clearly see that the building is here and just not very much activity around. There is a parent, I can ask him, I don't know if he's associated with KIPP, but can move around here. Show you a little bit more of the scene as well. We just have to stick behind the tape here. Excuse me, sir. Sorry to bug you. We're with Fox 5. Got it. So look, you can see it looks like the officer is escorting the child into the school building here. If we get a chance to chat with the parent, kind of bombarded him a little bit. Wasn't expecting us to come up on him like that, but yeah, an officer just took a kid into the school here. Hey, sir, you got a minute? We're with Fox 5. All right, thank you. So the police are not letting us go any further because the entrance of the school is right here, so.
Yeah, it does show, Stephanie. That's what we were curious about, is that, you know, Stephanie works with the police there. You know, we were curious as to whether or not students were inside the school or not, Stephanie, and that showed right there if they're taking somebody into the school, that perhaps that is the case. Maybe they are under lockdown, and we just did not get that word added to the list of schools that we already had.
Absolutely, because we did see some other families right before your interview walk in.
If you saw that, yeah, I wasn't able to see at the time, but clearly the officer was escorting, so they are taking kids in. That parent not wanting to talk to us about what's going on, but the school is open, but unfortunately dealing with this tragedy unfolding right in front of them. You can also see a huddle of investigators here. You have one of their command units. Hold on, I'm going to pull my photographer back because there's police vehicles crossing the street right now. So yeah, just like a heavy part of the investigation is also happening right here, but it's further down and to the left, closer to the traffic lights. I don't know if my colleague can show you there, but further down there is closer to where the actual scene is, over by Hanna. Right now, though, just...
And Stephanie, we know with all of the blocked streets there, because of the active scene, there are plenty of road closures and alternate routes that officials are giving. So we actually want to toss things over to Annie Mae to give us an update on what she's seeing and to help our viewers there. Annie Mae.
Of course, Stephanie is there on the scene, but here we do have some of those road closures listed as we are getting reports in. So as of right now, Benning Road and Hanna Place are where you're going to have issues if you are commuting this morning, whether it be via bus, via car as well. Through that area in Southeast right now. That is closed for police activity. In terms of Hanna Place, that is between Benning Road and 51st Street. In terms of Benning Road, that's between G Street and Southern Avenue. G Street, that's between Benning and 51st, as well as 46th Street at Benning. So definitely, if you are headed through that area, it is an active scene. Make sure you're using caution wherever you are. We saw a handful of police cars headed through those areas, as well as those surrounding streets. We also will know that a lot of those will change. Those road closures will change, as well as just having an active police presence in that area. Make sure you guys are using caution and heading where those police cars are directing you throughout the DMV. Again, if you guys are joining us right now, Benning Road and Hanna Place are those that are affected by those 3 police officers that were shot in D.C., Southeast over there. Closed for police activity right now. Hanna Place between Benning Road and 51st Street. Benning Road there between G Street and Southern Avenue, G Street between Benning and 51st, 46th Street at Benning. So that is what you've got on the scene. Stephanie is over there, as well as Dave. DC Police Department, as of right now, about 22 minutes ago, has tweeted out those road closures. So as of right now, they are saying very similar things.
Righty, everyone. We are going to continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox as they go into a little bit of traffic. We are going to slide away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come as we follow this breaking news. 3 officers shot in the D.C. area, now learning that a 4th officer was injured, but not by a shooting there. So 4 officers taken to local hospitals in D.C. We'll be back in just 2. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to follow the latest of 3 officers that were shot in D.C. Here's a live look at the scene right now. We want to go back out to the coverage from Fox 5 D.C. as they continue to give the latest updates on this major story.
Initial call came in. We don't know, we don't want to get into specifics about why police were there in the first place, but there were numerous police officers who were there, and neighbors said they heard essentially a volley of gunfire, a large amount of shots in a short amount of time. The end result, 3 police officers shot and taken to the hospital. And I believe, let's bring Stephanie Ramirez back into the mix right now, who's been talking with some folks in the area and trying to get some more information. And Stephanie, I believe you said that one of the officers had to have a tourniquet applied to them.
That's what we heard, and that officer was described to be in their 40s. This was over police communication immediately when the scene was unfolding, closer to 8 o'clock, between 8 and 8:20 this morning. So right now we are still at the staging area where we are supposed to get an update at some point today. But 46th Street Southeast and Benning Road, right outside of the KIPP campus here. Did just speak with a spokesperson for the school who said right now the school is on a secure status, and that is supposed to be, there's a woman with a baby carrier right now, but we're told in the secure status, no one but students are allowed to go in and out of the building. So that's why you saw the officer escorting the child, but the parent was not allowed to go in. So classes will resume for them. They're just not allowed to have the kids outside during the school day, but they're still supposed to be learning inside with all of this going on outside. Again, 46th and Benning, where the command center is here. We have a few neighbors watching to see what's going on here and wanting to hear an update themselves. One of them, woman was kind enough to talk with us earlier. She just gave us a wave, but just coming to see, curious as to what's going on. A lot of people concerned, also a lot of people frustrated, especially given the size of the scene here and information that they're still trying to confirm for themselves as well. Steve, Marissa?
And Stephanie, you just mentioned it, that KIPP is allowing just students to come in. We do have that update for security security purposes. But we want to pass along that Garfield Elementary, which is located on 8th Street, and Plummer Elementary on Texas Avenue, they are on full lockdown. Those schools are locked down at this hour.
All right, there you see another young student going into KIPP right now with the police escort. So at this point, you know, the plan is to keep the kids inside where they believe they are the safest, because there is still some question as to whether or not they have been able to apprehend the person who shot the police officers earlier this morning. We're going on about 2 hours now since this incident occurred, and the officers were shot there along Hanna Place, just a couple of blocks from where Stephanie Ramirez is now. There you see Stephanie, and in the bottom corner of your screen, in the bottom right there, you have a view, the streets that will be the cross street up where the flashing lights are. That's Hanna Place, just for point of reference for you. Actually, nope, that's Hanna Place right there. There we go. Thank you, Dave, our photographer. Where the bus stop sign is and that kind of orangish brick building is, that's the turn to go up to Hanna Place. We're going to hear from officials in a short time. We don't... Listen, to be honest with you, when they say a certain time, it doesn't always happen at a certain time. So we're going to let you know when it happens. We'll keep an eye on the situation there. But we do expect to hear from the mayor. We do expect to hear from the police chief. There you see another young child, elementary student that's being escorted into KIPP DC, which is a school that is literally right outside where the DC Police Command Center is set up.
All right, and one thing I did notice, Steve, there was a heavier concentration at the bottom of that hill there on Hanna Place that we've watched go up the hill throughout the course of our coverage here.
Yeah, we can't see the actual building where they believe this all happened this morning. What we did see, and you know, we'll just kind of rewind the story for you through our words since we can't do it visually, but on the bottom right, what you're looking at with that scene, just about maybe 30, 40 minutes ago, you had a whole bunch of police vehicles that were outside of there, and that's where you saw some of the officers that had some shields and then kind of disappeared up the hill where that one gentleman is standing there, more to the right of him, and kept going up there. So we do believe that there is some activity there, but that's beyond the safety perimeter, and we just, to be honest, cannot see what's happening there at this point, so we don't want to speculate. But we did hear from neighbors in the area that they said that they had not been told that there was anybody in custody at this point. There may be, actually, there we see some of the heavy equipment.
Yes.
And there's one person that, well, it's hard to tell if they were leaving it or coming to it. Yeah, exactly. So we're not going to speculate on what's happening there, but we're just going off what folks in the community have said that they heard with their own ears as far as the gunshots earlier this morning, and then from police who have been trying to keep them apprised as to what's been happening in the neighborhood.
We want to get to Annie Mae to talk about some of the closures that are a result of the scene here. Annie Mae?
Of course, you are seeing everything that's happened pretty much live there as Dave Isaac and Stephanie are both on the scene of...
All right, everyone, we are going to take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. Always more to come on Live Now from Fox, including more coverage from D.C. And welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. Our breaking news continues. Our coverage continues of the shooting in D.C. where 3 officers have been shot, taken to local hospitals. Let's join in the coverage again from Fox 5 D.C.
Told by at least one other source that this is still a very active investigation, meaning that there are officers working right now still to try and end this barricade situation. And I'm told there may still be also some shots being fired off, and that may be likely why the swath of scene here is so large and everyone being told to stay so far away. But that is an official source that's communicating some of this. We're still trying to get more information, but in less than 10 minutes from now, we're going to hear from the Executive Assistant Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. We'll be sure to carry that update for you right here, guys. I'm going to send it back into you.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. And as Stephanie's talking, you can see one of the more heavily armed vehicles is just repositioning. It had been at the base of that hill on Hanna Street. And you also saw on Hanna Street that one of the emergency response vehicles is just kind of repositioned earlier as well to move a little bit up that block. And that's one of the things that led us to believe that the area that where they're concentrating their search is more up to the right of where you see the bus stop sign there. Is the vehicles there, that black vehicle pointed up the hill. Yeah, this is where the camera's going right there. Somewhere up in that vicinity to the right. We had heard earlier that just from a neighbor, the police had not confirmed anything, from a couple of neighbors that there was a barricade situation. We don't know for sure that that is the case, but it would certainly make sense as a possibility if that's where the area where a lot of the police activity is focused.
And we have learned that the ATF, Washington, is now joined in this investigation as well, so they are live and active on the scene with police.
Okay, so police continue to reposition in that area around Hanna. In the meantime, back where Stephanie is, and obviously this is where the command center is, this is where we expect to hear from some of the higher-ranking members of the police department in just a few minutes. They said 10. Maybe it's 10. Maybe it's a few more. But also, while we heard Stephanie talk in you know, that command center, and it's just, you think about the optics of this, the command center directly outside of a D.C. elementary school, and we just saw 7 or 8 elementary students having to get a police escort to go into school for the day. That in itself tells a story that nobody wants to tell in the city.
Well, it's heartbreaking. You see some of the kids with Valentine's Day balloons and cards and posters, you know, adding just another layer of the heartbreak, really, that they're having to see and experience on their way to school, of all places. And it just echoes what we heard from Asia, another neighbor saying this happens all too often, and we want something to change.
And it's tough for folks to get through. Obviously, Benning Road is closed. There's a probably 6-7 block stretch of Benning that's closed all the way from Southern to G Street is where your closure is. And listen, it's not just the kids, right? We've seen adults carrying their flowers and their Valentine's gifts that they wanted to either take to work or to their special someone today, and now they're hoofing it just to try to get around because the buses aren't running on Benning Road this morning, and we know what a busy thoroughfare that is to get through. So obviously it's quite the disruption. Understandably, some frustration in the neighborhood, which is, you know, it's seen some criminal incidents recently, and some of the neighbors say, well, I wish we had this kind of response when something happened to my neighbor or my friend, not just when police officers are involved. But nonetheless, today it is the case where 3 police officers were shot. None of the injuries believed to be life-threatening, but serious enough that it warrants this response. And it did send 3 officers to the hospital earlier this morning.
And we heard from them, and certainly we plan on passing along that information and asking officials about what the residents there are saying and feeling. We do understand, though, that Mayor Bowser is not currently on scene.
Right, and at this point, we don't know. I'm sure someone is at the hospital where the police officers are. I don't know if that's the mayor or the police chief at this point, but, you know, someone is, I'm sure their priority is with the officers, and someone else, the priority will be with the city. So with that said, it is now 10 o'clock on this Wednesday morning, and we want to welcome you to the 10 o'clock hour of Good Day DC. And with that, we're covering breaking news, and we've been on the air with this for more than an hour already, and we're going to stay on the air at least through the press briefing, which should be coming up momentarily, to get a better idea as to what the status of this investigation is. To kind of reset the clock for you and let you know what happened, at some point between 7:30 and 8 o'clock this morning, there were a number of police officers who had been outside of a home on Hanna, which is just off of Benning Road, when someone opened fire according to multiple neighbors, multiple shots were fired. The end result was 3 D.C. police officers shot. We had heard that one of them required a tourniquet because of an injury to the leg. We did not know where the other officers were shot, but we are told the injuries are non-life-threatening. And obviously, there's a huge range of potential injuries, right, from mild injuries to non-life-threatening, and we understand that. So we're not going to comment at this point as to what the extent of those injuries are, but we do know that 3 officers were taken to the hospital. They are still at the hospital. The injuries are non-life-threatening, and as you take a look at some of the different viewpoints that we have for you this morning, one camera there is focused on the area of Hanna, which is kind of where you see that bus stop sign. We're zooming in right there, where that police officer is at the bottom of the road. This is all blocked off to traffic and to pedestrians at this point, but up that street to the right is where we believe the incident started just before 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, and also for your placing there, we know that Bennett Road is blocked between G Street and Southern Avenue as this investigation continues, and this scene clearly is still active, and so that's why you see all of the tape around and where neighbors and business owners cannot get through at this hour.
And on the upper left, that is the viewpoint of a couple of things, and it's where KIPP DC is. Obviously, you have an elementary school that is right in the middle of the activity, and then that large vehicle just outside of the school there with the DC flag on the side, that's your DC Police Command Center, and there you have a lot of DC officials who are getting ready to speak. So, to that, as we wait for them to speak, and we understand that it should happen ideally within the next 5 minutes or so, clearly it's up to them as to when they want to address us and let us know what the details of the investigation are. Let's get an idea more as to what the neighborhood is thinking and feeling this morning, and for that, let's get back to Stephanie Ramirez, who is on the scene. Steph?
Guys, a lot of frustration that we've been hearing throughout the past hour. So we're at the staging area, 46th and Benning Southeast. This is where a news conference is going to take place. We are seeing a podium that's going to end up here with the executive assistant chief speaking. But I am learning from officials that the scene is still very active as we speak. One official saying that they believe there's still gunfire, shots being popped off in this as negotiators try to work with the suspect involved here. We did hear from one neighbor saying that she heard a lot of gunfire earlier this morning. Couldn't say how many, but it was serious for that neighbor. So this is where we are gathered. Not a whole lot of neighbors, but the ones that are here are frustrated that they're stuck here, unable or having difficulty moving throughout their day. We saw a whole host of people trying to figure out what the bus lines were. People, adults, trying to get their kids to school, having that frustration there. So behind me, you can see one of the command center locations. The actual scene, Hanna Place, is a few blocks up and to the left of our location here. The news conference, again, is supposed to be delivered by the executive assistant chief for the D.C. police officer. We are still trying to confirm with MPD where the police chief is at the moment. We are being told that the mayor is not on scene here. I did ask if she was planning to come to the scene here. Was told that their office is briefed on what's going on, that this is a very active and therefore dangerous scene, and that also that she has other events planned today. One of them is supposed to be, I believe, a senior event for Valentine's Day that she's supposed to be headed her way to. So we were asking if she is going to make her way here at some point, that we can also speak with the mayor on what's going on. But that update, we were told a few minutes ago, is going to happen within 10 minutes. So we're hoping it's going to come here soon. But we'll just give you a look around here at some of the neighbors. Not many people out here knowing that this is a very active investigation as well. A lot of folks also just a few hours ago trying to figure out how to get out of the area so they could carry on their day. KIPP, right here. This school is still going on secure status. Right now, only students are allowed to go in and out, but they're supposed to be continuing with education as they deal with this very, very important and intense scene right outside their front doors.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Stephanie. You know, I'm curious, Stephanie, just kind of your feel for this, and I'll explain why in just a second. I know you've been on a lot of scenes like this, and sometimes you can kind of gauge what's happening by the amount of tension that the other other officials are kind of showing throughout the process of the developing scene when you have perhaps somebody who is not yet in custody. The reason that I want to ask you if anything has changed from your perspective is because we have been keeping an eye. We have seen some officers put their shields away. Now, to me, the combination of putting shields away and calling a press briefing might start to lead a little bit toward a development of the case as far as a potential suspect. Have you been able to pick up on anything like that there on the scene?
You know, that's usually what happens from our vantage point here, though. It's kind of remained the same here. You don't see that same urgency that we saw a few hours ago where you saw cruiser after cruiser rushing to get to the location here. So that could mean a few things. It could mean that the scene is still active and, excuse me, just not the same emergency to actually get resources to the location, or it could mean that there is actually an update with an arrest or something else. We don't know at this point. We just know it's a very serious investigation with 4 officers injured, 3 of them suffering gunshot wounds, injuries to the lower extremities is what was explained to us.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much for the latest there. We want to get out to our colleague, Maureen Ume. She just arrived there on scene. She's outside of a senior center. What are you seeing and hearing there, Maureen?
Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, we just got here. Police presence stationed further up than where we are. We're on H Street and 46th Place in front of the J.W. King Senior Center, where apparently the shooting might have happened behind the center. That's the preliminary word we're getting. I'm still trying to sort out details by myself so I can make sure that I'm giving you the accurate information. This here is Greer. Greer, you've lived at the Senior Center now, you said, for 15 years. I asked you, did you hear anything? Did you see anything earlier? What happened?
I just heard an excessive amount of sirens going on, and it was frightening, and all I could think of, Lord be merciful, because I knew something was drastic that had happened. And one of my neighbors called me because he had been out and was trying to get in and was telling me about all the commotion, and he said he had a hard time trying to get back into the area. But then I found out later on Fox News, he told me that's what he was looking at, and that what had happened, you know, and I was just glad that it wasn't anything that was life-threatening. But it's just so bad, because look like every time you turn around, it's just something going on more and more, you know, and it's just a bad thing in this neighborhood, because Southeast is not a bad neighborhood. It's not bad. It's just some of the bad eggs is in Southeast. But
have you seen it getting worse over time?
Yeah. Not in this area in particular, but yeah, it's getting worse, because, you know, you hear the shootings. So the shootings is what bothers me, and people are being killed, and then the young people are being killed, and the carjacking and all this. It's just real bad.
It really, yeah, I know a lot of people sharing your sentiment. Now, you came out. Do you feel in any way unsafe? You've come out. I don't know if you're trying to leave or what, but do you feel unsafe being out here? We know there's a police presence. What were you pointing at?
No, I was pointing at, I wanted to see they're putting new windows into our building.
Okay. Yeah.
At long last, so they giving us some attention for a change, but that's what I came out here to do. And it's just surprising to see you, and I've been looking at you for years and years, and I'm just real glad to see you.
Oh, ma'am, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances, but you're okay.
I'm fine.
Okay, and everyone in there okay? Are you guys locked down or anything?
Well, we have a secure building.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's okay. And again, you didn't hear the gunshots.
No, I didn't hear the gunshots.
Okay.
No, I didn't hear them, but I just heard the after effects with the sirens.
Right, and right now we don't see a lot of police presence out here. I think they're more stationed down the road there on Benning Road and H Street, where right around the corner. And behind the building, we did see some police activity. But, you know, you said it was your neighbor also who kind of told you in a nutshell what was happening out here.
He had been out.
He had been out here.
Okay. He was coming back in.
Okay, well, we appreciate your words to us this morning. I know that we're just trying to get information about exactly what happened, if anyone actually saw it or even heard it, but just wanting to give accurate information about what happened with the 3 officers. We understand there was a 4th one that was injured, not shot, but injured as well. But that is it. And if you do me a favor, if you hear anything, ma'am, you let me know.
Sure.
Of course.
How you gonna let me? Tell me my.
I'll send you your picture. I will.
No.
I'm still live on air. I'm still live on air. So let me get that with you. But as you see, police activity still here. We just arrived on the scene probably just no more than 10 minutes ago. There are a couple people here in cars waiting. I want to get to them to see if they're waiting to pick up their loved one, and if they're doing so because there's a particular concern for their well-being. That's when I want to get to the bottom of. I've also reached out to some of my police sources to see what they're hearing. Have not heard back yet, but these are my true blue police sources, and if there's something significant happening that they can tell me, they certainly will let us know. Trying to find out about a suspect. Is there a barricade situation? Those bits of information that we still need to get to. That's what I'm working on. But I'm going to toss it back to you so I can talk to some people out here who may have something to add, and if they have anything informative, I will be sure to come back and let you guys know what I've learned.
Absolutely, Morgan. Thanks very much, and please tell your guests that we appreciate her watching for all these years as well. I hate to be able to get her on TV in this manner, but we appreciate her letting us know what's happening in her community. She loves it there, and she said it's a great neighborhood. It's just you got a couple instances like this that obviously put a stain on the whole situation.
And we've been mentioning that Plummer as well as Garfield on alert status. We have another school that has just been added to that as well, and that's Knoll Elementary School, J.C. Knoll on 50th Street as well.
And just to be clear, the schools wanted everybody to know it's not a lockdown situation, but they are on secure status, so they're making sure that all the kids are certainly safe. That is the priority, and we saw that even at KIPP, which is right next to the command center, where we saw police officers actually escorting the kids to get inside, and then obviously school administrators, officials, teachers, they take it from there. In the meantime, as we take a look at what's happening there right along Hanna Place, which is where this whole incident started now more than 2 hours ago, we're going to get back to Stephanie Ramirez, who is just a couple of blocks from there. She's actually outside of KIPP, which is outside of the command center, where we are expecting to hear from city officials in just a couple of minutes. So let's check back in with Stephanie now. Morning, Steph.
Hey, so we're waiting for the news conference here. We'll be ready to go and extend the microphone once that happens, but we're told it could be any moment now. The staging area behind me here, we're told the executive assistant chief is the person who's going to be speaking today, but we heard a loud noise not that long ago that kind of got people moving. We don't know what that is at the moment, but all we've been told the past several, 10, 20 minutes that this was still a very active investigation as far as our sources were aware, meaning that negotiators were still working to resolve the situation, and we were told that there could still be some live gunfire being popped off here. So right now outside of KIPP, you can see that there are a couple kids going into the school. The school's around us on secure status, so learning is still supposed to be going on despite this happening outside of the building. But right now, only the children are allowed in and out, not the parents. So you see some parents dropping off their kids and then moving. We do see DC Police, their communications teams coming over with their camera equipment. So it looks like this news conference is going to happen sooner than later. But just still very active, very busy investigation here. Not the same urgency with regard to investigators rushing to the scene like we saw as we were walking down Benning Road earlier today, but still just very fluid what's going on here.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. And as Stephanie gets repositioned, and just give a holler as soon as they're ready to start talking there as far as the press conference to hopefully shed some more light on what's happening. She did mention that there had been, police had said just they wanted to keep the area clear in case there was any more gunfire that came out. And this is while they were still trying to obviously apprehend whoever they believe was responsible for shooting these officers earlier this morning. We also are going to get an update from MedStar at some point. As a matter of fact, if we have the shot, we go ahead and pop it up now so you can see the police presence that is outside MedStar Washington Hospital Center, where we believe the officers were taken. And there's been a heavy police presence outside the hospital as well. Our Dave Kaplan is at that scene, so we're going to check in with Dave in just a few minutes and get an idea as far as what has been happening outside of the hospital. We just lost a live picture from the hospital. We'll try to get that back in just a couple of minutes.
Well, we do understand that police officials are walking up right now for that news conference to give us more details, so we want to see if we can head back over to learn more.
All right, let's listen in.
Here today just to give you an update on the officer-involved shooting that occurred here this morning. Our officers were assigned to our criminal apprehension unit responded to the residents here in the 5000 block of Hanna Place Southeast to serve an arrest warrant that was occupied by the Humane Society for Cruelty to Animals around 7:30 a.m. this morning. Our officers attempted to make contact with the individual inside the residence in order to execute the arrest warrant. The individual refused to come outside. As officers attempted to gain entry entry, the individual fired upon them. A barricade has been declared in this particular incident. Our officers were struck by gunfire, 3 of our officers to be exact. All 3 have been transported with non-life-threatening injuries to our local area hospitals. A 4th officer was also injured but not shot. It was basically for minor injuries. At this time, the individual remains barricaded inside the residence. This remains an active situation, and the individual has continued to fire from that location. We are asking everyone to please stay out of this location until we are able to apprehend the suspect. Are there any questions?
Chief, do you know if the suspect is alone inside the house?
At this time, we do not know if there are any other individuals inside the home.
Are you communicating with the suspect?
We are in constant communication with the individual. Our negotiators are in negotiation with him at this time.
Do you know him? Do you know?
I do not know him.
I mean, not you personally, but do police know his name, his identity?
We're trying to obtain that right now.
Chief, was there any kind of information that this person was armed before the officers went to
We
the
did
home?
not have that information was not available to us. That's part of the investigation.
And what kind of warrant are we talking about here?
It was an arrest warrant for cruelty to animals, and oftentimes we assist the Humane Society with serving arrest warrants for cruelty to animals.
Can you explain? Is that a no-knock warrant? Is there a difference with
That's
that?
part of the investigation at this point. I don't know.
And then the officers in their lower extremities, where were they hit?
Foot, hand. And listen, let me just say this, and I'm not a politician, but here's the thing that we have to look at. There are a lot of individuals with guns on the street, and I know Secure DC is part of the legislation that we're asking our council members to pass. The penalties for folks that are just discharging firearms who do not have a right to do that is very challenging for us. And so I'm asking that we will certainly do everything we can to pass Secure DC, especially the portion of that bill where we need to increase the penalties for firearms. That's all I'm going to talk about right now. This is still a very active and fluid scene. I will come back later and make sure that I provide you with additional updates.
Is this a ground floor apartment, upper level?
This is a home. I do not know.
It's a home.
It's a yes, sir. It's a house.
Were Humane Service employees on scene when this shooting took place?
I don't know at this time.
Nobody else injured but officers.
This is part of the investigation.
What kind of animals? Cruelty to animals?
I don't know. It's part of the investigation.
Any more on what kind of cruelty? What the act was?
I think I'm doing my due diligence by making sure I give you as much information as I have right now. It is still an active scene. We're still gathering additional information. We do not know who the individual is at this time. I don't even know how many dogs are in the home. But what I will say is this is unacceptable.
They were dogs.
What's your message? What's your message to people who think DC crime is out of control?
Well, I won't say D.C. crime is out of control. I think we have a group of individuals who do not respect law enforcement and authority. Our officers, again, were where they were supposed to be, doing exactly what we need them to do, and we will continue to do that. Thank you.
And only officers injured?
No other officers injured.
No civilians injured?
No civilians injured.
And you said it was foot in the hand that the officers were shot?
That is correct. Are y'all good?
Was it the suspect's home? Is that known yet?
I don't know.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, you just heard it from the police chief there. So this was this morning. Multiple officers, they were assisting the unit that investigates animal cruelty. The chief mentioned dogs going there to execute an arrest warrant when the chief said that the person inside refused to come out. And so when the officers tried to go in and gain entry, that's when shots were fired. 3 officers shot in this situation. A 4th person was injured separately, not by gunfire here, but chief also, you heard her, made a plea there for the Secure DC public safety bill going through, saying that it's not so much an issue about major crime in the area, but guns and firearms in the hands of people and how they address that there. So you just heard the chief speak right now, and one thing she also said is that this is a very clearly active investigation with shots still being fired from a residence on Hanna Place. Not clear yet who that individual is, if they own the home. But again, we're told that DC police were going to assist in a situation with animal cruelty involving dogs, serving an arrest warrant when they tried to gain entry, and then shots were fired on the officers that were going there. You guys.
All right, Stephanie, thank you very much. And that, what the chief had to say, backs up some of the earlier information that we had regarding a number of dogs in that residence. I'm sure it is not what they expected at all when they went to just take care of an arrest warrant. But again, that's why you never know what is going to happen. And in this case, it ended up with 3 police officers in the hospital.
And also, what Stephanie's saying about 30 minutes ago.
All right, so the coverage continues. Fox 5 DC doing a great job of giving the latest updates, and we're hearing from the police just moments ago. So 3 officers shot in that shooting. A 4th officer was injured but not shot. They were taken to a local hospital, and the suspect is still barricaded in that home and still shooting at officers. So officers are under attack at this hour in DC as they try to get this suspect out of the home, and we'll continue to monitor it for you here on Live Now from Fox. The reporter also talked about the DC mayor so far not going to be showing up to the scene. She has an event a little bit later with senior citizens for Valentine's Day. So we'll see if those plans change, but for the moment, the mayor is not going to the scene where 3 officers were hurt. We're not sure if she's going to go to the hospital either. She has an event with senior citizens coming up on this Valentine's Day. So we'll keep an eye on her movements as well. Let's take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll actually go out to the Capitol. We got House Republicans celebrating after a day after impeaching the Homeland Secretary. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, and breaking news. We'll keep an eye on the shooting out in D.C. Suspects still barricaded after shooting at 3 officers and putting them in the hospital. Here is the latest scene right now as we continue to look at that. We'll be providing you that coverage all in real time. In the meantime, do want to keep you out in D.C. Let's go out to the Capitol. House Republicans celebrating just a day after impeaching the Homeland Secretary.
About the week ahead, I want to touch on the bombshell report last week from the special counsel confirming that President Biden retained and mishandled classified documents for years in unsecure location. Special counsel Hur's decision to not prosecute Biden because of his deteriorating mental state further demonstrates the un-American 2-tier justice system that exists in Joe Biden's America. There cannot be one set of rules if your last name is Biden and another set of rules for the rest of America. And the American people know that if someone is mentally unfit to stand trial, they are unfit to serve as commander-in-chief. Turning to our agenda of this week, House Republicans will continue to deliver on our promises. Yesterday, after a year-long investigation led by the House Homeland Security Committee under the leadership of Chairman Mark Green, we executed our constitutional duty impeaching Secretary Mayorkas for violating his oath to support and defend the Constitution, subvert the rule of law, and breach the American public's trust. Impeachment is just one step. The Senate must pass House Republicans Secure the Border Act, the strongest border security bill in history, to stop the invasion at our borders, which we are seeing under Joe Biden's policies. This week, House Republicans will also bring the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act to the House floor, stopping Joe Biden's war on American energy and unleashing domestic energy production. With that, I'm proud to hand it over to Congressman Ronnie Jackson from the great state of Texas.
Well, thank you. I appreciate everybody being here. I just want to thank Congressman Pfluger for introducing his bill on our LNG exports. I want to thank leadership. I want to thank Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, Whip Emmer, and Chairwoman Stefanik for keeping this oil and gas issue at the top of the thing. But I want to talk about something else today. What I want to talk about is in regards to the HER report that just came out. I think this is on the mind of a lot of Americans right now. I want to just state the obvious. If you're not cognitively fit to stand trial or to answer accusations against you, you're obviously not cognitively fit to be the president, our commander-in-chief, and our head of state. And I think that, you know, we have to, at this particular point, we have to start asking the hard questions. I'm glad to see that some of the press is starting to do that. You know, I've been saying individually for a long time since he was candidate Joe Biden that this man's not cognitively fit to be our head of state and our commander-in-chief. We've had lots of evidence of that since then. A lot of people are starting to see that. Now we have the HER reports coming out, which is a completely different angle on this, an objective report from a member, from an appointee of his own DOJ, from his own administration, that's saying that he's not cognitively fit to do his job. And I think that, you know, when the president got up the other day and tried to speak to the nation, he just reiterated and reinforced the idea that we are in trouble in this country right now from a leadership standpoint. Look, you know, this LNG thing is a big issue for us. You know, I grew up in the oil field in West Texas. I know how important this is. It's a national security issue. It's an issue for our economy. It's going to punish hardworking blue-collar folks in this country. But, you know, whether it's this LNG issue, whether it's our disaster at the border, whether it's the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the crime in our cities, all of the other issues that have just been an absolute disaster during the Biden administration, what it says to us is that Joe Biden is probably most likely not making these decisions. We know this at this particular point. There are radical extremists in the West Wing, whether it's climate extremists or whether it's the globalists that are making a lot of these decisions. These decisions are not coming from President Biden. These are coming from other folks within the White House with different agendas, with an agenda that's not America first, that's not in the best interest of this country. So I just want to let everybody know that we are going to continue to make this an issue. I will be introducing another letter today. This will be the fifth letter that I've introduced, that I've sent to the president. This will go directly to President Biden. It will CC every member of his cabinet, and it will insist that he come forward and be honest with us about his physical and his mental capabilities and his exams. He's supposed to be getting a physical exam done here in just a few months, his annual physical. They've already indicated that there will not be a cognitive test associated with that. I think if there was ever a time that we need a cognitive test for a sitting president of the United States, it's right now. And as you remember, President Trump got one. I think he set the precedent. It was a large part because of the press's insistence that he have that included as part of his physical exam. I would like to see that same type of enthusiasm and insistence from the press right now that President Biden submit to a cognitive exam as part of his physical exam. And if he thinks he's fit to lead this country, prove it to us with some objective data that says so. And with that, I just want to turn it over to my friend and Chairman Mark Green from Tennessee. Thank you.
Last night, the House of Representatives voted to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for high crimes and misdemeanors, specifically for his willful and systemic refusal to comply with the laws and his breach of the public trust. This is the culmination of nearly a year's worth of investigations and hearings, was necessary to deal with a rogue DHS secretary whose lawless actions have caused and perpetuated one of the worst border crisis in American history, a border crisis that has devastated communities all across our country. Secretary Mayorkas has shown throughout his tenure that he will defy, he will ignore, and he will replace the laws enacted by this Congress. His actions have not only shown a disdain for the Constitution, but for the Congress, the law, and the American people. The constitutional case against Secretary Mayorkas is sound. The historical record is unambiguous. The framers were united in their belief that the executive branch officials must defend the Constitution, respect the separation of powers, and enforce the laws passed by this body. If they fail to do so, they should no longer hold office. If we're all being honest here, we all intuitively understand this. When an executive branch official rejects, unilaterally replaces the laws passed by this Congress, we have to act. And last night, we did. I want to thank Speaker Johnson for his support, his leadership, the entire leadership's team for their support over the months for my committee. And I want to thank the members of the Committee on Homeland Security and our staff who has done a fantastic job. They and this Congress, this Republican Congress, have worked to hold this lawless secretary accountable. It's now time for the Senate to do its duty, to step up, hold a trial, and convict Secretary Mayorkas. With that, I'll be followed by the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer.
Thank you, Mark. The American people elected our House Republican majority to undo the damage the Democrats have done and to hold the Biden administration accountable. Thanks to our members and the diligent work of Chairman Green and his Homeland Security Committee, we are once again living up to that mandate this week. Under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, Americans have experienced the worst border crisis we've ever seen. And yesterday, House Republicans said enough. We did not take our impeachment vote lightly. It was the product of a very thoughtful, fair, and deliberate investigation lasting nearly a year. The evidence was clear. As you've heard the chairman say this morning, Secretary Mayorkas willfully refused to enforce federal law, repeatedly lied to Congress, and breached the American people's trust. Because he failed to do the honorable thing by resigning, House Republicans fulfilled our constitutional duty by voting to impeach. I can only hope my colleagues in the Senate will step up and do the same on behalf.
We're watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break on Live Now as we continue to follow the latest coming from D.C. with House Republicans speaking and, of course, the latest with 3 officers shot in D.C. and the suspects still barricaded and shooting at this moment. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you the very latest, as always. And, of course, following the breaking news out of D.C., 3 officers attacked and shot. And they are taken to local hospitals. And right now, the latest is the suspect is still barricaded. And police, in their latest news conference, talking about how the suspect's still shooting outside of the home or apartment there. So we'll be keeping an eye on it for you here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We'll go back out to the coverage at the top of the hour as well. In the meantime, do want to continue with more live events here. We do have Speaker Johnson speaking right now as House Republicans celebrating impeaching the Homeland Secretary over what they call a border crisis that continues every day as thousands and thousands of migrants continue to cross the border illegally.
Abdicated his responsibility, he's breached the public trust, and he's disregarded the laws Congress has passed. But much more has to be done, of course, to secure the border. And what the Senate produced this week is silent on that issue. Senator McConnell and I have spoken about this in frank sessions, and let me be clear here again this morning. The Republican-led House will not be jammed or forced into passing a foreign aid bill that was opposed by most Republican senators and does nothing to secure our own border. It's time for Washington to start showing some love to Americans. On Valentine's Day, this is a good day to point this out. You need to listen to the American people and their needs and take action. And that's why House leadership will continue to govern with Americans' interests at heart. With that, I'll take some questions. Back row. Yeah.
In New York 3. Does that mean that House Republicans have a challenge in keeping the majority, and what should House Republicans do?
No, the result last night is not something, in my view, that Democrats should celebrate too much. Think about what happened there. They spent about $15 million to win a seat that President Biden won by 8 points. They won it by less than 8 points. Their candidate ran like a Republican. He sounded like a Republican talking about the border and immigration, because everybody knows that's the top issue that is on the concern, the hearts and minds of everybody. That incumbent had been a 3-term member of Congress, and he had 100% name ID and a deep family history in the district. Our candidate was relatively unknown in that comparison and had a very short runway. She ran a remarkable campaign. There was a weather event that affected turnout. There are a lot of factors there. That is in no way a bellwether of what's going to happen this fall. We are absolutely convinced. I've been to 17 states in the last 12 weeks. I'm telling you, whether I'm out west, on Long Island, in the Deep South, Mid-South, in Midwest, it doesn't matter. There is a fervor among the American people. And it is bipartisan. People know that this country is on the wrong track. 74% in the latest poll believe that the country's on the wrong track. Why? Because of the leadership from the White House. They see what is happening. President Biden has the lowest approval rating of any president who has ever run for re-election. I think it's 37% in the latest poll. It goes down precipitously. And the reason is because of all the things we talked about today. It is a total lack of leadership. And now more and more Americans have made their own opinion about his fitness for office. And so I think that's going to have a big effect in the fall as well. So New York 3 was what it was, but that has nothing to do on the efforts going forward. Manu.
On the issue of immigration and New York 3, the candidate there seized upon the fact that you guys rejected this bipartisan border security deal in the Senate. Did you mishandle this issue and effectively give Democrats something to campaign on?
No, not at all. Look, the American people are with us on this issue. I mean, they are with us because they understand you have to actually solve the problem. And the product that was produced by the Senate did not solve the problem. You've all heard us hammer over and over, H.R. 2, right? That was our signature piece of legislation that we passed many, many months ago, last year. And the reason that all those components are important, again, is because they have to fit together. That's got to solve the problem. You have to address all of them. The Senate bill didn't do that, and that's why it was rejected over there. We have to do it. It's been mentioned that I've been requesting a meeting with the president for weeks now, a month. I've been asking to sit down with the president to talk about the border and talk about national security, and that meeting has not been granted. And I'm going to continue to insist on that because they're very serious issues that need to be addressed. And if the Speaker of the House can't meet with the President of the United States, that's a problem. I don't know why they're uncomfortable having the president sit across the table from me, but I will go in good faith because we have to solve this issue and do every single thing we can. And as you know, he has a broad arsenal of executive authority that he could use right now. He could have used yesterday. He could have used months ago to stem the flow. That's not our view. That's what the law says, and we've spelled that out. We also documented 64 specific actions that he took from the day he walked into the Oval Office and his agencies to open that border wide and create this catastrophe, and that is why we have a problem. We got to get to it. Scott in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've talked about the challenge the president's cognitive abilities. You've said he is not fit to be president. Don't believe he can do the job. Why do you think a meeting, a one-on-one meeting with the president of the United States would solve all of these problems?
Well, that's a very good question, but I have to do everything that I can. And he is the commander-in-chief right now, as uncomfortable as that makes most of this country. And I have to work with what I have. I have to do my job, and I'm going to insist to continue to do that. The House Republicans are going to continue to do our job. We're going to continue to move the ball forward. We're going to continue to demand that before we take care of issues all around the world, we take care of our own first. And I'm telling you, that is not a campaign message. That is the truth, and that is what resonates in the hearts of the American people. We are on their side, and it's the side of common sense. It's the side of security. It's the side of stability. It's the side of sanity. And the President of the United States will not acknowledge that, and it is of great alarm to us. Take one more. Yeah. Hey.
Welcome back, Mr. You have said that you want a meeting with the President, as Scott was saying. H.R. 2 is dead in the Senate. You yourself were part of killing the Senate compromise bill. You called it dead on arrival from what you knew. So my question to you is, while you say there need to be solutions, what are House Republicans doing to get to a solution on the border and on Ukraine, or are you going to actually do nothing? What is your proposal? What are you doing?
No, we're addressing each of those issues. They're important issues on the table. We are not going to be forced into action by the Senate, who, in the latest product they sent us over, does not have one word in the bill about America's border, not one word about security. The reason that the other one was dead on arrival is because it did not meet the moment. It would not have solved the problem. You can't leave giant loopholes and codify some of the things that have gotten us into this situation. So what we're doing right now is the House is working its will. The House Republican Conference, we just met an hour ago with all the members, and there are lots of ideas on the table of how to address these issues. We will address the issues. We'll do our duty on that matter, and all that begins in earnest right now. We have to address this seriously. We have to actually solve the problems and not just take political posturing as has happened in some of these other corners. Thank you.
What about the government shutdown, sir?
All right, House Republicans are talking about the border and as the crisis continues after a day after impeaching the Homeland Secretary over what they call his refusal to enforce border laws. And since President Joe Biden's presidency, this is coming from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, starting in 2021, there was 1.9 million illegal immigrants entering the country. 2022, 2.7 million illegal immigrants entering the country. In 2023, 3.2 million illegal immigrants entering the country. And so far this year, close to 1 million have already entered illegally, and it is not even March yet. We'll keep an eye on those numbers right here for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for another 2-minute break as we continue to follow the breaking news of a suspect shooting at police officers still barricaded. We'll see what happens coming up next. We are back for you on Live Now from Fox, continuing the latest coverage out of D.C., where 3 officers injured in a shooting. The suspect still is barricaded, and the investigation continues, but they are trying to get that suspect out of the home. Let's go back out to the coverage. Fox 5 D.C. doing such a great job of giving the latest updates.
The exact number, but as to Marissa, what you said, that is a number that we heard on the dispatch earlier this morning. So numerous dogs believed to be pit bulls in the area. Still trying to confirm those details, but what we do know is that 3 of the officers who responded were shot in the lower extremities. Injuries not said to be life-threatening, but you know, anybody who is shot is going to say, listen, this is not like a paper cut, right?
We heard it will be a recovery, a serious injury.
No doubt about it, but injuries to the legs, we understand, and we had heard that a tourniquet had to be applied to one officer to prevent them from losing any more blood. Someone else was shot in the hand, and I believe the 3rd was also a lower body injury as well. So we've been keeping an eye on the scene because we, at this point, have no information as to anyone in custody. And the police chief had said a short time ago that they wanted to keep the perimeter so wide because there was the risk, of course, that there could still be more shots fired. But at this point, we haven't heard anything in a while, but we also haven't seen police back down from their positioning.
Absolutely. Maureen Ume, she's live out there near the scene with more information for us. Maureen?
What do you say? He's got an interview.
Hi, Mo.
Got the clip of the interview you did earlier.
All right. Well, we thought we had Maureen. They're just doing a little gear change, but we'll get back to her in just a second. Maureen's actually so basically the scene that we've been showing you here, if you kind of flipped it, Maureen will be on the other side of that. So she's kind of behind that area where this happened. So just bringing us a slightly different perspective. Maureen, you hear us?
Yeah, I can't. I do hear you. Sorry about that technical issues. Listen, I want to clarify something. We were able to talk to the director of the senior home here, and she tells me it did not happen behind the building as we've been reporting. She said absolutely not. It did not. Where it actually happened is if you could see the police car and then the gray car behind it, if you look directly through those cars headed this way, this is where it happened, down that alleyway. So it did not happen behind this building. In fact, there's a daycare behind this building that's now on lockdown. We understand the kids are safe. They're on lockdown, but the shooting did not happen behind there. The director of the center wanting to make that very clear. She says that she would not say if they had video cameras inside that captured some of this. There is some indication that there is, but they're not willing to share that just now or let us know. But they've been very helpful in giving us information about what's happening. The residents, she says, are safe. The daycare center, the kids in there, they are okay. They've been on lockdown. But as far as what happened, again, did not happen behind this building. We did, however, talk to residents in here, quite a few of them, who are saying, listen, the violence here as of late is not unusual. They hear gunshots, they see sirens a lot. It's just something that unfortunately they've gotten so used to and they don't like it. And they're wondering, when will the violence stop? A lot of them did not hear the bullets flying, but they did see the huge response by police officers. We talked to one lady earlier, her name is Greer, and she had a lot to say. Just take a listen.
We need more police surveillance around here because there's a lot of senior citizens around here. We can't even walk up there to the store. You know, scared to go up to the store because we don't know when bullets going to ring out, you know. And we can't be confined that we have to live in a house. You know, we have to come out here. We have to do our grocery shopping. You know, we have to take our kids to school, you know. And my heart goes out for these children. You know, they can't even come outside and play. You know, back then when I grew up, you could leave the front door open. Wouldn't nobody come in your house. Now, you can't even go outside. I got grandkids that go to school. You know, and I'm really concerned about, you know, when you kill a kid, you kill all of our children, you know, and it's terrible. It's just terrible, you know. I just, at this point, all I do is pray about it. That's all I do is pray about it, you know.
And there you can hear the frustration from these residents here who've lived here, many of them for many decades here in the Southeast area, saying that the area, they felt safe. And now things are changing where they just simply do not feel that it's a place that they can raise their grandkids, raise their children. And they're wanting the mayor to come out to make some sort of definitive statement about the violence, at least show that she is seeing what's happening here and does have concern. Again, we'll stay here on the scene. Unfortunately, if you're talking, I cannot hear, my IFB has gone out. But let me step aside again. You can kind of see behind us as you see cars trying to get through, they cannot. That alleyway remains blocked off. But just to recap what I said at the top, the shooting did not happen behind the senior center. It happened down the alleyway, away from the senior center and the daycare that is located behind the senior center. So wanting to clarify that, that's not where the shooting happened. It's in another location. But nonetheless, we are here and police are still blocking off the area. If we can get closer to give you the better vantage point of where the house is located that the shooting actually took place on, we definitely will do that. In the meantime, let me send it back to you inside and work on the technical issues, unfortunately, we're having out here.
All right, Fox 5 DC continuing to give the updates, and you are watching live right here on Live Now from Fox as we are going to take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. We'll get back to their coverage in moments. Just like that, everyone, we are back for you on Live Now from Fox. We're keeping an eye on the breaking news out of Washington, D.C. 3 officers injured in that shooting. Suspects still barricaded at the moment. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us, where we bring you live, raw, and unfiltered coverage from all over the country and around the world. We want to keep you out in D.C., but this time go out to the Capitol. We have House Democrats now speaking. Just moments ago, we were listening to House Republicans. Let's listen to the Democrats now, just a day after House Republicans impeaching the Homeland Secretary.
Problems and to work in a bipartisan way to get things done rather than a sideshow that was George Santos. One less vote for MAGA extreme Republicans to advance their abortion bans, one less vote for their desire to slash Social Security and Medicare, one less vote for them to help billionaires cheat on their taxes. Those are the things that the public knows and are important for House Democrats. His victory was made possible because of the leadership of our DCCC Field General Susan Del Bene, Leader Jeffries, and the leadership team. They made smart, strategic decisions and investments down the home stretch that led to success. But this election also shows that the economic agenda is working, and people are beginning to reap the benefit of landmark legislation that we helped pass together, and that Tom Suozzi helped pass with us. Because of the leadership of President Biden and Vice President Harris, we have created 14.8 million jobs throughout the country. Inflation is cooling and wages are rising. We know that there's more work to do, to ensure that everybody feels in that economic success and that we're building a resilient economy that works for everyone. But we're excited to see this result, and we're excited to see around the country the benefit that those pieces of legislation provide. There's no doubt that we continue to put people over politics. We always have and we always will, and we welcome back Tom Suozzi, who will do just that. And with that, I'll introduce the Vice Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. This year started off with a series of great economic reports. Consumer sentiment is up, wages are up. We had a blowout jobs report last month, far above expectations. The Dow Jones is above 38,000. If you have a retirement account or an education savings plan, your account is higher now than it was 4 years ago. At the same time, we know prices are high, and some people are having trouble making ends meet, and that's why Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce inflation and to cap the cost of drugs such as insulin. It's also why we passed infrastructure law to create jobs, and why we passed the Chips and Science Act to bring back high-tech chip manufacturing to America. What are Republicans focused on? Stupid stuff, like baseless impeachments with no evidence, stopping a national security package that's going to improve America's national security, and doing things that no one in America really wants them to do, such as holding a hearing on UFOs. That's why Tom Suozzi flipped a New York special election district last night. The American people want a change. They want a Congress that actually does something. This is a completely do-nothing Congress in the hands of the Republicans, and the American people want to have us work on kitchen table economic issues, as Chairman Aguilar has said. I also want to note, New York 3 had a high Asian American population, and the AA-NHPI community showed up. One reason is because Donald Trump mocks Asian Americans. He makes fun of people with funny-sounding last names, like Elaine Chao. He mocks and disrespects Asian Americans, and Republicans remain silent, and the Asian American community notices. We'll see you in November.
I'd also note that incredible members of our New York delegation, Greg Smang, Greg Meeks, but also Vice Chair Lieu was knocking on doors and helping out in New York 3 as well. Questions?
So obviously with Democrats trying to get this foreign aid package across the finish line, one of the issues you may run into, whether it be a discharge petition or other avenues, is the fact that you have a number of progressives within your own party who have issues with the aid to Israel and can't support this right now. How do you navigate that?
The overwhelming majority of the House Democratic Caucus is ready to vote for this bill. Give us a vote. It's that simple. Give us a vote on the national security package to provide aid to Ukraine and Israel, the Indo-Pacific region, as well as robust humanitarian assistance that is in that package. There is a bipartisan path forward. The Senate has just given us that. All we're asking for is a vote. And by the way, over 300 members would vote for a package like that. So the question isn't for House Democrats. The question is for Speaker Johnson. What is he afraid of to put national security first, to help our country, to push back and push back against Putin, and to make sure that our country is protected? What is his concern? Give us a vote. House Democrats will be focused on bipartisan solutions, working in a way that will help deliver that piece of legislation. That's what we'll do until we get it done. And that's what we have heard loud and clear from our members, and that's what we plan to do.
Sure. I agree with what Chairman Aguilar said. Speaker Johnson has said to let the House work its will. Well, the way the House works its will is to vote. So we're simply asking for Speaker Johnson to let us vote. If there's a vote on the floor of their Senate package, it would pass with overwhelming bipartisan support. Unfortunately, Speaker Johnson seems to be captured by their Marjorie Taylor Greene extreme faction of the party, their pro-Putin caucus. There's really no other explanation for why he wouldn't let a vote happen on this bipartisan bill.
Question, Lisa.
Do you think that President Biden? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Lisa.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. Do you think wise for President Biden to sit down in a one-on-one meeting with Speaker Johnson as he had requested in order to move ahead on the supplemental aid package?
I'll let the president speak to his calendar, he and his team. I can tell you that the legislative leaders did sit down, weeks ago. They talked about these issues. I don't know substantively what the speaker wants to get, what feels he can accomplish with that type of setting. I think it's very clear. But look, if he wants advice, we're happy to give him some. Put this bill on the floor. That's what he can do to help our country. That's what he can do to have some bipartisanship, to support bipartisanship. It's very clear. If you want to push back against Putin, if you want to help our national security, put this bill, this bipartisan bill, on the floor. Let's fund our national security priorities. Let's do it in a bipartisan way. That's what the Senate did. We don't know what Speaker Johnson is afraid of. Lisa, then Max.
Democrats obviously are not that far from having the majority that you guys in such a narrow margin. And in recent years, frankly, you all have been better at counting votes. My question to you is, right now, thinking about all these dynamics, discussing them with your caucus, what do you think the prospects are that any money for Ukraine ultimately passes here?
We continue to be hopeful, and Leader Jeffries has indicated that all options are on the table. Our focus and our goal is to make sure that we fund Ukraine, fund Israel, fund humanitarian assistance, fund Indo-PACOM priorities. That's what the president has asked us to do to meet the national security needs of this country, and we feel that it's important. But the timing is also incredibly important when it comes to Ukraine. Now, we've all had various briefings. The importance of this moment, we have heard Senator McConnell speak on the Senate floor. We have heard other legislative leaders talk about this importance. We feel that, we understand that. Some members just came back from a trip to Ukraine as well. So taking in their thoughts, their reflections, what they saw on the ground. But this is important not just for the United States, this is important for the world. This is important for NATO, and that comes back to why Republicans are pushing back. Donald Trump criticizes NATO, and House Republicans carry his water to try to kill this bill and to torpedo this bill. That's what's going on. Let's be very clear about the Ukraine funding specifically. Donald Trump is the leader of their party, and Donald Trump has said not to fund this. And so it's a concern that every American should have when it comes to national security and what exactly the former president's motivations are. But we stand ready and willing to put up votes to get this done. That's what we're focused on. So take the theatrics aside, take the personalities aside. How do we get this done? That's what House Democrats are focused on. Max?
On the subject of New York 3, how much of Swazi's game plan do you think can be replicated nationwide? I think that's a strategy that other candidates should exemplify. And also, is it at all concerning that his message was in many ways not embracing Joe Biden? He was non-committal about his reelection, and he also criticized Democrats for not doing enough or talking enough about the border issue.
Yeah, I think we watched the arc of the entire campaign, but no, Tom Suozzi was a key part. He was a vote for a lot of these pieces of legislation, so I think he can talk about it in a very genuine way, like a lot of our members currently can talk about it. The creation of jobs, Inflation Reduction Act, as the Vice Chair mentioned, CHIPS and Science, bipartisan infrastructure bill. He has the ability, one, to connect with voters because he's done this job. He brings local government experience that he had as well. But he also has a track record that he can talk to and point at. So I do think that where that is possible for our colleagues is they go about campaigning on our track record. Of course, we give credit to the administration for their role and the leadership that they played. But a lot of us have voted for these landmark pieces of legislation that have created jobs. And so it's important to also talk about that. Tom Suozzi also has a track record of voting for the Dream and Promise Act and working in a bipartisan way to deliver immigration reform. So I'm not worried about, positions that he took or things that he said. I'm confident he's going to be a friend and a colleague on these issues and is going to help us chart a path toward bipartisan success in the future.
I think the framing of your question is not correct. Tom Suozzi actually ran on comprehensive immigration reform. He supports that. And he also said he supports a Senate bill. It was the Republicans that tanked that Senate bill on the orders of Donald Trump. The voters in New York 3 noticed. In addition, Tom Suozzi ran on saying he's not going to ban abortion. He's not going to support a national abortion ban. The voters in New York 3 also noticed that as well. And I think those are messages that will resonate in every single district.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaker Johnson said several times yesterday that one of the reasons he's not going to put the supplemental on the floor is he wants to focus on the appropriations deadlines that are coming up. As an appropriator, you understand how this process works. Is there anything about this process that would preclude him from putting this bill on the floor? What's your reaction to him saying that one of the reasons he's not in a hurry to put the supplemental on the floor is because he wants to focus on the upcoming appropriations deadline?
Look, Democrats also believe in on-the-job training, and that's clearly, where Speaker Johnson is right now. But you have to be able to do two things at once. Nancy Pelosi frequently did 12 things. I understand doing two is hard for him, but that's what the job entails. And so we've got to focus. We have multiple priorities to get done, and that's what we should be focused on. But the Appropriations Committee should be working on. They have their numbers. They should be marking up those bills. We still have ample time on the floor this week and in 2 weeks that we could take up a national security supplemental if the Speaker was truly intent on delivering this, or what we're finding out is he just wants to carry Donald Trump's water. But we have to be able to do multiple things at once here. But he's shown incapable of that.
Yeah, if I could just follow up on New York 3 and specifically the immigration piece of that and the way Tom Suozzi messaged on that. Are there lessons that Democrats can take from that going into the fall, or was that election kind of too unique to really draw any lessons from?
I think specifically, on the immigration frame, we've read articles. We understand New York has a lot of thoughts on this issue, and I think that's fair. I think the vice chair is absolutely correct as well. I mean, Tom Suozzi has a rich record of voting and supporting a comprehensive immigration reform. I mentioned the Dream and Promise Act, the Farm Worker Modernization Bill. Those are bipartisan pieces of legislation, and Tom Suozzi talked about this openly. He also talked about the Senate bipartisan bill when it included the border component before. Just a reminder, before Donald Trump exercised his senatorial veto and got the House and Republican senators to oppose that portion, and they walked away from a bipartisan solution that they themselves negotiated. So I think that's the lesson here is whatever Donald Trump says is where House Republicans are going to land. And so from our perspective, people like Tom Suozzi and members who have a track record on these issues have leaned in and will continue to lean in on being problem solvers, working in a bipartisan way. That's what the public wants us to do. They want us to solve issues of the day, and that means working to find common ground. Leader Jeffries has said we're going to continue to find that common ground wherever we can with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. That's what we plan to do on national security, and that's what we plan to do on other issues of importance. Questions? Nick?
I want to ask about the discharge petition. Since you worked on that some years back on immigration, you came up short. This shell discharge petition you guys have now still has no Republicans on it. Does this say anything about the limits of this particular procedural move?
I think that's super insidery, for questions for this room. Thank you for bringing up my failed discharge attempt as well, Nick. I appreciate it. I'll have to seek some more help talking about that. Look, I think it is one tool. Leader Jeffries has said this is one tool that we are considering in order to pass our national security priorities. At the end of the day, the American public is focused on us doing our job. They see the United States Senate working through a process over the weekend in a bipartisan way and voting up or down on a bill, and people having differing viewpoints on both sides of the aisle. That's what they expect. That's what they expect out of their leaders. That's what they should expect out of their House, out of the House of Representatives. I think what's changed, though, to your question is so few people, I think, on the other side of the aisle are willing to tell their leadership no. We had, 20 plus members who were willing to sign a discharge petition for a path to citizenship for DACA. That was 6 years ago. The environment's changed a little bit, and it has always been, for the better or to work together. And so finding our Republican colleagues who were committed to funding Ukraine, committed to funding humanitarian aid, committed to funding our closest ally in Israel. That's what we're searching for. And to the extent they want to work with us, we're happy to find a way to work together with them. But that's the importance of the moment is to solve this national security prerogative, and we'll figure out the method and the manner in order to do that.
So,
House Democrats speaking at Capitol Hill. We are going to take our first break of this hour. When we come back, police officers under attack in D.C. 3 officers shot, taken to local hospital. And now we are learning that the suspect's still barricaded at this moment. We'll be joining in Fox 5 D.C. coverage on the other side of the break on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you the latest updates of 3 officers shot in Washington, D.C. Suspect was still shooting outside of the barricaded area. So we are keeping an eye on this story. We are learning that the mayor, Mayor Bowser, still not at the scene as she is attending a senior citizen event for Valentine's Day. Did not go to the scene yet. We did hear from police earlier. Let's go back out to the coverage right now from Fox 5 DC on this matter.
Half hour. But again, this is Benning Road here. We can show you Hanna Place is kind of off to the right here, going kind of up the hill. And we have sources in the community shared some video they took where you can hear police over a bullhorn talking to or trying to make contact with the person who is inside that apartment. But in terms of gunshots, we've not heard any. I haven't heard any recorded by our source who's kind of in the area and fairly close by. But we have heard those reports that shots have still been fired out of this apartment. From the posture here, I mean, people aren't, the police that we can see that are only, maybe 50 to 100 yards from the subject home, are not in a posture of self-defense, kind of hiding behind cars. They're kind of walking around freely. That doesn't mean this guy isn't still actively shooting on occasion, but we haven't heard any in the last half hour. But again, we believe, because of some of the video we've seen from someone who's been sharing them with me, like the bullhorn noise of the police trying to make contact with this guy. But I will tell you, I mean, I came here from the station in Bethesda, and I mean, it's like every police officer in the city is over in this part of Southeast. You can't get anywhere near here. I mean, roads are blocked like a mile away from here. If you know how to get around, you can kind of make your way and go down some streets and down alleys and make your way here, but it is not easy. So if anybody is trying to get here or trying to leave, it's going to be almost impossible. And where I was, just off to the left of the screen here, there is a senior center and there is a daycare center. People are there. They're kind of just hanging out, sheltering in place. We've seen people kind of leaning out their windows here in some of these apartment buildings. Nobody's been evacuated. Nobody's, as far as we know, told they can't leave, but it probably wouldn't be safe to do so. There are back ways and alleyways to kind of get out of some of the homes that are closest to this scene that don't face Hanna Place. So you could technically, I guess, leave, but it's just kind of sealed down in this area in a wide radius, guys. And it's rather striking how so many officers are out here blocking streets, parking enforcement. MPD tow trucks are blocking off streets in a wide area around where we are here, this part of Southeast D.C.
Bob, I know you've been out there speaking to people in the area, and I'm just curious. I mean, the officers were there to serve a warrant for cruelty to animals. We don't know much about the suspect, but has anyone told you that they've maybe noticed animal cruelty happening or different things with animals or dogs in that area?
No, not yet, Marissa. And what we've heard is that perhaps there are pit bulls in this person's home, a number of pit bulls. But in terms of people who actually know for a fact, that's just some of the kind of the early police reporting we heard. And we're going to help this guy get out of here. People are kind of coming and going here. Let me just see if they know anything. Give me a second here, guys. Anything new you can tell us, sir? Nothing new. So, officers coming and going. But guys, no, we have not made contact with anyone who knows this person and this person's situation, housing pit bulls, apparently, a number of them in his home. I'm sure that'll come as this thing resolves and we can talk to people who live close by and know this person, but nothing anecdotally just yet, guys.
Yeah, Bob, you were mentioning earlier about the bullhorn in the conversation, trying to make contact with the person inside the house. When was the last time you heard that?
This was a recording that I saw probably 40 minutes ago, and it was fresh then. So I would say within the last hour. Okay. So maybe that was, maybe around 10 o'clock. But the wind, weirdly, the wind, and you're seeing what we're showing you now is this is some official type employee just yelling hello. See these, I don't know if you can see, there's a woman looking out her second floor apartment there. I just want to see if I can hear if they're giving them any direction. And then, again, I'm assuming that's someone who's, looks like it's a city official kind of beyond the police line here. And that's what you're seeing. People just kind of camped out in their homes. Yeah, guys, I have not, since I've been here, even though the wind is blowing from Hanna Place toward us. Yeah. So if there was, loud voices coming out of a loudspeaker directed at the person in the apartment, we'd probably hear it. We have not since I've been here, and it's getting close to 45 minutes. Yeah, that doesn't mean they're not trying, but we're just not hearing it.
I was curious, Bob, and I'll tell you why, because, as you and all of our colleagues have been out and about and around the area, Stephanie Ramirez had mentioned earlier, about an hour ago or so, after we saw, right before you got there, Bob, one of the heavily fortified vehicles that kind of repositioned from your entrance to Hanna Place around to the other side, and after they had repositioned, Stephanie said she did hear a very loud bang, and as you know, sometimes that's a technique that can be used to either gain entry or disorient somebody if you try to take them into custody. And I was just curious if any, I guess,
not really,
any evidence of communication had occurred since then. But you're saying you haven't heard anything.
No, not even one of those flashbangs that they'll do to, you know, try to like startle someone if they're going to make entry.
Right.
I don't know if Stephanie heard that.
I think that's what she
heard that over here.
Yeah, that was about an hour ago, though. So that's why I was just curious if there was anything, you know, more recently than that. But it doesn't seem like, because, Bob, to be quite honest, you know, we've been watching this play out for the last 2.5 hours or 3 hours now, and it's been a lot of that repositioning, right? Like you mentioned, it didn't seem like anybody was, you know, it's not that heightened sense of awareness. It's not people throwing on their extra gear and, like, you know, cowering behind cars. Not cowering is a terrible word to use, but, you know, protecting themselves behind cars. But, you know, nonetheless, it's just been a lot of, you know, officers kind of moving from one area to another.
To the other.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of pretty calmly placed out, which, you know, obviously we don't know what's happening, but it, you know, at least you believe, while it might still be an active scene, it doesn't seem like it's the kind of scene that they're overly concerned about as far as folks like this lady who lives within a block of there.
Yeah. Right, and so I think if there was some concern, they would obviously tell the people like this, stay inside.
Yeah.
We have not seen any, police wearing body armor or shields. Sometimes you'll see shields or some of their, their
we saw some
vehicles, but they may be up around the corner. Yeah, they may be up out of our view, out of our range right now.
Bob,
but
I'll
you
tell
have
you
people
what,
like this
we're
that
going to
are
let
just
you go,
kind of hanging
Bob.
out. Yeah.
Maybe you can get a hold of that lady there, because, you know, people who have dogs know people who have dogs. So maybe she knows more about
That's a very good point.
The dog activity in the neighborhood. So we'll let you go for a minute and see what you can gather. In the meantime, we're gonna pivot a little bit to the other side of the street. He mentioned the senior center. That's kind of where Maureen Ume is now, because she's not that far from there, kind of on the other side of where things have been happening. You can see the police vehicles behind her at the end of the alley. Hi, Mo.
Hey, good afternoon, morning. We've lost track of time. We've been on here so long. But yeah, echoing what Bob has said, I haven't heard any flashbangs and the activity seems to have lessened quite a bit since we've been here. Even just traffic coming up and down the street has really come to a lull. At one point, we did see what looked like a fortified police vehicle coming down the road, headed towards where the scene is. That was probably about an hour and a half ago. We haven't seen any police cars of that nature again in quite some time. All we're really seeing is much of the same. And I'll step out so you can see what you've been looking at. This police car that's been stationed there. At one point, they took down the police tape, I think, just to let a car in, and then they put it back up as we tried to get closer to see maybe if we can cross that line and see what's happening. In the meantime, people have been coming and going in and out of the senior center. As I mentioned in my last hit, there is a daycare center behind it, but those kids in there, they have been on lockdown, but the senior center is not. The people have been coming and going out of it, and everyone coming out just shaking their heads if they have not heard what's happened, and we've informed them. They don't seem all too surprised, which is really kind of the troubling thing in this entire scenario, is that people are now almost immune, almost numb to the violence that we see so casually, it seems, here in D.C. For someone to shoot at officers while you're being served a warrant for dogs, which is what we're understanding happened, that just seems unreasonable. But then again, a lot of unreasonable things keep happening in terms of violence here in the district. According to my police source, this man, again, was being served this warrant, and when officers went in, opened fire, wounding 3 of them. I know you all have talked about the specifics of where the officers were hit, and then a 4th officer injured. An addendum to that, not by crossfire, by gunfire, but injured on the scene as a whole. And then we've heard people talking about the mayor and other officials. Why are they not here? Why are they not addressing the violence that is happening here? The mayor, since then, has, I believe, has come to the scene, or at least has talked about what's happening here. People want answers. They want the violence stopped, and they're mad that they live near someone who could do something like this. When we did talk to people about where we thought the house was, there seemed to be a knowing. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but there seems to be a knowing of what house we're talking about. So perhaps this is someone known in the community, whether it be for their dogs and whether just that they are someone that folks here know is not exactly the type of person that you want to get close to, or the type of person that you should avoid. And so this is what's playing out here, but things seem to slowly look like they're getting back to normal, even though that barricade situation is happening. Things seem to be getting closer to normal. We're seeing more cars coming through now. I don't know if certain barricades have been, or road closures have been lifted. So that's what's happening. Folks here trying to get down the alley being turned back because that still remains closed. But yeah, we are here. We'll continue to talk to people, but the sentiment seems to be the same. People are frustrated. They want answers. They're not too shocked that this is happening, but nonetheless, come on over here. Yeah, no, Okay. Oh, hello, teacher. Are you inside? Did you hear anything? Did you see anything?
No, I just got to work.
Okay. Just making sure. Thank you. All right, play it safe. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Okay. As you see, we just try to talk to people, see if anyone heard anything that could be useful or can tell us what's going on here. But we'll toss it back to you guys. We'll continue to work the scene, and as we learn things, as I've been saying all morning, we'll let you guys know.
Thanks, Maureen. And she said, I mean, it's still a large, massive scene, but more controlled than we saw in earlier hours. She mentioned closures in that area, so we want to go to our traffic reporter, Annie Mae, for the latest on that.
Of course, and I think one thing that definitely is most important is in this.
All right, everyone, we are definitely going to be continuing to take an eye on this story as 3 officers shot in D.C., and the coverage will continue in moments on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break. We are also monitoring some breaking news out of San Francisco as protesters have blocked the Golden Gate Bridge in both directions to and from San Francisco. This is all having to do with a ceasefire protest, and this is a live look here at the California Department of Transportation camera as we have both lanes blocked now at the Golden Gate Bridge. We are keeping an eye on it for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Once we get some more coverage, we will bring it to you, as always. Keeping an eye on D.C. We got you covered coast to coast right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We'll be taking another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Always more to come. We are back for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us here, as always. Want to go back out to D.C. right now. We are in continuing coverage of this breaking news of 3 officers shot and the suspect still barricaded at this moment. We want to go back out to the coverage of Fox 5 D.C. Let's listen on Live Now.
Maybe they're in it for the long haul today, but that's what you're looking at right now. Let's recap right now, and to help us recap is Police Chief Pamela Smith giving us a rundown as to what happened when police first arrived at 7:30 this morning.
Our officers were assigned to our criminal apprehension unit responded to the residents here in the 5000 block of Hanna Place Southeast to serve an arrest warrant that was occupied by the Humane Society for Cruelty to Animals around 7:30 a.m. this morning. Our officers attempted to make contact with the individual inside the residence in order to execute the arrest warrant. The individual refused to come outside. As officers attempted to gain entry, the individual fired upon them. A barricade has been declared in this particular particular incident, our officers were struck by gunfire, 3 of our officers to be exact. All 3 have been transported with non-life-threatening injuries to our local area hospitals. A 4th officer was also injured but not shot. It was basically for minor injuries. At this time, the individual remains barricaded inside the residence. This remains an active situation, and the individual has continued to fire from that location. We are asking everyone to please stay out of this location until we are able to apprehend the suspect.
All right, now for clarity, she made that statement some time ago. Our Bob Bonner has been on the scene for nearly an hour and says he has not heard any gunshots. So we're not to say that it's not still a dangerous situation, but her statement was made some time ago. Clearly, there are also political overtones in play.
Absolutely. And that's a Google image you see of the house that we believe is the one that's in question where the suspect is still barricaded. Just to give you a viewpoint of what it looks like on Hanna Place.
All right, so the questions when it comes to crime in this city, it's no one is immune to it, and there's been a lot of conversation about it, and there's been legislation proposed to try to help cut down on crime in this city. And in this city, it's become a very political battle between the mayor and members of city council. The police chief did address that. She said she wasn't going to get too political, but she did have this to say.
And I'm not a politician, but here's the thing that we have to look at. There are a lot of individuals with guns on the street, and I know Secure DC is part of the legislation that we're asking our council members to pass. The penalties for folks that are just discharging firearms who do not have a right to do that is very challenging for us. And so I'm asking that we will certainly do everything we can to pass Secure DC, especially the portion of that bill where we need to increase the penalties for firearms. That's all I'm going to talk about right now. This is still a very active and fluid scene. I will come back later and make sure that I provide you with additional updates.
Is this a ground floor apartment?
That's Chief Smith, and we know that they did pass or approve, rather, the first hurdle with Secure DC, and they expect to vote again next month.
All right, in the meantime, our instant poll question of the day is, should the mayor address the public's concern after 3 officers were shot this morning? Right now, 91% of you are saying yes. This has been between 90 and 100% since we launched the poll. Clearly, the first few people, or at least first person, said yes. And it's been in the 90s ever since then. You can add your voice to the poll by scanning the QR code in the upper right, or you can go to fox5dc.com. You'll find the instant poll there, and you can vote as well.
And a little over 30 minutes ago, we caught up with the mayor. She's attending a Valentine's Day event at the Deanwood Community Center in Northeast, and we tried to get her to speak out on today's shooting, and here's what happened.
Can you tell us why you didn't go to the shooting this morning, Mayor?
Mayor, are you planning to go to the scene at all in Southeast D.C.?
And that was it. So the mayor did not talk about the scene earlier this morning where 3 of her police officers were shot. At least she did not talk as she entered the Deanwood Community Center. It's our understanding that she is still there for a pre-scheduled event. We will try once again to talk to her as she leaves that facility. And at this point, we don't know if you know, she went to the hospital. We did not see her there. We understand the police chief, once she left the scene, was going to the hospital to check in on her officers. But as far as the mayor, we'll keep an eye on it, and we will try to get her to make some type of statement or comment at the very least as she's leaving the Deanwood Community Center in Northeast.
Let's go back to the hospital and check in with David Kaplan. David, have you learned anything new?
Yes, and I want to step out here. We've been monitoring this one group of officers in the parking lot here of the hospital for just a little bit, and we have not confirmed exactly what they're doing, so I want to be very clear about that. What we can tell you, though, is that the officers do appear to be standing around this one particular cruiser that you're looking at. There is someone that we're giving you a live picture right now. She's got a Department of Forensic Services uniform on. And I can tell you just from having watched them for the last little bit here, looks like she's been taking some photographs of that police cruiser, of that vehicle. And I can also tell you that I did see her have some evidence collection bags. So it is unclear exactly what is going on, but you can see there are multiple investigators sort of just looking at this one particular vehicle. I cannot tell you exactly, again, what they're doing here, but I just wanted to highlight this just as a result of even here at the hospital outside. This is definitely something something that is active and ongoing. So this is something we'll definitely ask about later, just to see what exactly this could be connected to. As for the other sort of components of this, I can tell you we have seen some of DC police leadership that has been here in and out of the hospital itself. So the very latest here is that the four officers that were hurt, 3 of them had gunshot wound injuries. One of the officers was struck twice in the ballistic vest, is what the chairman of the DC Police Union said. The others were shot in their lower extremities, is the report that we got from the chairman of the DC Police Union. So just wanted to ping you and give you that update here from right outside the hospital. If we learn anything else about what exactly they are doing, the nature of what they are doing, we'll be sure to pass that along to you.
No, I mean, it's good insight, David. Thank you very much. And obviously, there were a number of vehicles on that scene this morning. I mean, any one of them could have taken fire if nothing else. We don't know if the officers, if any of them transported themselves, or, we do know that some went in emergency vehicles, but we don't have all the details as to how everybody did get there. But nonetheless, they are taking a very close look at some potential evidence inside one of those vehicles or on one of those vehicles. It is our understanding that, as far as what we know from police so far, the suspect who did the shooting did not leave the residence. So we don't believe it would be anything related to the person, but potentially something from the person.
Absolutely, and we've talked about that pre-scheduled event where the mayor was and attending at the Deanwood Community Center, and you're taking a live look now at that location at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Clearly, it's underway. We saw her walk in just moments ago, and we were trying to see if she would issue a statement on this morning's shooting, and she has not at this time. That's not to say that she won't, but at this time, we have not heard from Mayor Bowser.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that, and we will see. There you see the mayor. And this was supposed to be a fun Valentine's event at the Deanwood Community Center. So obviously that's, in the spirit of that activity right now. If she does make any statement related to the shooting, we'll certainly let you know. And then again, we'll try to get a personal comment from her as she leaves that. So we'll keep an eye on that there, but that's what's happening. If you see her moving around, you're just like, what's going on? It was a Valentine's Day dance type event that was supposed to be a celebration pre-planned on the mayor's calendar at the Deanwood Community Center to celebrate some of the folks that are in Northeast DC. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. You can see it's quite the turnout as well. We'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, we do want to get back to the scene of the shooting of where the command center is, which is right across from Kipp Elementary, and that's where we saw a lot of students have to go to school with a police escort this morning. And, it was quite the image of a police command center parked right outside of a place where kids with their Valentines are having to have a police escort to go into school. That was the reality of the scene being played out this morning.
And the parents having to stand back and watch their little ones
literally hand their kids over to a police officer to walk them inside. With them all morning long has been Stephanie Ramirez. We want to get back and check in with Stephanie now from the scene with what she's been able to find out. Steph?
Yeah, Steve, Marissa, it's Valentine's Day. It's Ash Wednesday. You wouldn't know that standing right outside here. We're at 46th Street Southeast and Benning Road. Kipp, right to my left here, about a few blocks down, and to the left is where the Hanna Place scene is, where investigators are still working. So we just got an update on background from police officials telling us that this is still an active investigation. What they told us is that within the hour, shots have been fired. We don't know how many, but just to show you that it's still very active here. Also, I was informed that the officers involved did have body-worn camera video on them that did record this shooting. I know we've said it multiple times here, but again, just to recap, we are being told that DC police officers were assisting the Humane Rescue Alliance in executing a search warrant for suspected animal cruelty on a home in Hanna Place, on Hanna Place Southeast, with the Humane Rescue Alliance confirming that one of their top investigators was there, not injured in this, but that the shooting happened through the door, that whoever fired shots shot through the door of the home. We do not know if the person shooting is actually the person they were trying to execute the search warrant for. We don't know if there's anyone else in the home. We don't know how many firearms involved. We just know a lot of bullets fired. And it's not clear right now if officers had fired in return. The 3 officers shot, injured in this, and then 1 injured separately in trying to get away from the gunfire. So, guys, it's about 11:40 in the morning now. We're told that there may be another news conference, another update within the hour, just to keep everyone abreast as to what's going on here with regard to Kyiv and the scene you described of police officers having to escort students home. I was told by a spokesperson they're giving hourly updates to parents. So please check your phone, check your email. And what I was told is that around 1 o'clock is when they're going to figure out, based on the situation just a few blocks down, what their exit or dismissal plan is going to be. And that could include having the classes one by one go home at dismissal time, which is around 3:30 in the afternoon. It just depends on what the scene is here. So parents, just make sure you check your emails. We'll be sure to have the very latest here on Fox 5 as well. But the scene here, from our standpoint, very quiet. Most of the neighbors, there's about one who's still here, just media.
We've been listening in to the coverage of Fox 5 in D.C. as they continue to give the latest updates around this story. Breaking news story, 3 officers injured in a shooting. The suspect is still barricaded, and we are definitely keeping an eye on it for you as always. And we're keeping an eye on the movements of Mayor Bowser as well from D.C. She has not spoken publicly yet about the situation of her 3 officers being injured in a shooting. She has went to a Valentine's Day celebration with senior citizens. That was pre-planned, but did not deviate from that once we knew of the shooting that happened. And we will see. Will she show to the scene there and talk to the media and also offer prayers and support for the 3 officers? We'll keep an eye on that for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. Always more to come. We'll get you back out to more coverage in just 2 minutes on Live Now. We are back for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for joining us on our special breaking news coverage of police officers under attack in America, this time in D.C. 3 officers shot. The suspect still barricaded in this home/apartment there, and we are continuing to keep an eye on it. Also, the movements there of the mayor, Mayor Bowser, at a different event right now. We'll see if she makes any public comments about the 3 officers that were injured in this shooting. For the meantime, let's go back out to the great coverage of Fox 5 D.C.
Okay, thanks, Marissa. What have they told you in terms of what you can and can't do, and what do you make of what's going on here today?
They told me that they come outside, told me to stay in the house. Because I heard like about 20 shots this morning.
You heard 20 shots?
Yeah.
What did you think was going on? Can you step up here just a minute?
When I came to the door to see all the police, they told me to go back in the house.
And nothing's changed since then? They're kind of still asking you to stay here?
In the house, yes.
All right. Did you have things you had to do today? We're on live TV right here.
No.
Did you have anything you had to do today?
No.
Okay. Do you know, I mean, I know it's across the street and everything, but do you know this neighbor by chance?
Yeah, I've been here about 17 years.
In our shop, 1 second.
I live about 17 years.
Hey, can you slide over? We're on live TV over here. Thanks.
Yes, I've been here about 17 years.
And do you know this person in any way?
No, I don't know him at all.
No. All right. What do you make of this? And have you been hearing more shots? You say you heard 20 this morning. We've heard from some people saying they keep hearing shots.
I ain't hear them all.
Nothing since?
No.
Okay. And describe for me, when you heard the shots, the scene that ensued afterward.
Shoot, I got up and came to the door, seen police there. Well, they told me to go back in the house, so came back in the house, and that was it.
Okay. All right. And are you doing okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm good, yeah.
Okay, Maureen is here. My colleague Maureen Ume as well.
We just wanted to give you an assist here with the shots. And so live here?
Every day. Every day.
How does that make you feel?
Sad.
You know, we've been talking. What's the answer? You know, you live here. We don't want to call it a city under siege because this is your home. But this is happening over and over and over again. How do you fix this?
I don't know. I stay to myself. I don't want to come out here. I stay to myself.
But you can't be locked in your home forever.
It's safe in your own home. Safe in your own home.
What would you do if you had the power to do something?
I don't know. I can't tell you. It's just sad.
You sound like you're getting emotional.
Yeah, it's sad.
How long you lived here?
17 years.
17 years?
A neighbor told us that working in this area is too complicated because of a lot of shootings.
A lot of children. That thing about little kids. This during time kids going to school. Walking by themselves without their parents and stuff. Going to school. And shooting like this. Shoot 3 police. Maybe one of the kids that got shot.
17 years you've been here. What's it been like in the last year? Worse? The same? What's it been like?
Oh, about the same.
All the time?
All the time. Every day you hear police coming down the street, sirens every day, all day.
So you wake up today, what wakes you up?
The gunshots.
Sir, were you inside your house, and so you could hear them from inside your home?
Sleeping, yeah. It was so close. The door made me woke me up. It was so close.
What is
your dog did?
No, they was shooting my room right on the other side of the house, right on the other side. And I heard the gunshot. They woke me up, made me come to the door because it was so close.
You didn't, as soon as you hear it, you hit the deck, you go on the floor?
No, I got up and came to the door. Got no kids were going to school in the morning.
Did you know this guy that they're saying did the shooting? Is his house known to you? The dogs? Have you seen the dogs around the neighborhood?
No, I don't even know.
Yeah. We see a lot of dogs.
Yeah, I see a lot of dogs. Yeah, a lot of dogs. Plenty of people walk the dog, but someone have the dog running by themselves.
How you feel right now?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming out and speaking to us. Okay,
Right.
Your name again is, sir?
O'Neill.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Thanks very
Is
much.
that your first or last name?
First.
What's your last name?
Morris.
Morris?
Morris O'Neill?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
O'Neill Morris.
O'Neill Morris.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. So anyway, we're just going to cut across this yard here because we came through the back alley.
Sir, thank you.
So anyhow, guys, it just kind of, we wanted to kind of reach somebody who had been kind of trapped like this gentleman. I'm just going to hop the fence. We've seen a number of homes here where people have kind of been coming out wondering what to do. And so when I saw that gentleman, I kind of went around the back. You know, there's a long back driveway that was locked. And so that's kind of why I was not with you initially. And then all the other reporters came over too, because it's really the first person we've been able to
that we think they're going to be just fine. Yes. But it goes to show you how important it is to support our police, to make sure we're hiring the best of the best police, to make sure that as a community that if we see something wrong that we're calling on MPD, because MPD is going to show up for us every single time. So with that, I'm going to end that part and tell you it is Love Day. And with Love Day, that means loving yourself, taking care of yourself, going to the doctor, keeping with your appointments. It means exercising, but it also means socializing. You know, one of the biggest things that you can do to stay healthy and happy.
All right, Mayor Bowser at the Demo Community Center in Northeast DC. Just want to make a brief comment about the shooting this morning that ended up with 3 police officers shot and at the hospital. And a very brief comment. She just said that they're going to be okay, which was some good news. You heard the applause from the crowd at this Valentine's Day event that she was pre-scheduled to attend. And then she just made a brief mention about the crime bill that they're trying to pass.
Yeah, and also the importance of supporting officers in light of what happened. But she also mentioned this being a love day. And we heard someone in that community say it makes it even sadder. That here it is, a day you should be sharing love, and then you have this shooting, and then the kids with all of their Valentine's Day cards and balloons walking to school, trying to get a good education, have to walk through a crime scene, essentially. So
yeah, and a scene that is still active. As you can see, there's the mayor in the bottom right. And again, we're going to try to catch her, get a little more personal interview with her as she leaves the Demo Community Center when she wraps up this event. In the upper left, there you see the scene where this happened about 7:30 this morning, where D.C. police officers were trying to serve a warrant based on allegations of animal cruelty when someone inside of the house opened fire through the door and shot 3 police officers. They were taken to the hospital, as well as a 4th person with an undisclosed injury was not shot. We don't know the status of that, but we do know that they are still in the hospital. That's where Dave Kaplan is right now at MedStar Washington Hospital Center. David, I want to jump back in with you right now. One of the things that Dave was showing us earlier at the hospital was that the forensics unit was out there. They were looking very closely at some of the vehicles. It's at least one of the vehicles that was at the scene, believed to be at the scene earlier, and then went to the hospital. Dave, you still with us?
Yeah, Steve, I am here, and I can tell you just since we gave you that update a couple of minutes ago, there is still sort of a presence around this particular vehicle. We can tell you that forensic investigators are here. Also appears to be detectives that are particularly focused on that vehicle. So definitely something we're continuing to monitor. We don't know what the situation is regarding this vehicle.
And we were listening in to the great coverage of Fox 5 DC on this breaking news situation that we've been bringing you really all morning and into the afternoon as well. And that is going to do it for my time here on the desk. But our coverage will continue. My colleague Stephanie Quinn-Yu will be bringing you the latest updates, top stories, and of course, when breaking news happens, just like this one in D.C., we will have you covered here as always. We do have a White House briefing coming up. It is at the top of the hour. We're hoping that it starts relatively on time, and we will be taking a 2-minute break. When we come back, our coverage continues.
Enormous crowd that only continues to grow out of Kansas City as Kansas City Chiefs fans are congregating, awaiting the Super Bowl victory parade that is set to start at noon. So in just about 4 minutes. And again, you can see that sea of red because, of course, red and white are the Chiefs colors right there. So again, courtesy of our Earth Cam, this wonderful picture, this live stream of video right there as we are awaiting that parade. As soon as that happens, we of course will bring it to you, but we are continuing to follow some breaking news out of Washington, D.C. And this is a live look right here at our affiliate Fox 5 from D.C. as they continue to cover some breaking news. 3 officers were shot with non-life-threatening injuries. A 4th officer also injured after officers were serving an arrest warrant for cruelty to animals on the 500 block of Hanna Place in Southeast D.C. The suspect at this time remains barricaded inside the residence. It does remain an active situation. So let's dip into our Fox 5 D.C. coverage right now.
Even though they're being told, the gentleman we just interviewed live on TV a short time ago, to stay in your home, people we've seen not being stopped walking out, but it's a pretty quiet area inside this perimeter here around Benning and Hanna Place Southeast.
And your interview, Bob, earlier was so touching with Mr. O'Neill, who stepped outside of his home, and he couldn't even give you a word to describe his feelings and choked up. Can you kind of talk about the consensus and the emotions that people are feeling with all of this happening?
Yeah. I think just frustrated. Here, this gentleman was awakened by the sound of what he counted, by the time he was alert, 20 gunshots just across the street from his home. So here he is, sound asleep in his home, awakened at 7:30 or so this morning by the sound of gunfire, only to learn 3 officers have been wounded, are hospitalized, fortunately without life-threatening injuries, but still. And he's been in this home for 17 years and says he's just kind of frustrated by it all. And yeah, it's windy and cold, so that might have been producing the tears in his eyes, but he had tears in his eyes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And listen, we've heard from a lot of frustrated folks in the neighborhood. They see the police presence today, and they know it all too well. Not on this scale, obviously, with the officers involved. It seems like every officer in the city is there, but nonetheless, it's an area where they say the police, unfortunately, are called way too often, and folks are sounding off from an emotional standpoint. That being said, it does have the feel that the area is contained as far as where this potential suspect may be, and police are just trying to essentially coax him out of the house in some manner. That's what they're working on now. So we are actually going to take a break from our coverage here in a short amount of time, Marissa. But you know, you really do get a sense of community when it comes to this, but also the frustration within the community.
Yeah, and there's so much to go around, and people just want everyone to work together and find a solution to all the crime.
No doubt about it. Appreciate you being with us today. Here's the deal. We're not expecting any developments in the near future, but as soon as we get them, we'll bring them to you both on air, on Fox Local, so make sure to check that. And of course, any breaking developments on social media, you'll find us there.
That was our Fox 5 DC coverage as they stepped away from the breaking news that's happening there, which is where a suspect is barricaded inside a house. Officers were actually trying to serve an arrest warrant to that individual for cruelty to animals. 3 officers struck with non-life-threatening injuries. But again, our DC coverage has now stepped away. So we are going to continue to follow this story. And this, of course, is the Super Bowl victory parade for the Kansas City Chiefs. And this is a live look from Earth Cam. This is courtesy of Earth Cam, this live video stream. You're taking a live look at Kansas City as throngs of fans continue to congregate ahead of the parade and also ahead of a rally that's going to be held there a short time later. But again, in just the last few minutes, we have been seeing so many more fans and people congregating and arriving at this one location. And again, if you didn't get to watch on Sunday night, the Chiefs came from behind in an overtime victory. They won 25 to 22 rather over the San Francisco 49ers, and it really was a nail biter at the end. School has been canceled in Kansas City as perhaps families are going to be attending this parade to really just celebrate everything that this team has been able to accomplish over the past number of months leading up to the Super Bowl. And again, it's just an incredible achievement. If you're taking a look there, the temperature is unusually warm in the 60s, so that's making it perfect parade weather. You can see the American flag there on your screen waving just a little bit, so a little bit breezy right there. But again, what a spectacular day to celebrate this achievement. And just a little bit of information in case you're curious, the Kansas City Council actually authorized the Greater Kansas City Sports Commission to spend nearly $1 million on today's festivities. Again, today is also Valentine's Day. It also is Ash Wednesday, which is the traditional start of Lent. So a lot of activity going on this Wednesday. The Chiefs, this is the third Super Bowl parade that it has hosted in the last 5 years. So a lot of excitement. But again, you are taking a live look at this Earth Cam shot. We are going to continue to follow all of these developments. And of course, as soon as the parade gets underway, there's also going to be a rally at 1:45 Eastern time. So we're going to be showing all of these festivities here on Live Now from Fox. You might be wondering, maybe you don't care, maybe you do. Will Taylor Swift be attending this parade? She, of course, was at the Super Bowl. But apparently, according to Australian media outlets, she will not be attending today's parade because she's flying to Melbourne to continue her Eras tour with a concert scheduled for Friday.